Everyone else okay?
Yeah, we're good. We won our fight.
Last time we opened with the kids, who had been training with Delta for a while. They took some time talking together before going in to have a training mission in a kill house. It went pretty well for everyone except Ricky and Carter, with the two of them fumbling and messing up in some way with their respective rifles. There were some conversations up in the triple office while the Rainfalls were preparing to have a nice weekend together, and Ricky prepared to go home for the first time in a long time. He was picked up by Yuri and driven home, while the rest of the Rainfalls went to their different places. Sol and Colt ended up going with JJ and Sam to Sam's apartment, where they got to see the chemistry between them growing moment by moment. Ricky got home and had a good time with his parents, meeting a girl who works there named Ellie. Works at their flower shop. They had some nice conversations before just relaxing and spending the weekend together. JJ and Sam went on a date to Amel's while Suletta brought Hunk and Davine to spy on them. This ended poorly, with Suletta falling through the roof in front of the two of them, and JJ having to scramble to reassure Sam that they don't dislike her due to her embarrassment. Rainfall Productions got ramped up again with a pretty big argument between Davine and Pequod over the idea of Fat Fwedwick 2. JJ was able to convince Sam to go to meet with the Rainfall family, and they ended up having a delightful time together on the beach where Scar's cabin is. This was her first big leisure time, and everyone was having a good time, and I believe that's everything.
Yep. Flash forward a month and a half ahead of time. The kids have been training with Delta for their deployment. All the kids have been made aware of what's to come by Sol. It's deployment day. Kids know it's deployment day. Adults know it's deployment day. We pick up with Elizabeth coming to on the couch after a fun night, smelling some good food being cooked. Go.
She sits up, lets out a cute little yawn, stretches her arms up in the air. They fall to her side. She scratches her face, her hair terribly bedheaded as she looks off in the direction of the kitchen.
As she sees Sam cooking, putting food on plates.
She rubs Benny's leg for a second, then stands up and walks over to Sam with her hands in her pockets.
Benny stays asleep. He's in deep sleep. Stayed up too late as she'll slide a plate to Elizabeth.
Thank you, Sam. You didn't... She rubs one of her eyes. You don't have to do this for us.
No problem. Smiling, pitching a piece of bacon to Peach.
She looks down at Peach. She a big fan of bacon?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, I'm sorry, hey. She'll sit down and start eating some of the eggs that there's on the plate.
What did you two stay up doing all night?
We did a bit of this and bit of that. Played a bit of that card game that I was telling you about, the Rainfall one.
Yeah.
And then we played some video games together, talked for a bit, and then eventually passed out watching a movie.
Your dad's pretty cool putting an extra piece of bacon on her plate. But, does he know he's playing like a 20-year-old outdated Pokemon game?
Oh, are you talking about Malkymon?
Yeah. Last night he was telling me about his Tristan mon.
Yeah. Pretty much the entire family, the kids included, have tried to tell him, but he just doesn't get it. Even Mom has tried to tell him, but he just won't get it.
He wants to challenge me to a battle, but the games aren't compatible, so we won't link up. Something about Deadbeat Glare, something or other.
Deadbeat Glare is the first move Tristan has once you pick him as your starter. It doesn't even work in the game's code.
Oh, your dad said he's beaten the game 40 times, and he only takes Tristan picking out an egg.
He has. He's very good at that version of the game. We've tried to get him to play other versions, but he likes that one because he can play the game along with his son.
That just prompts a snorty laugh from her as she keeps eating the egg.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. Yeah, Mom and Pequod, they even got him a copy of Fire Red, one of the earlier versions of it. And he got to the Pokemon selection screen, and all he said was, "Wait, where's Tristan? Why can't I choose Tristan?"
Do you know how much those cartridges cost nowadays? A rubber arm.
Quite a bit of money. I don't know exact prices, but I'd say upwards of 1,000,000 credits.
Yeah. And so he just never played it because the current Julius wasn't there.
Yeah, pretty much. Although I also think he's sometimes confused as to why they're named that. Like, why is he named Tristan, or why is his evolution named Cyrus? I've heard him say that a couple times.
Well, that is confusing to me, honestly. Putting a little hot sauce on her eggs as Benny wakes up just listening to the discussion, sits down, and she'll slide a plate.
Elizabeth puts her head onto Benny's shoulder as she keeps her eyes on Sam. Well, from what my mum has told me, and Julius, which isn't a whole lot, but there's this old captain guy, those movies, Malcolm?
The bearded guy.
Yeah, exactly, the bearded guy who was infatuated with my mother, apparently. He he made the video game Malcolm, and he would always call my brother Tristan for whatever reason. And Julius's biological father, his name was Cyrus, and Cyrus was not a great man from what I've heard.
She'll nod her head. I never would have guessed.
No, neither would I have.
I figured he was his biological father.
He definitely is treated as such, but no, Julius is basically adopted by Hunk. Davine is his biological mother, though.
Makes sense. The rainfalls are a difficult landscape to understand.
A pretty odd family tree. It's sort of hard to get used to, I would imagine. She looks over at Benny.
We tried to make a family tree. We gave up after like 3 branches.
Yeah, fair enough. The whole time travel thing really affects everything.
Yeah. He just keeps eating his eggs. Deployment day.
Elizabeth just nods to herself, bites off a piece of bacon. Yep, deployment day.
Apparently where we're going is super hot. Prompts a sigh from her. Yeah, not looking forward to it.
Elizabeth sighs heavily. Oh man, and we're gonna have to be in military dress? Well, not military dress, but like uniforms all day?
Most of the time BDUs, yeah. We'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. We just have to make sure to drink a lot of water.
Look at it this way. We've gone, well, almost 2 months without Ricky getting arrested. Everything's going well.
Well, if we mark how good our lives going by Ricky being arrested or not, yes, it is going pretty damn well. She gives Benny a kiss on the cheek.
I guess that's the breaks. Eating her bacon now. Finally meet a guy, and now I gotta go on deployment.
Elizabeth nods. Do you mind if I might ask, how are you and JJ doing together?
Wonderfully. I never actually thought I could be this. She'll look around in confusion for a second. Happy, actually. I know the feeling. Eating his egg.
Elizabeth tilts her head. Well, I'm glad that you do feel that happy now. Everyone deserves that kind of happiness.
Happy up until we have to leave today for an undetermined amount of time. She'll crack a smile. Ugh. I would much rather stay here. With your brother.
Yeah, I would just much rather stay here. She holds Benny's hand. With you, of course, and my entire family.
Rainfall Lane. When I first went there, it was awkward. The first week was awkward getting to know everybody, but after that, it's kind of like, she'll shrug. No sense in leaving. But now we have to.
Yeah, and oh god, I just hope everything is gonna go without hit. Like being injured in combat is understandable. It's bound to happen, but I hope everything goes off, without a hitch in the sense of combat.
I've got everybody's backs, no worries.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I do feel much safer knowing that you're gonna be there to heal me.
I'll give the enemies, I heard you guys talking, a deadbeat glare. Maybe that'll scare them.
Oh, honey, I don't know about that. That move doesn't work in the code, remember?
Who's talking about deadbeat glare? Davine and Hunk have woken up.
Oh, Dad, we were just talking about Malkimon and how you were talking to Sam about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you cooked breakfast? Sam nods.
Davine smiles at Sam and gives her a nod. Thank you very much, Samantha.
Hunk will look around. Did JJ tell you to do this? She just shakes her head no. Did he ask you to do this? Shakes her head no again. Oh. She'll go back to get more food and Hunk will sit down here and pat his lap.
Davine will sit down on his lap, lean up against him. She is certainly a very nice girl.
Scratching his chin with one hand, arm around Davine's waist with the other. Hey, yeah, he picked a good one. He picked the right one for sure, I think.
I would say so, and the way he looks at her, he seems to be absolutely in love.
I think they both are, definitely. The way Scar looks at them both is really the... Still, what is it, been a month or so? The look of disbelief. And Suletta sometimes, have you noticed?
I have. Just the look of absolute shock on her face. It is pretty funny to see at times.
Serves her right for crashing through the damn air duct. Benny, what?
On Suletta did what, Dad?
Yeah, well... On JJ's first date at Amels with Sam, as Sam's coming back out, Aunt Suletta was spying and she went into the air ducts and ruined their dinner. Sam just chuckled.
Davine covers her mouth and chuckles a bit while Elizabeth stares at Hunk. I'm glad she's okay.
Yeah, I mean, she's fine. Sam will cut him off. Apparently, I'm out of your brother's league, so... Spying on us to prevent your brother from messing up or something, I'm not sure. Doesn't make any sense. Hunk, yeah. Spying in general has not usually yielded good results. Looking up at the ceiling where Scar came through all those years ago.
No, it always has to do with someone falling through the ceiling, doesn't it, love?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a correlation. We tried to stop her, but, it's whatever. Everything worked out.
Well, yeah, I'm glad everything worked out. She just looks down at her plate. Is there by any chance footage of this happening?
And Hunk will nod. Yeah, the security cameras at the restaurant, honey. Give me a second, I'll hack it.
Elizabeth smiles at him, nods, and then puts a piece of bacon up to Benny's mouth, while Davine does the same to Hunk.
Hunk and Benny both take a bite at the same time. Benny, is that why she had a lump on her head? Hunk, yeah. Sam, she smacked her head very good off the end of the table.
Oh, poor Letty. She was devastated about it, but it was pretty funny.
It's funny in hindsight. It was not funny in the moment. Trust me, I know.
Yes, it was actually somewhat worrying in the moment. Suletta falling through the ceiling for her safety, for the both of your dates. It was worrying, but now it's just sort of funny to think about.
Hunk nodding his head, and that whole Brooklyn accent thing. What the hell was that? Sam, something he's been working on apparently for years. Oh.
Elizabeth puts both hands on the table. He showed you the Brooklyn accent.
As JJ comes out awake, seeing Sam with food, she's holding up a plate, winks at it. Yeah, he did. Brooklyn Nine-Nine JJ, right?
Oh, we're talking about Brooklyn Nine-Nine, JJ, aren't we?
Just recounting our first date your aunt decided to crash in on.
Crashing she did, but I'd say it was still a smashing date, wouldn't you, darling?
The best I've ever had.
He winks at her, gives her a kiss. Have you eaten yet?
I'm waiting for you.
Well, I am here. He sits down and pats his lap for her.
She'll plop down holding a plate, starting to fork into some eggs. Here's the footage. It shows Elizabeth and Benny Suletta coming through the air ducts with a shocked look on poor Fernando's face.
Oh god. Oh god. Fernando was there to watch it all. Oh god, that poor man.
Yeah, so this Brooklyn accent thing, what are you saving up for? Sam, I adore it, actually.
Well, I had always wanted to act in one of the production movies, and I felt like I needed an extra bit of pizzazz, if you will, so I decided to try out working on a Brooklyn accent.
What do you think, dear? Let's have him audition a little bit. You think he should audition the accent? What do you think, dear?
Oh, 100%. Give me, let me
Say, here, Mom, I got a plate of eggs, bacon, and toast for you.
Okay, yes, no problem. He picks up one of the plates. Yeah, Ma, I got some eggs, bacon, and toast for you. Made up just like how you always do for me.
Sam struggling to not drop the plate, laughing. Oh boy! All right.
Elizabeth just does a little golf clap, hiding a smirk on her face as Davine holds Hunk's hand and just nods, smiling at JJ.
Benny's eyes are wide and mouth agape. That's terrible.
JJ sets the plate down. Oh man, is it?
It's wonderful. She'll turn his head away from Benny and scratch his chin.
He smiles at her. Well, if you think it's wonderful, then it is wonderful.
Yeah, I agree, son. It is wonderful. So as Sam is giving him a light kiss on the lips, I think we can get what you want to test it out in a small roll on the rock here. How about that, dear?
Yes, we have quite a few extra roles that you can do. Some federal agents that are keeping an eye on your father's role. Oh, yeah, I think you can do just fine playing one of those. Perhaps one of the ones eating some food.
Yeah, FBI agent. We actually need to fill FBI agent 4 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 are taken over by Pad Pie and Segoy. Sam, if you'd like to be, as she just nods her head. Number 3. Okay, good. There you go, son. All right. You guys can have your debut in The Rock. You can try the accent.
Wonderful. The two of us acting in the same scene together. I'd say it'd be wonderful.
Yeah, I think so. Ugh. I don't think you need pizzazz. I think you'd be a fine actor either way, but yeah.
You're probably right, but
all you had to do was ask for any role.
I know, but it didn't feel right until I had something a bit extra to offer, you know?
He sits back in the chair with Davine. He'll pitch a piece of bacon to Peach, who eats it. I kind of always wanted to see Nicole act. Julius did. I wanted her to go up. But never wanted to.
Davine nods, which is understandable. She has more of an eye for the behind-the-scenes stuff, as do I, so it is very understandable.
Sam nods her head. Never thought I'd get to meet her, or any of you guys.
Yeah, well, I never thought I'd get to meet you, but look at us now.
Having a good time. She has her ODM hoodie on, hat on. Yeah, you like having her at the academy, son?
Very much so, and might I say she is doing some amazing progress on all of her lessons.
Theoretically speaking, if you chopped an LMG down enough, do you think you could use it with ODM gear? Or would it throw off... I mean, I'm still a novice.
Oh, he leans back in his chair, looks up at the ceiling. I would say so. Some ODM users, myself included, have like specialized ODM guns. No basic name, no real correct specialization for the gun, but we just call them ODM guns, which is a long-range weapon. So I'm sure you can use an LMG cut down.
I would prefer, if I could use it in combat, I would prefer to use my LMG. The captain picked it for me and had it custom made. Hung out, scratching his chin. Ash knows his guns, yeah. If Ash picked it for you, I could see why you want to hang on to it while using gear.
Davy nods. Asharion is very adept at long-range weaponry. I'm sure me and Blaze can work something out for you, darling.
I would appreciate that very much. A big smile on her face.
Then consider it done. I will get with Blaze as soon as we get back to the academy.
See? It's not that intimidating once you're around long enough. Sam nods.
Elizabeth chuckles. Was it really that intimidating for you the first time around, Benny?
Yeah, he nods his head. Especially when Uncle Scar came up to me and he was doing the head tilty thing and all that weird stuff. I'm glad we're out of the woods on that phase of Scar's life, personally. He still smokes too much, drinks too much coffee, and I think he's still too OCD with most of the things around Rainfall Lane, but at least he's in a good mood now.
Yeah, definitely. All it took was all the kids wising up and getting someone in their life that they very much like.
I think, we're, all things considered, scratching his chin, kissing Davine on the back of the head, mostly out of the woods. Tommy's not causing issues that stress out Julius, and in turn Pequod, and everything's a-okay. Good morning, Auntie, as Suletta wakes up. Coming out here.
Elizabeth waves at Suletta. Hi, Auntie. Is the bump on your head feeling any better?
Oh, it's gone. She sits down behind Elizabeth. Sam will slide over a plate of food for her. Thank you.
Elizabeth just smiles at her, takes another bite of her bacon. Davine starts to cut up the eggs and feeding them to Hunk.
He keeps eating.
Yes, it's been gone for, what would you say, about a week, Letty?
Yes. I assume somebody showed them. Yeah.
Elizabeth lets out a little snort, keeping her face down towards her plate of food.
Patting her lap, the dog comes right over and jumps up on. That is incredible.
JJ nods. Yeah, Suletta has always had a knack for animals and everything of the such, so I would say it's pretty much an inevitability that Peach would absolutely adore her.
Is the cat sentient? Suletta just keeps petting the dog.
Davine shakes her head. She'll never answer. Truly, I've tried asking that to her for 20 plus years now, and not once has she answered me back.
Mr. Snuffles was not sentient before I killed him. Oh? When Nicole brought him back, she gave him sentience. So, yes. With the assistance of the former Ranger General. Yeah, that's why you said I'm not an idiot when the cat meowed at you. Yes.
Davine looks shocked at Suletta. So I ask you all these years, and you never answered, but Sam, no offense, darling, but Samantha asks, and right off the bat, I'm a bit offended.
Coming out in his hover chair. Suletta just snorts out a laugh.
Elizabeth turns around and waves. Hi, Mr. Snuffles.
Meow.
It feels good to know that you're actually responding and not just meowing at me now.
Suletta looks at Davine. Well, I honestly didn't think anybody would believe me. So.
believe you. I suspected that cat was sentient from the first moment it meowed at me.
To be honest, I didn't want to believe it, okay?
Daphne just puts her hands up. Okay, fair enough. I apologize.
I pretended for the first 15 years he was just a normal cat. Meow.
So he was always talking to you then? Is it like a telepathic link?
Yes.
Uh,
Nicole said it would deepen our bond, which it has. She puts her finger up, starting to eat, but yes, strange.
That makes sense why none of us can understand him now. She takes a bite of egg for herself and then continues to feed Hunk.
He takes a bite of food, drink orange juice, looking at the cat. Yeah, I always had my suspicions.
JJ nods. Every so often while I was up late grading tests, Mr. Snuffles would stay up with me, and we would have like conversations together. Makes sense now that you were actually having a conversation with me.
Has he always been so large? So that I overfed him when I was a child, yes. Though I did think he came back fatter. She's looking at him, squinting at the cat.
Elizabeth looks at Mr. Snuffles and then Sam. But I believe my sister has said that he has a spell on him which prevents him from getting any larger, let's say.
Oh. She'll lean back into JJ, kissing his cheek. Can he walk without the hover chair? Whisper. And the answer is no.
JJ just shakes his head. No, he's too rotund. It's more like he can roll around by himself, but
Like a
not
beach ball.
yes, exactly like a beach ball.
Meow.
I'm sorry, Mr. Snuffles, no offense.
Yeah, he's a big boy, isn't he, dear?
Yes, quite large, and I would have to say, it is very cute. It also makes his eyes look even bigger.
Circumstances notwithstanding, this is a hell of a way to spend a Wednesday. Usually we're at the academy.
Yes, it is quite a nice way to spend a Wednesday. We should consider taking more days off like this.
We should. We can. I'm sure our son, the Colonel, would let some of them off on a weekday. Yeah, we hardly spend any time down there anyway.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, I would surely think so. He is quite lax with everything. Maybe not get the entire day off, but let us off early at least.
He lets me show up for muster, stow my gear, check my gear, make sure all my gear's on standby in case we have a mission, then just go back to the academy. I'm quite grateful. Hunk just chuckles.
As am I. JJ puts up his hand, chuckles, and then takes a bite of his food. But, yeah, it is nice for a Wednesday, circumstances withholding, as he puts his arm around Sam's waist and holds her tighter to him.
She'll pour some hot sauce on an egg and try to put it in his mouth.
JJ raises both of his eyebrows, opens his mouth, takes it.
Smashing.
Positively smashing, love.
I could hear a horrible New York Brooklyn accent from upstairs. I suppose they prompted out of you.
Yes, Auntie, my horrible Brooklyn accent.
It's wonderful. She'll do the same thing, turning his chin away from Suletta.
His smile grows. Sorry, Auntie, wonderful Brooklyn accent.
Wonderful. Meow.
I'm sure that meow was encouraging the use of the Brooklyn accent and not disparaging it.
He
Mr.
said he enjoyed it. He was at the restaurant with us.
Well, thank you, Mr. Snuffles. I greatly appreciate it. Elizabeth just laughs and shakes her head.
Maybe you'll win a Razzie for it. I don't think so. He's gonna try small, and then extras have never win Razzies. Don't worry about that, son.
I mean, yeah, I haven't read the script yet, but there couldn't be more than, what, 4 lines for the character?
That's the thing, son. Embellish as much as you want. We got the film reel to burn, right, dear?
Yes, of course. We can just keep rolling, you can try some stuff out, improvise, and then we'll cut it down to what we want for the film.
Trust me, we are used to doing, like, multiple takes on shots. Even shots that might seem insignificant. You remember that time we did 64 takes on The Room? So petting the dog.
Davine shakes her head.
I believe the line was, "Oh, we got a bottle now."
Oh, yes. Somehow that worked. Somehow Tommy just clicked into it when he had a bottle, but 64 takes. It took basically the entire day.
And then somehow we finished the film in 2 days. We shot non-stop, 15-hour days a pop, but we got it done.
Davine chuckles. I'm surprised Julius didn't have to give Mr. Wiseau a water bottle in every scene he was in.
I've seen that movie actually. They showed it as a weird gift for us after graduating basic. It was like our break. They had pizza and stuff, and we watched the movie. Still gets a lot of laughs to this day. Hunk. Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's great. Has JJ told you that it was originally a drama?
No. She just looks at her plate and then up at JJ.
JJ starts to laugh. Good old memory Anne changed it. This was back when she was about 6, but she changed it to comedy before it could be nominated or sent into the academy.
Wiser beyond her years. Hunk, that's right, yeah. Yep, it's a little bit of a sore spot still, right, dear? Rubbing Davine's stomach.
Davine just sighs and nods. Yes, it is. I'm glad I won my first Oscar for it, though.
Director of the Millennia? I mean, come on.
All I do is accept the awards. What they give me, it matters not. She smiles at Hunk, gives him a kiss on the cheek. Although that one did feel pretty great to get.
I really like the behind the scenes that Brandon Liu guy did, or whatever his name is. Brandon Law, yeah. Yeah. Betty. Oh, Mr. Wiseau seems super frazzled on set. More whiskey blies, or whatever he was saying. More hairspray, Jennifer, something like that. So let it. Ugh.
Davine chuckles. He was extremely nervous at the time of filming. Originally, we had someone else for the role that he played, but that fell through, and he had to play that role, and he was extremely nervous for it.
Well, even if it was supposed to be a drama that came off as comedy, it put him on the public eye's map anyway. Public opinion. He became a big star.
Yes, very true. He's become quite adept at acting, if I might say, although I would wish he would stop screaming Julius when his characters die.
I was just gonna say, that's the best part of Air Force One, the final battle between Hunk and Tommy, and then the long, prolonged, she'll cut him off, Julius scream as he falls out of the airplane. Yeah. Julius is in the movie, but his name is not Julius. Actually, nobody's named Julius. Hunk just grew. Yeah, that's a problem when he has death scenes in every film he plays, Benjamin and Samantha.
Elizabeth shaking her head. Every single film, even one where it's not like extremely action-based, like a rom-com, like one of the ones that you did was like How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. I don't know, at one point he was screaming and he just started screaming Julius even though Julius wasn't in the film.
Scratching Peach with her thumbs both sides of his face. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Peach, walk away from them. Isn't that right? She'll kiss him on the nose. He barks happily. Oh.
Davine groans. How to ruin my son's date. Fall through the ceiling, isn't that right, Peach?
Barks happily at Davy. Letta glaring at Davy.
Davin glares back at Suletta.
Yeah, there was a movie. I think it was Die Hard. Was it 2 or Die Hard with a Vengeance, where Tommy played the villain? He's actually good at playing villains. Surprised he hasn't won an Oscar for one of them, especially if it's a little bit of a slapsticky villain. But anyway, there was one movie we made where Julius was. I think he was he Bruce Willis or something? And when he killed Tommy, Tommy screamed for the captain. Ash, it's the one and only time. It made no sense. Benny, that's Live Free or Die Hard. Yeah, right, that one.
JJ chuckles. Perhaps it was one of those times that he thought for a second, maybe I should scream someone else's name since Julius is killing me.
Has anybody tried to just talk it over with him? Suletta, we know better, Samantha. We tried to, yes. Ha ha ha, what a story, Mark. We tried to talk him out of that for hours.
We did about, I would say, 10 to 15 takes of that one. And every single time I would ask him, maybe can we try it without a laugh, or with a different inflection, or different emotion? He just would continue. Every single take was the exact same, no matter what.
She snorts out a laugh. Some more hot sauce eggs up to JJ's face.
JJ takes the bite and smiles at her, and then has to turn his head and clear his throat a bit.
Like hot sauce?
I don't handle spice that well.
Well, this is the only way to eat them. When all you've eaten is... I think I went 15 months on the frontier, powdered egg. Suletta, ugh! I know that feeling.
Oh my, then perhaps, next time we are together in the morning, I should make you some eggs. Show you how I make them just perfect for you.
That would be nice, as she'll lather her lips with some hot sauce and just stare at JJ. Is that gonna stop you? Uh-oh.
JJ leans forward, licks her lips a bit, and then kisses her.
Hot damn! Benny, nice.
Elizabeth puts her thumb and index finger into her mouth and whistles a bit. Davine just chuckles and laughs. JJ pulls away from her. You think a bit of hot sauce would stop me from kissing your beautiful face?
Apparently not. Eyes crossed.
No, never. Nothing would prevent me from kissing you.
Well, hey. We still never, well, yeah, I guess. He stops what he was gonna say. We got time. You guys, I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna go try to wake up, the rest of the family, and, you guys want to go out on the yacht for a little while? Benny, I've never been on it. Sam, you guys have a yacht?
Davy nods. Yes, we do. Would you like to go out on it, Sam?
Absolutely, if that's where we're gonna go. Benny, heck yeah. Heck yeah, it was a gift. Waking these two up is never a good idea. He puts his hands up. It's you either find them in the act, or they stayed up too late doing the act, so they need all the sleep they can get, and they just bit. But Julius told me to fuck myself, one time. I tried to wake them up. Pequod told me to get bent. It's never fun. Should I even try?
Davine rubs her cheek.
I mean, I want them to come. I wish Nicole was here, but she had to work.
We could definitely try if you want to.
I'd stay here, dear. He'll stand up, let Davine sit down. I'll take the brunt of it. He'll disappear upstairs.
She just does a little face preparing for whatever is about to be screamed. Elizabeth just shakes her head and takes a bite of eggs. It really is never good to wake those two up.
No, it's not. I'm surprised they haven't produced more children, honestly. Yes, the over and under was 15. There's still a lot of time left.
JJ chuckles. I'll never forget one time. I think it was Dad that asked me to try and wake them up. I knocked on their door, and I think it was just out of instinct they yelled at me to screw off, Dad, we're busy. And then I just sort of left, told Dad, and he said, yeah, that's what I was expecting.
The open display of public affection, backwards, I guess, but the openness to public displays of affection was definitely surprising. Eating a piece of toast. Soletta, it's encouraged, I'd say.
Oh, 100% encouraged. Might I ask why that was surprising, darling?
I don't know. I never dated anybody until JJ, so some families can be really strict about that. From what I heard from girlfriends.
Oh, yes, I suppose that can be true. Some families are a bit more crass when it comes to affection between two loving adults, but don't worry, here, show as much affection between you two as you'd like.
No problem. Pinching JJ's chin. It is weird to see Uncle, if I may, Scar, just staring at us, jaws agape. Soletta, he'll be like that for months.
Yeah, I don't. He was one of those. He was in that group of people that did not think.
Thought you were, yeah.
Yeah, that.
Well, clearly you're not. Thank God. Lucky for me, scratching his chest.
Yes, and lucky for me, I'm not, since I get to be with you.
As he's saying that, they just hear a loud shriek coming from upstairs of Pequod, just shrieking in anger. And Hunt coming downstairs. Well, I guess that means they don't want to be bothered. Stand behind Davy and rub her shoulder.
I suppose so. She bends her head back, looks up at him. So we should go get the yacht ready?
Yeah, we should, we can go. He'll kiss her, lean down, kiss her on the nose. And it's actually a yacht for Mr. Wiseau, believe it or not, tying into talking about him earlier. He gave it to us for helping him win an Oscar on The Room.
She smiles. That is right. Mr. Wiseau, he has always been a great friend to the Rainfalls, and we try to show our appreciation to him no matter what.
I noticed there's tons of pictures from that night at the academy. It must have been a great night for you guys. The weird orange stain on his crotch.
JJ starts to laugh, puts his head onto Sam's shoulder. Tommy crush on fire.
Is that what happened? Okay. He was plastered. I think that's the only time I've ever seen that guy drunk. He's just angry, getting drunk all night, and then when they won, he like flipped the bowl of soup onto his you-know-what. And it was hot soup. And there was no time to really clean it off because he had to go up on stage, and so all the pictures, all that stuff, yeah. Helping my wife accept the Oscar next to Mr. Wiseau with, I believe it was lobster bisque soup on his crotch.
Yes. And
it was dripping up the stairs as we walked up, remember, dear? He looks down at...
Yes. You might think that he spilled just like a bit of it out of surprise or something. No, he flipped the entire bowl onto his crotch. Not a drop of it got onto the floor, I believe.
He didn't think we were going to win. Nobody knew Memory Ann had altered the genre of the film. Up until the saint confessed.
Davine picks up a glass of orange juice, and thank God that she did. She drinks it all.
Yes, thank God. Otherwise, that would have sucked not to have won. If you're gonna act in this family, even if it's a small role, you have to have a speech prepared, though. If you don't want to have a speech prepared, then you can't act in any film we do. Sletta, that's right.
Davine just nods at Sam. And I don't know if you'll ever be acting or perform, but you too, Benny, you too will prepare a speech. Okay?
Sam, I will, but I prefer behind the scenes. I'll help out Aunt Icy. She's really cool. Benny, not in front of the camera for me, thanks. Unless it's a small role.
Elizabeth nods. A small role that I get to act with him in, Mum. And Davy nods. Okay, understandable. Just remember what we said. Prepare speeches. Don't be like me.
Meow. Sam will look at the cat and then, yeah, small role. I'll act if I'm alongside Mr. Handsome here.
JJ smirks at her. Brooklyn Nine-Nine at Mr. Handsome here.
Yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. That's great accent. So let's get to the yacht. Come on, the pets can come. And let's try to save the accent. We don't want to use it all up. You know, it's a finite resource. Let it. No, it's not.
JJ chuckles, gives him a two-finger salute. Yes, sir. As he stands up, picking Sam up while he does.
Ah, I forgot my game, man. I left it back. I guess I left it in our room. I wanted to challenge you to what do they call those things, dear?
A duel, I believe they're called.
Yeah, duel, battle. I don't think our games are compatible. It's a Pokemon game. They all should be, right, dear?
I don't think those two. Honey, you're playing Pokemon. They're playing Pokemon.
It's the same difference as he picks Davy.
No, it's not. She just shakes her head.
They actually, can you believe one Father's Day they bought me a knockoff? An actual knockoff. It was like a joke. It was came in, there's this red dragon on the cover with the teeth and the fire tail, and they were like, here you go, you know, and I put it in my machine and there was no Tristan. Can you believe it? It was a funny joke. He kisses Davine walking off. It was a great joke. Oh.
Once they're out of the house, Elizabeth looks at Sam. Told you.
Tristan, huh?
Yes, Tristanmon. It is his favorite Pokemon of all time. Didn't Mom one day give him a plushie of Tristanmon, Auntie?
Yes, it was a not a high quality one, let's just put it that way. It was one Pequod rush to finish. It's just I believe it's a Squirtle with your brother's head on it.
JJ starts to laugh. If I can ever get you a picture of it, I'll show you.
Oh, I would love to see.
Oh, I'll try my best. I think me and Elizabeth can get it done, right? And Elizabeth nods. Oh yeah, we can get you a picture of it.
Well, next time I see the Colonel, I'm going to say deadbeat glare and just glare at him. Suletta, at your own risk, Benjamin. She'll collect the pets and walk off.
Elizabeth chuckles. I'll be with you when you do it, just so he doesn't react poorly.
No matter how many times anybody tells him he's playing Melkymon, not Pokemon, he just doesn't get it, huh? It's like an old person thing. No offense.
JJ shrugs, gestures to where Davine and Hunk were just standing. They've had that conversation countless number of times, and every single time it ends the same way. The whole knockoff of Malcolmon being Pokemon type thing.
Well, maybe somebody can help us get a compatible ROM hack, and I'll let him win with Tristanmon. That would be nice.
Elizabeth nods. That's not a bad idea. We'll have to ask Pequod about it, or at least tell Mom about it.
We can ask her, but we're not going to knock on that door.
No, you guys don't want to. Once she's shrieked once. That's like the warning shot of Pequod. If you knock again, that's when you get actually shot.
Well, then we should vacate the area, so carry me to this yacht.
Yes, ma'am, I shall. He has her picked up and will carry her off into the yacht.
Move her away, as Benny watches them leave. Oh, they're nice together.
I would say so. Very cute and very sweet.
He's squinting, watching. Aren't they just kind of like a clone of your mom and dad? Not a clone, but you know what I mean?
They are quite similar, aren't they?
Yeah. And she's a lot like your mom in certain ways from what little I know of your mom.
Elizabeth just nods. I would say so. She seems like a very strong woman, but when given the right circumstances is very soft.
Did your mom ever kick somebody in the balls with thruster packs?
She has to look up at the ceiling. No, I don't think so. ODM gear might have been used once, but I don't think thruster packs.
He'll put his hand out for her. Imagine if she, not that I want to see anything bad happen to him, but kicked Uncle Yuri in the balls.
Oh god, what would the reaction be? She takes his hand.
Oh!
Why you do this, Miss David?
As he's guiding her out, think of the same scream he did when on that footage of Ricky igniting the engines, blowing him through those 20 windows or whatever.
That's
Oh!
that's probably the scream that she would manage to get out of him. I don't even want to think about the kind of pain that would be incurred if someone kicked you in the crotch with ODM gear on.
Nor do, as he's looking out the door, seeing a big yacht way off in this direction. You want me to carry you? Seems to be the going trend around here.
Yes, please, I would love to be carried.
Done. He'll pick her up and start carrying her to the yacht. Now, as flashing out to the planet of KHT, that's the exact name, KHT-015, Ash finds himself in it's a pretty small, rundown, seaport shanty type of colony. Ash has been tracking this bounty hunter for the past month and a half, little more than that. And Ash has tracked him, and this ship is very similar to, it's an old model Max Tech ship. It's painted black, not silver, completely jet black, and Ash has been tracking this guy for quite a while. Town's feeding Ash what little leads he has, and Ash has finally, mostly on his own accord, narrowed this motherfucker down to somewhere in this town, because he knows that is a Max Tech ship, and they don't exist anymore. Nobody makes them. There's no market on the black market. Most were scrapped, reverse engineered, and or, just sold for parts or used for parts. It's a one-of-a-kind ship.
Okay. Well, he's gonna first take a look around. I'm assuming he sees this guy.
Now, you see this little dude working on the ship. Greasy little guy, greasy hands, spectacles on. He's working on what looks like the circuitry, because you see sparks firing up. He's got some type of soldering iron type device. He's working on one of the flaps of the cockpit, under the cockpit.
Ash is gonna walk up. Good day, sir.
As Ash walks up, this guy turns, even though his picture isn't the best representation. Kind of reminds Ash of Snarf. Somebody Ash probably hasn't thought about for a long time. He's got the same type of goggles. It's a kobold. He turns over his shoulder.
Hello there.
How you doing?
Doing good. My, what an unusual ship you're working on.
You can say that again. Throws his hand up at the ship in frustration.
Giving you a hard time?
Yeah, I mean, the owner is, he just looks around awkwardly. The owner docks here often, and I'm the only mechanic hand, if you will, in town, and this is beyond. I studied 12 years, EarthGov, Avionics Mechanics Academy. It was based out of, somewhere in Sweden. It's been a long time since I've been Earthside, but yeah, it's a pain in the ass, Ranger.
Oh no, I could assume. I mean, you know what that is, yes?
He'll look at it and then back at you.
That, my friend, is
That,
my friend, is an old Max Tech ship.
Ow. That explains why everything's half-assed backwards. Not in a bad way, just... I never worked on Max Tech stuff, but their stuff was a step ahead from my understanding years ago.
It was, and honestly, it's still pretty competitive now. But... you said the owner comes through. Is he here right now?
He'll look around. Yeah, he lives here. Yeah, he lives here. He's a pretty, lay low type of fellow, so don't tell him or anybody else I told you he's here, but yeah. And he pays well, and he pays to keep his mouth shut. The only reason I'm giving you answers is because clearly you're EarthGov.
I am, but I do understand that, money can be helpful as well, so he's gonna reach in to his pocket and pull out 500 credits and hand it to the gentleman. I just would like to know where he currently is.
He'll take the credits, look down at them. Name's Kaz, at the bar in town. Located in the bar, Juniper is the name of the bartender. You go in, if you address her by name, say you're here on business with Kaz, or looking for business with Kaz, she'll let you in. Otherwise, she'll blow your head off. She's got some fancy laser shotgun? I don't know, never seen anything like it. Seen her blast a Klug or two that's come through the door trying to pick a fight. So, mind your manners, and EarthGov isn't... Yeah.
No, I understand. Thank you very much. What was your name again, my friend?
Gnarl.
Carl?
Gnarl, with an N.
Gnarl. Apologies, the helmet, you understand.
Yeah.
Captain Asherion Valorius. Wonderful to meet you, and you have a nice day.
You too, sir. Thanks for the credits as he goes back to work on the ship.
No problem. Well, gonna make his way over to Juniper's bar.
Oh, and he does. Going right in the front door. Now, Ash also has a picture of this man. If he wants to ask questions, he can. Ash, the door opens for Ash. You see a rather stoic-looking blonde woman standing behind the bar, just cleaning. She's having a drink on her own time as well.
Hello there.
Ranger.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Juniper, I believe it is, yes?
Yeah, that's the name, Ranger. Don't wear it out, as she'll reach under the bar.
I'm not here for trouble. I'm here on business with a man named Kaz, ma'am.
What kind of business does a ranger have with Kaz? I'm former Max Tech, too. If you've come for our heads, she'll look around. You're all alone.
I am, and I'm not here for a fight. In reality, I'm just here for information. I just want to talk.
She'll lift her hand out from the bar. All right. I think he's with somebody, but you can go back through that door, Ranger. You'll stow your weapons out here.
I have no qualms with that. Believe me, he's gonna get off. I've seen the armor he wears in action, ma'am. I don't want to pick a fight one-on-one.
What did you say your name was again?
Asherion Valorius. Captain Valorius, ma'am.
Ah, she'll come over here. Squad, Sigma? Niner?
Sigma, but the one you're thinking of is Alpha 9.
There was a long time ago, sir, where your name was thrown around a lot. With a bunch of other people's names.
Oh, I would assume so.
High price on your heads.
Oh, I can only imagine. I'd have been insulted if there wasn't at that point. But those days are past, and if we can work amicably, I see no issue with that.
Kaz respects credits, so if you've got credits, maybe he'll help you.
Well, I'm sure I can requisition no shortage of those. Thank you for the advice. He's gonna start making his way back to the room.
Door opens.
He'll walk in and just see what's going on.
Well, you walk in on a sight to behold. Millions and millions of credit chits stacked. You're talking 6-7 million credit chits stacked, and these are all being counted by little machines. Kind of like when you go to the bank today, and you see the teller put dollar bills into a bill counting machine. Little machines that are built to just do it. Kaz not noticing you walk in, you just hear him under his breath counting some credits being slid across the table by a grizzled looking old seaman. If they give you any trouble again, let me know. Next time, I won't fire a warning shot. Thank you, sir, and I will, excuse me, bumping into Ash, leaving hastily in a hurry, grabbing you notice like a makeshift crappy shotgun on the table, grabs it and runs out. Oh, looking up at Ash.
Hello there. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Just here to talk. And
He'll stand up, I assume, seeing as how Juniper let you by.
yes, Nice woman. Seems like a good guardian as well.
She can handle herself in a fight. Ranger. He'll take the credits and set them over here.
He's gonna walk up. May I take a seat?
Be my guest. He'll sit back down, gesturing to a chair. There's a table here.
He'll sit down. Well, considering I'm here, I think you know what's going on.
I'd like to know how you found me.
Combination of some leads and a lot of hard work.
Been at it a while ever since our encounter.
Can you blame me? Someone taking that girl from us, armed in, well, let's say it honestly, former Max Tech armor?
Not too many ghosts of... He'll shrug. Ghosts of Max Tech left, huh? You guys have gotten rid of most of the boogeymen.
We have. Not, no offense, but given how a lot of them acted, could you blame us?
No. He'll tilt his head.
You, however, I don't know. You seem to be taking jobs that are different from what I would have assumed a former Max Tech bounty hunter would.
He'll bob his head up. And what type of jobs do you assume I'd take? Trying to summon ancient deities to swallow the universe whole?
I mean, yeah, to be fair.
Not much money in Anarchy, Armageddon. He'll shake his head. I was with Max Tech for the money. I was a ranger, like you.
Oh, really?
They paid better.
That's fair enough. Money is a powerful motivator. I like what I do, but I won't lie that I probably could have made more money jumping somewhere else.
Most of my former squad started in the same vein, for money. But then, I don't know how to describe them besides over-religious zealots took over and no thanks. Like I said, not much money in Anarchy.
No, so you were a member of Epsilon.
Tried and true.
I had a feeling after he's gonna point to the rifle on the wall. After seeing that in action.
I left 2 weeks after Creasy was attacked. Ring a bell.
Of course it does. Probably.
Took my fair share of loot. He'll gesture around.
Oh no, I cannot blame you. It's probably the best time you could have gotten out.
Even killed a few unscrupulous individuals to get my ship.
And it's a beauty. But I assume you know what I'm here to ask some questions about.
Ask away.
I'm sure you won't answer, but who are you working for?
I don't know. A proxy. A man.
A man. What's
Definitely human, given by the silhouette and size. Maybe elf. Face covered most of the time.
Would this be that man? And he'll pull out the picture of Ripper.
Bobbing his head up. Yeah.
Do you know where we got this?
Tilting his head. I have some ideas. If he's who I think he is, his full name is Constance. If he's who I think he is. There's descriptions of a person that dresses just like that. Same type of guys, same type of mask, same exact type of goggles. He's wanted, for... Hang on. He'll start typing on his computer. 20, 30 murders across the Aridness and Ripper systems. So, yeah. If he's who I think he is. I've never seen him without the mask.
Well, neither have we. This comes from him holding at gunpoint a group of headhunters who were going to check out a relay station. This happened right after a Halcyon-class vessel came in and dropped a bunch of combat synthetics that he was seemingly in charge of.
What type of Max Tech combat synthetics?
I would assume so, yes.
Huh. He'll stare at the picture. I mean, he definitely has a strange vibe to him.
I believe, From my understanding of the headhunter's reports, it was described as almost amateurish in the way he carried himself.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's a killer. And like I said, there's bounties out for a description that matches his. But whoever he's with or represents pays, he gestures around very well.
Well, that would make sense considering his claims of who he works for.
Who does he claim to be?
SIS, which I seriously doubt.
Well, he never claimed he was EarthGov. He never claimed he was EarthGov with me. I probably knew I wouldn't work with him if he did.
No, I would assume not. Another question would be, what was going on with the girl? You know the one.
Contagion, I think. My assumption was some type of bioweapon. They were testing bioweapons on her. That was my assumption. I was told I had a limited amount of time to capture her, freeze her, and I was not to take off my gear around her. So I assumed some type of airborne contagion. And she was not going near population centers, which tells me that she knew what was about to happen to her. You saw her, what, less than half a click outside of town, trying to shoot me out of the sky.
Yes, I did, and she did not look like she was the most comfortable before you took her.
Oh, she put up a hell of a chase. I chased her 4 hours, 5 hours.
Good woman, then. I mean, to give you that much of a chase. Well...
She commandeered some type of EEV. If that helps you. Looked like it came probably... maybe from your Halcyon class vessel. An emergency escape vehicle. It looked old.
That would track.
Then I got the call over holo communicator, given her last known coordinates, positions, little deduction and some luck, figured she landed on that planet, tracked her down.
That's what I would have done. Can't say anything other than that. Well, so you're in the dark almost as much as we are.
In my experience, Ranger, people that pay like this, they don't. You don't ask questions. And they're not gonna give you answers.
So I'm guessing that there's nothing you can tell me about where to find them or what they may be doing.
Oh. I'm not the most trusting individual. I definitely keep records of deep space grid maps where I've met him, if that's Constance, we'll say. Let's just call him Constance for now, because Ripa just sounds way too, I don't know, stupid for me.
It sounds like something a child would call themselves to sound scary.
I have reference points where I've met them. Some space stations. I've never seen a Halcyon class vessel though. I've met them in, like Roguesport. You've been there. Ash has been there. Kind of like the pirate stations in SWTOR.
Yes, I have. More
Rough and tough places.
your dive bars of stations, yes.
Yeah, your space trucker freelancer type of stops. That's where I first did business with him. That's where he approached me. But again, I never saw any gigantic... Halcyon's a big ship, so it's got to have a cloaking field if it was docking with a small place like that.
I would assume so, given if it's been around this long, EarthGov would have seen it otherwise. Could I persuade you to give some of those records over? He's gonna look at the credits. I can put in a requisition to pay you well as well.
Can I persuade you to tell me what you think and your high command thinks they're up to?
As a show of goodwill, I'll tell you what little I know. We don't know much, but given that they are using a Halcyon class vessel, which we believed that this thing was thought to have been either destroyed or decommissioned long ago, and the fact that they have max tech likely Max Tech combat synths. This man, holding up a group of headhunters and ready to kill them if he had not heard who they were,
At a relay station?
at a far frontier relay station that we only noticed because a small mining colony happened to notice and say they were seeing a ship that matched its description.
You thinking Max Tech?
Max Tech or somebody who's picked up the pieces for them.
The religious zealots return who worship the purple ooze. That's
That's hard to say because he'll tap the picture. He doesn't seem like those types.
Did Tewaz seem like that type? When I first met that guy, I thought he was, for having no military training or background, I thought he was a tough customer. He intimidated the fuck out of me. And then most of that disappeared when I realized he was just another Kool-Aid drinker.
No, I had the same experience. I met him long before he joined with Max Tech, and back when he was a bounty hunter, and he was a hell of a psychopath.
Yeah.
He, one of the few who I think could intimidate even people like the ex-Ranger General, at least from an aura perspective.
I'll tell you what. If Max Tech's back, if they're coming back, I've got a vested interest in seeing they don't come back.
Okay. And
I'm sure there'd be a price on my head. I knew there was. I stole. Just look around. That ship alone back then was worth, I don't know. It was a prototype back then. Billions of credits, plus all this equipment, plus a lot more you'll probably never see in this building.
yes, I'm sure you do. And I'm sure there's some price on your head from EarthGov as well, which I may be able to have a conversation with the Ranger General and other higher-ups about maybe getting stricken from the record.
I'm not about freebies. I believe in working my way through the galaxy. I'll help you. We'll go to these grid coordinates together. You have your own ship, I assume?
I do.
Then we'll go together.
Alright. Could I persuade you to give me some time before we embark? No more than a few hours.
For what purpose?
Well, for one, to talk about all of this with my higher-ups. You understand there are protocols I have to go through. But you see him look away before... As a show of trust, I'll tell you the other reason. My son is in the Headhunters, and he's going off to his first deployment, and I'd like to be there to see him off.
Was he one of these people held up by our friend there?
Yes, he was.
Alright. 5 hours. Meet me at these coordinates. He'll type it and send it to Ash's wrist computer. I'll be there, waiting for you.
Understood. And once I arrive there with you, I'll see if we can have more discussions on our continued working relationship.
Would appreciate the price being removed from my head. I'm not a Kool-Aid drinker. I'm not looking to bring back a deity or overthrow the galactic empire that is EarthGov. I'm simply trying to make my way through the galaxy. And I'm pretty efficient at it, but I know sooner or later, tapping his chest armor with his hand, they're not gonna save me.
We all have our date where, even for the best of our efforts, that lifestyle does catch up with you. Trust me, I know.
I figured somebody was coming for me after I had an encounter with you and I guess your squad a couple months back.
Well, yes, and I think it was expedited with everything else going on. No offense, but you'd have to be an idiot not to put two and two together when I see somebody in your armor with your weapons working with who we believe is Max Tech.
Well, I don't know if they're Max Tech, but that would be my guess, as he'll take this rifle off the wall and put it on his back.
That's a pretty damn good guess. Or there's someone who absorbed them. He's gonna stand up.
I'll help you track him down. Just, instead of creds, get the price off my head.
It will be done. I'll personally speak to the Ranger General about it. I think having someone like you as an ally is far better than making an enemy out of you, especially seeing that you don't seem to be a bad person.
He's counting some of the credit. No, if I was a bad person, I probably would have stayed with the Kool-Aid drinkers. Either way, you've got 5 hours. If you're not at the coordinates I just sent you in 5, I'm leaving, because I have other arrangements. As you can see, I'm a pretty busy man.
Of course. I'll see you then. He'll stand up, put his hand out. It's been a pleasure, Kaz.
He'll come over and shake it. Pretty firm shake, though.
Ash will try to match it.
I'll see you later, then. He'll look at your rank, Captain.
See you later, then. He'll pick up his thing, walk out, pick up his things. Thank you very much for the time, ma'am.
She'll nod at you, watching Ash leave the whole way out the door.
He'll make his way out.
And flashing to the boat. Oh man, JJ's coming up the stairs with drink for Sam. Davine has a captain's hat on that came with the boat. She's sitting on Hunk's lap. Suletta's got the dog. The cat's floating around randomly where she likes to go. Benny and Elizabeth are watching the morning news, and Sam sitting out on a sunbathing chair with a reflector on her chest and a bathing suit that matches her eye colors perfectly. And this is the first thing JJ notices when he comes out, up from the stairs.
JJ lets out a whistle, holding the drink in his hand. That is a sight to see.
Like what you see, son. He's rubbing Davy's shoulders for
More than you could possibly know, Dad.
You ought to get her in her ODM gear, get her a pair of aviators and some flip-flops, and try that on for size.
JJ looks at Hunk. That sounds amazing. I'll have to look into some aviators.
Oh, we got extra pairs, right, honey?
We have like a whole shelf full of aviators. You can borrow some.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she'll put them on for you. She seems to be enamored with you, son. You've done a good job.
JJ chuckles, staring off at her. I don't get why she's enamored with me. If anyone's enamored with the other, I'm enamored with her.
You know, I asked myself that the same thing about you, dear. I know, I don't know. But, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Davian smiles at Hunk. I fell for you because you were the only one who truly treated me like a person that wasn't one of my children. I love you forever and always because you were the nicest, most caring man I had ever met. And she gives him a kiss.
Oh, give Daddy some more sugar.
She lays it on him. JJ chuckles. I'm gonna go bring this out to her.
Go get some sugar while he's kissing Davy.
He'll give him another 2-finger salute. Yes, sir. As he'll walk up to her.
As JJ walks up, she sticks her leg and foot up in the air and waves at him with her leg and foot. Very flexible.
He'll let out another whistle, wave at her, and pull out a little hand towel, drape it over his left arm. Madame, your very wonderful drink. The year is 2598. Wonderful year, truly. Would you like me to pour you a glass?
I'd like you to get on top of me. She'll lower the reflector and throw it to the side onto this chair.
Don't have to tell me twice. He sets the drink down and gets on top of her.
Like my bathing suit.
It's smashing.
Smashing.
Positively smashing.
Kissing him on the chin.
He kisses her on the head. He cups both of her cheeks and looks at her. Can I ask you something?
Of course.
I hate to bring this up while we're out here right now. He rubs his finger on one of her cheekbones. Are you scared about being deployed?
She'll look over at Elizabeth and Benny. Yes. Horrified, actually.
He nods. Do you want to talk about it?
Sure.
Okay. You can.
They seem preoccupied anyway, as they're watching a newsreel.
Yeah, Elizabeth is like pointing at the screen, laughing at something stupid happening that one of the reporters messed up on as she's sitting on Benny's lap.
Benny is pointing and laughing as well because they are running a news program on Tommy opening up his 1 millionth St. Bucks, and at Jupiter Falls he's just opened the new one, and Tommy can't cut the ribbon in front of the place because the scissors aren't sharp enough. That's great.
Oh god, they should have gotten foot fist for this.
They really should have caught in a trap.
It's the jailhouse walk. She tries to do a Fludwig impression.
They continue watching. Samantha, I've been in combat, some heavy, thick firefights. Everybody's scared leading up to it. Once you get into it, you're not going to be scared if you made it through some semblance of basic, but now I am, because I have to watch after her, him, the rest of your family, and even the captain's son is on the squad. That's why I'm there.
He looks down, seems to think for a couple seconds, then looks at her. If there's one person I know who can protect them and get out of this scot-free, it's you, Sam.
I will try my best. She starts scratching her forehead, but have you ever been in combat?
He nods.
Yeah, you can't control much. I think it's unfair, honestly. But I'm willing to help. If anything happens to any of them, it's on my watch. I wouldn't be surprised if I get kicked out of the rainfall circle thing. Family? Stakes are high.
JJ sighs. I won't let you be kicked out, for one. And for two, something that my brother has taught me before. Don't focus on what you can't control, focus on what you can. You have control over your own body. I believe you can give orders to the others. Focus on what you can control, Sam. I know I might not be the best to give this sort of advice, but I want to help you out as much as I can.
Well, she'll wrap her legs around JJ's waist and pull him down and in. I appreciate that. I won't let anything happen to your sister, that much I can promise you. Even if no matter the cost.
JJ chuckles. If it costs you your life. He closes his eyes. This is gonna make me sound like a terrible brother, really it is. But if it costs you your life, I don't want to see you get hurt either. You know that, right?
Well, then I will just have to endeavor, playing with his chin, that I don't get hurt. I'll endeavor to... If I get hurt, it's just minimal.
Yes, only scrapes, cuts, and bruises. Please.
But they're all rookies.
Oh god, I know. That must be nerve-wracking.
That's really what has me. They're all rookies.
Well, if you think about it, how long have they been training with Delta now?
Month and some change.
Okay. And before that, they've all trained with, like, the best of the best. You know, Cotter and his swordsmanship, with Davine Rainfall, my mother. Elizabeth with who she trained with. I see with who she... with who she trained with. They may be rookies, yes, they may be green to combat. But hopefully with the training provided to them in basic and through the family, it'll be okay.
And hopefully, in 2 years when my re-enlistment comes around, if your family will keep me and you'll keep me, I am not re-signing on the dotted, biting on JJ's chin line.
He smiles a big smile, kisses her on the nose. Why are you saying if?
Isn't this like a tryout phase or something? She looks around.
Tryout? No. Me and you are dating. When I date someone, I date for life.
Like hummingbirds.
Exactly. Or Elizabeth actually told me about this. Penguins. Penguins, when they find a mate, they mate for life. Even if one of them migrates to wherever they migrate off to and the other stays in Antarctica. When they find each other, they look at each other and they put their beaks up into the air and flap their wings really hard and they start squawking at each other because they're just so damn happy they found them.
I'll probably do something similar when I return from deployment. We don't know how long we're gonna be there. Bare minimum a month. So I'll put my nose up to the air, flap my arms, and squawk at you until you fuck me.
He leans in close to her, puts his nose against hers, and fuck you I shall.
You want to be on the bottom? Flip over here.
Sure, whatever you're more comfortable with.
She'll let JJ get on the bottom and sit on top of him. And start drinking her soda.
This is nice. I quite enjoy this. He just puts both of his hands on her hips and squeezes them a bit.
Hunk watching and Davine watching. I mean, I get it. He just starts mumbling to himself. I guess he did turn out a lot like me.
Davy nods. Like father, like son, like he said that one time.
Look at those two. She just plants a huge kiss on him and holds it, complete disregard for what these two are doing. Look, the ship could be on fire and they wouldn't even realize, I think.
I believe in this moment they only have eyes for each other.
When he was growing up, I'd always tell myself, I hope he turns out like his mother, not like me, type of thing. You know, it's let up.
Are you kidding? I always said I hope he turns out like you, not me.
Well, it worked, then I guess he got the perfect mix of both of us. She likes his accent, smashing.
Whenever he says it, she repeats it. I think that's how you know she enjoys his accent.
Siletta watching, they are quite, they are a lot like the two of you.
Davine watches the two of them. I'm glad my boy's happy.
So am I.
She rubs Hunk's chest, opens her mouth for a second, squints at them. We're not going to let them overtake the two of us as the most romantic couple, are we?
Are you kidding me? They can't even come close, honey.
Yes, of course, they can't come close.
Think about it, Nicole didn't even try with Banksy. She knew better. Julius and Pequot tried for a while, but they lost. Those two, nothing to worry about.
Davine watches as JJ picks Sam up for just a second, pushes her up closer against him, and deepens the kiss. Yes. They can't come close.
If they do come close, it's okay. A little competition never hurt, honey.
Well, yes, that is very true. Some of our best moments came from when Julius and Pequod and you and I were, competing.
And our wedding was hands down better than theirs. I'm sorry. One of the happiest days of my life for Julius, but ours was way better.
I mean, just the wedding picture alone, the two of us with the sunset in the background on that tree.
I agree on the grounds alone of that man who bled out on the ship, indulging in liquor and cigarettes, wasn't sobbing the entire ceremony.
Davian starts to laugh at the mention of Saint.
Yeah, well, I mean, he'll rub Davine's sides, trying to get her in the mood. Don't worry, we'll always be number one.
She spins around in his lap, wraps her legs both around him and the chair that he's sitting in, and pushes herself up against him.
There you go, see? We could go out there right now and knock their blocks off if we wanted to.
Yes, we could. But she starts to rub her hands up and down his pecs. I quite enjoy how you look in here. And she takes off her captain's hat and puts it on him.
Oh!
How you look in that captain's hat.
Oh, settle down. Oh.
Devian clicks her tongue. Fine, no fun.
Can't you wait until after they leave for a deployment? I'm barking happily.
Devian sighs, shakes her head. Yes, I suppose.
Of the hover chair coming up. Meow. Watching JJ and Sam.
Devian looks at Mr. Snuffles. What do you think? Can they eventually beat us, Mr. Snuffles?
Meow. He said no. Not a chance in hell.
Well, if the cat says so, then I believe it is set in stone, my love.
Yeah, we got nothing to worry about rubbing Davine's ears for. Give me a finger to suck the new rainfall technique.
She puts her index finger, rubs it onto his lips, and then rests it on them.
This really does it for you guys, huh?
You would be surprised. Here, let me try something. She actually holds up his hand and sucks on one of his fingers.
Well, it's pretty seductive, don't get me wrong. Ugh!
While she does it, she flutters her eyebrows at him.
I'm imagining her sucking something else. Oh.
Davian starts to laugh.
Yes, a popsicle.
A popsicle, yes. Obviously. She puts her finger up to Hunk's mouth.
I'm gonna have a talk with JJ before they leave.
Oh, about what?
Father-son talk. He's squinting out at them.
Ah, I understand.
We were never separated, you know. I mean, there was definitely something between the two of us coming together, but we've been together every day. So that girl deserves to know exactly how he feels. And none of his semantics and big words, just like I tell you. Especially since she's going into combat, looking after our children and grandchildren. Sled actually shudders at that. Oh.
Devian lets out a sigh. I think that would be very good for the two of you to talk about.
Yeah, I actually never thought I'd get to have one of these talks with him. I thought it would be like, look, son, it's okay. You can bring a guy home. We're fine with it.
She just shakes her head, starts to laugh. He tried to tell you so many times that he wasn't. Well, I'm glad you had.
Oh, please. Put his hands up. You had to think something was off, didn't you? I mean, there had to be a small part in that beautiful brain of yours that was just kind of like, yeah, but maybe, kind of thing.
I had faith in my boy. She looks off into the distance. I did think he was asexual for a couple of years there, but...
See?
That is besides the point. Thank you.
To be honest, I really thought he was a switch hitter, and he just couldn't decide. Lets out a loud cackle.
Davian laughs. The whole asexual thing, it sort of left my mind once I realized that, he does like those parts of people, just... He doesn't necessarily think of about those things that much.
Well, for me, it's like, they had their encounter when he was her teacher, proctor, and, why didn't he just come to us? And, well, maybe he didn't want, I don't know. But he should have just come to us and said, hey, this person, and we would have saw the last name and been like, you know what, we can find her for you, because we know her aunt. She's like her mom, basically, so, yeah. But I guess he wanted to earn it on his own, I don't know.
Damien shrugs. I don't know either. I couldn't answer that.
Well, it's not like he needed or needs our help in that department. As she's just straddling it.
No, I don't think he does. He has done quite well for himself.
Both of our kids have. All our kids have, really.
I think so, and that makes me very happy.
Carter and Memrian, finally. Thank you. Applause. Suletta golf claps with the dog on her lap. The cat, meow. Soul, Colt, Benny, Elizabeth, Laz, Oz. Yeah. I like them all, actually. And they all passed the Scar test. Punk starts imitating Scar, squinting to try and make Davine laugh.
Davine starts to laugh. You see, you can actually be somewhat intimidating when you do it.
It doesn't look like I'm stroking out.
Yeah, you're not missing an eye, love. That's the issue with Scar.
It just looks like he's about to have a stroke, or he's undergone some type of traumatic head trauma. It just looks so stupid. I understand it's the stare off to assert dominance, but Mr. Freetooth is a fascinating individual who never ceases to amaze.
He is an endless well of surprises, I would have to say.
Anybody notice that there's did you see that delivery? It was Nicole levitating them through one of the teleporters of the Academy 2 days ago. It was like 40,000 cans of different colored spray paints. Letta starts laughing. And a bunch of cardboard, too. Like, just plain cardboard boxes. So, what's that about? Suletta Transformers.
Oh god, the live-action Transformers.
Yeah, I didn't think Pequod was up for re-election anytime soon, if ever. So why we gotta worry about children's shows? I guess it keeps those three goons busy. I don't know. I was thinking the other day, actually, like, they've never actually worked a day of their lives in the past 20 some odd years at the Academy. I think Frederick answered one call, and it was Lorelei calling just to make sure the phones were. We weren't even open. I think the vast majority of the second level of the Academy was still under construction.
I believe so. Honestly, I much prefer it this way. Let those three go off and do what they want and not potentially mess up anything that has to do with our academy.
Yeah, well, they're on the quest for the holy grail of teleprompters. I bumped into Carlin the other day, and he said they needed the teleprompter for this. I was like, good luck finding it in the billion-dollar underground subterranean complex.
I don't think I would be able to find that, and I live here and have lived here for the past 15 years.
Suletta, only Mr. Freetooth knows.
Davine sighs. Well, very understandable. He doesn't want to be reminded of the majestic or...
Oh my god, I remember when he first came to the apartment. Nice. It's like basically all he said.
Yes. And when he would spend time with Zap, staring at pictures of Lorelei's bottom.
And her bosom.
Oh, those were very interesting days in our lives.
And they were. They definitely were. Simpler times, I think.
I believe so. Very much simpler times.
I think about the only thing I miss from those days is, like, we were all together all the time. That was the nice thing about that apartment. Now you got, all these kids running around, they're off doing their own thing, they're in the military, so that limits time. And yeah, Nicole's always working, or she didn't come. I mean, we've been here for a week. She didn't come one day. It sucks. Well, 5 days we've been here, but yeah. They grew up too fast.
I would say so. We always, as parent, maybe it's different for you, but at least for me, I always wish my children would still stay somewhat young so they could be around us more. But I understand. Life goes on and life changes and this and that, and, she shrugs.
Hug nods his head. Yeah, especially we didn't really get to see them grow up. Well, some of them anyway. These ones we do though.
She smiles, watches the four of them doing whatever they're doing. Yes, we do watch them. We get to watch them grow up.
When I got Nicole, she was 16. There was already a whole person there. Maybe person that needed help figuring herself out, but she was already grown. And then, when I met Julius, he had already planted his flag on Mount Pequod, I'm pretty sure. So it's...
Daving chuckles. I found Julius again when he was 11. And then for the next 7 or 8 years, we didn't have any kind of relationship, so there's that. And then I met Nicole when she was about 20, 21, so I definitely understand what you mean.
I mean, these ones, we got lucky. We got to see them grow up. It'd be nice to be able to go back in time, see them as little tykes.
I do wonder what a young Nicole would be like.
I've always wanted to meet her biological parents, actually. Just to beat the shit out of them. Just let it... Just... That's one way to handle it! Meow!
Well, dear, I would gladly join you in that endeavor. I would wear my ODM gear and everything.
You know, I used to tell her we could find them. It's very Arcane Council. I ask Master. What was that guy's name that I shot in the head? You guys remember that guy? Master Chance. Yeah, that guy. I just have to ask him, and he'll tell us. And she would always say no. So I don't know. Meow.
Davian sighs. Well, she doesn't want to meet her birth parents. That is understandable.
Doesn't mean we can't. So that I like when they assaulted the goofball, the Jirik or whatever his name was. Have Zanzibar come down and smack one of them with a 2x4.
Davian laughs. Now you're just giving us ideas, Letty.
How did you fuck that up? Hug, I wasn't in charge of the Drake, first of all. That's the wizard's territory, thank you. She was in charge of the Drake, that's her guardian. And he smacked the hooker.
Davian starts to laugh. It was very sweet what you all did for me in that situation.
We got up to some damn mischief back then.
Oh, we all did. All of us had our fair share in mischief. The 4 spiders, if I may, going off to beat up Pinhead Larry. Everyone spying on us on our first date to the lighthouse. All of us got up to some kind of mischief.
Yeah, I was kind of angry when I found out they spied on us, but then I was like, I'm actually kind of proud of them. To let a laugh.
Julius told me they even only used that old spy gear that you had stored there and not any type of magic or anything.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Nicole took it like real serious dad mode.
I believe she did, yes, and I'm somewhat proud of her for it.
It would be cool to see, like, them as children. Because I never got no Gallia, no pictures of Julius. We don't even know, what he looked like back then. You do, but the rest of us don't.
Davy nods. There was like a baby picture of him in that locket that he used to and still carries around, although there's a picture of Pequod and the baby Lazuli in it.
Maybe we could do some time tomb shenanigans. Figure out some biological parents' names and locations. So that it sounds fun. Petting the dog.
Yes, Yes, it does. And you'll be able to see little young Julius, who was still as rebellious as he ever was when he was that age.
The problem is getting into those tombs is like you gotta ask Nicole, and she can read our minds. So, I don't think she'll give us a crystal.
What if we ask Tommy to do it for us?
I don't think Mr. Wiseau. Oh, you mean ask for us? Yeah, that might work actually, dear.
Yeah, she can read his mind, and although, how good of a liar is Tommy?
I mean, I want to see what my daughter was like when she was young. I can take a picture with my wrist computer of her, and then I have it. That would be a Father's Day gift. I want to see Julius when he was young. Maybe I want to find some biological parents and crack a few heads, not kill anybody. So let us go. So, because what they did to that girl is, in my opinion, criminal. A shrug while pointing at the cat. Meow.
And I shall help you crack some skulls. Maybe I'll help tie them up with my ODM gear so you can bash them together.
So, let's do it. We'll get Tommy, and who? When you went to the time tomb, Suletta, I can do it. I can carry the spell. All right. Then I say we got a game planned. Wow, he's really just grabbing her breasts, isn't he? Look, she's taking his hands and putting them there.
Just like that. The only two people in the world. Wow.
Right in front of his sweet little sister and her sweet little boyfriend. They're just watching the dude.
Those two really are like us, aren't they?
I'm goddamn proud of him, that's for sure.
And I would have to say he found a damn good woman.
So who's gonna ask Tom? You want me to do it, or you want to pour on the Davine charm and, give him a role in a movie? Because he doesn't like to lie.
I can ask him. Pour him some charm, and then...
What if we just give him a role, in some... we figure out a way to do this shitty Battlefield Earth thing.
Davine groans a bit, rubs her face.
Maybe we make it a cartoon, you know what I mean, with Fledwick, since they're kicking into the Transformers thing. I liked Transformers growing up.
I do. I remember the action figures on your wall in your childhood room.
So I think their product's gonna make me not like it, in other words. So that, from what little I've seen, yes.
Well, I mean, we could try to figure out a way to do Battlefield Earth, animated or not. That, or... What other movies do we have in the pipeline? We have...
Hundreds.
Maybe we can find a role for him in that?
What about Shawshank?
Who would he play? Morgan Freeman's role?
No, absolutely not. We want to make a good movie, honey. Pulling her closer.
Davine starts to laugh. Oh, you know I kid.
What about as he tightens around her waist? Who's the blonde guy in that movie? You remember? Oh God, the fucking the warden.
Yes. Yes.
He shoots himself in the mouth at the end, and he'll scream Julius, and it'll be all par for the course. Another Oscar in the bank.
Oh my God! What if he does the same thing he did in the room, where he started screaming after he shot himself again?
Throwing his child temper tantrum in his office after Julius, I think, is playing what was it? Who's playing who? Have we decided? I'm not being blackfaced.
No, I understand. Julius is going to be playing the main character. I forget his name in this moment.
Tim Robbins.
Tim Robbins, thank you. She looks over at Suletta. Would you mind if...
I'll tell him he has to do it. He's a good boy. Obedient. He listens.
Davine starts to laugh. And then... Well, if Tommy accepts, he plays the warden, obviously. She strokes her chin, and that's pretty much all I have for casting decisions at this moment.
Perfect. Sounds good. I'll help with the behind-the-scenes type of stuff and going up Davine's.
I would enjoy it if you did all that work shirtless while you were at it. Her hands start going up his shirt.
Can do, yeah. Zap takes his shirt off all the time when he's putting up lights and stuff. Why can't I?
I agree, and the thought of you painting something, I don't know why, but with a backwards hat on, some kind of handkerchief in your belt loop, it just gets me going.
Well, then, I will be off camera on this one. Maybe I'll even hold the boom mic for a while. With the hat backward.
Yes, give poor Benny a little break from the boom mic.
Works for me. Turning her around to face.
She scoots in closer, wraps her legs around the chair again. Good, then. Very good. And she plants a big kiss on him.
Look! He's pointing at the TV. They're re-airing the broadcast of Ricky getting arrested.
She was looking at her wrist computer. She perks up. Oh my god, which one?
The roller coaster incident.
Oh god, I thought Uncle Towns had erased this from the internet. This is amazing.
This broadcast is coming from some independent colony. See the watermark at the bottom of the screen? That's why it's kind of fuzzy and really heavily delayed.
Oh wow. I never really thought I would be able to see this live again. She just stares at it.
Wow, Mr. Wiseau really threw him under the bus. I forgot about that.
And there you are waving at me.
Yeah, it was a shocking day.
Oh look at everyone behind Mr. Wiseau hiding their headhunters patches.
Then some cop came up to us and was like really trying to interrogate us. I think he knew we knew Ricky.
I would assume so. Oh, I'm glad you all got out of it okay, though.
He really look at the footage. He really beat the crap out of those people. So what is with the Saint's death thing? You've shown me the footage once, but why did he die like that?
Well, if I remember correctly, which, forgive me, I was 5 when I first heard about this, he was going to get an egg for Carter, Memory Ann's favorite animal. It's currently extinct, but apparently Tommy had a plan of when he was older and they were together, he would give Carter the egg and Carter could give it to Icy and she could resurrect it, and then all is well and good in the world, right? So the Saint went off to Unova to get it, fell down at some point, cut his leg. It was a nasty gash, bleeding somewhat heavily. Not enough that it would kill you with medical attention, of course. And then he got onto the ship, and because he thought he was dying, he had a he had a last hurrah, indulging in quite a bit of Mohawk vodka and Smoker's Choice mini cigars.
I can understand why Mr. Wiseau feels guilty. I think that's why he must. Could you notice almost every company is named after the Saint in some way, shape, or form now?
Yeah, I'm surprised even. I'm surprised Cadillac hasn't renamed itself.
Well, it did give the new emblem with that umpire's mask that nobody understands why that's the new emblem.
Right, of course. I had forgotten about that. I'm surprised he hasn't renamed it, though.
He looks around off at the ocean. Do you kind of understand now why I said it was stupid to leave your family?
She sighs, puts her head on his chest. I do.
If you re-enlist, when the time comes, I'll re-enlist with you. But if you don't want to, I won't complain.
She shakes her head. I'm not going to re-enlist. Don't worry about that. She gives him a kiss on the nose.
Okay, well, I'm happy to stay enlisted if you do.
No, if you want to stay enlisted, I'll stay with you, but
Nope! He looks around. We could be here doing this all the time.
It is a very nice place to be. She smiles up at him. With very nice company to be with.
And we'll keep our deployment. I think people are making too big of a deal out of it. We'll keep ourselves busy. I got tons of paperwork we can do for Mr. Wiseau. We've got 8 million credits saved up. He opens up his wrist computer. It's a shocking amount.
Wow. I didn't really know we had that much saved up.
Well, you notice he was paying us, like, I don't want to say low, but not Tommy numbers that he tipped us that one time, or like Ricky. And then he said something to me like, why are you doing this? Shouldn't you be doing something else? I can't do a great Tommy. And I said, well, we're saving money for Nicole for this card. She's really cool. We want to get it for her. And then he said, oh god, I take pity on you. But something, you'll have no chance. Not the most inspiring.
No, not the most inspiring at all.
We'll get it. He smiled.
Yeah, it's basically in the bag. We got it.
He did say it was very nice of us to try. It's the thought that counts. He shuffles around in the pool with her.
It is. It is the thought that counts. If we don't manage to get it, then
we'll do something else. We'll get it. I have faith. As he shuffled around seeing these two, what's he doing?
JJ's just straight up has his face buried in her chest, kissing it.
Oh, she's kissing his head rapidly. They like each other a lot.
Very much so.
You ever seen him like that with somebody before? He's your brother?
No, not once. He had never really had that much interest for anyone, at least from what I could tell. Maybe I'm wrong in that assumption.
Look at this. He's got his pack here. He pulls out a card. Pequod made him a custom playing card. Bernard. That one guy called me Bernard.
Oh, right. That, she taps her head a couple times. The Tessin Hacker guy, right?
The horse guy. Yeah, the guy who was gonna quarter that other guy in the beanie or something.
Yeah, wow. She looks at the card. And it's pretty good. It can heal your other troops.
It's the same picture of him waving from the news broadcast. It's my favorite picture.
I quite enjoyed that picture as well.
I was waving to you.
I knew. She smiles at him. I knew, and I definitely bragged about it to Icy.
Want to kid? I don't know if I want to go that far in front of everybody back there, but you want to kiss?
Of course, I would love to kiss you.
What does your dad always say? Give me sugar.
Yes, sir. She gives him some sugar.
As they're exchanging sugar. Flashing back here, the Rainfall children are awake. Pequod's looking around. She's all disheveled because everybody's just woken up, not collected like Hunk Davine and then when they woke up. Pequod, I don't know who cooked all this, but it smells great, actually. Ugh.
Julius nods, staring at his plate of food. It looks amazing.
Some high-quality slices of bacon. She'll take one off Soul's plate and slide it to Soul.
Soul chuckles as Carter sits down, setting down an aster that he had picked from the outside garden. And he takes a bite of the bacon. Wow, this is really good, Dad. Thank you. I didn't cook it. I don't know who did, but they're pretty damn good at it.
Pequod looking at it. Doesn't look like Dad's. I don't know. Just eat. They left it for us, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. As he'll start to eat some of his food. Sol and Laz do the same. Carter just starts picking at his food.
Not feeling good?
He looks up. Is it normal to have only the worst possibilities going through your mind before a deployment like this?
Absolutely. It's normal. Yeah, absolutely. Your dad can tell you about some of the freakouts I used to have, and we weren't going on. Hell, we never actually went on a prolonged deployment, did we, Julius? He sits down on his lap. We were like mission to mission, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was like we were only really quote unquote required if it was an Arcane Council level type thing. Like, we're in deep shit, we need you guys to do this type thing. But yeah, no, it's completely natural to have those sorts of feelings, Carter. He just nods to himself. Just, it. Everything that can go. I'm not even in the situation yet, but everything that can go wrong, it's just playing through my head, and it scares me. And Julius looks at him, puts his hands on the table, and leans forward. Okay, I have a question for the three of you. Any of you can answer. What do you think kept humankind alive during the prehistoric and Ice Age eras? Bravery or fear? And he looks at Pequod.
She nods her head.
One of Soul looks at Julius. Bravery? And he shakes his head. Fear. Fear kept them alive. Fear is a natural instinct that everyone has. It's a survival instinct. If every single caveman went out gung-ho, completely brave, thinking they were on top of the world, ready to go out and fight a dinosaur, a T-Rex, none of us would be here right now. We would all be dead. So, it isn't bravery that kept us alive, it's fear and cowering in caves for a while. Now, this isn't to say cower behind cover constantly. It's a balancing act, right, honey? Like,
That's where your training kicks in.
exactly. You have to balance out your fear, which is natural to have. Good to have, it can keep you alive. With the bravery and your knowledge and your training. If you think that I wasn't scared for every single time I went out onto the battlefield, you'd be dead wrong. I'm sure your mother thinks the same thing.
There was times I was scared and I was only a pilot, not allowed to get off the ship.
Julius chuckles. When that whole thing was instated, felt a lot braver in pretty much every situation.
Everybody gets scared. Even your Aunt Icy was horrified to go on deployments. And if she gets scared, and Sasha gets scared, everybody gets scared.
Carter nods. Alright. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that, as he starts eating his food.
You're gonna be alright. Everything will be fine. It's the cliche thing to say, but everything will be fine. Nothing terrible. If anybody gets hurt, your aunt, and that's why you should be very grateful for. That's why when I hear things like you don't like your last name or this or that, I would get angry. You're very fortunate. Imagine you get shot in the leg, honey. She gestures to Soul, and your leg's off. How many people can come home and get their leg let's just say regrown by their magical aunt? Not many.
Soul looks down at her plate and nods.
And that's not even getting into being rich, having a continent to oneself, giant dragons that guard it, and all this type of stuff. Let's just stick to... So, yeah.
We are very fortunate. Laz nods, bites off a piece of her bacon. Well, luckily, you guys will have my eyes in the sky, so we'll be able to tell you two about anything that may or may not happen. That and we'll be with some highly trained people, Delta, and eventually, if I'm correct, Rangers. And Julius nods. We're gonna be okay. It's all gonna be just fine. What I'm worried about is the heat, honestly.
You'll wilt like a flower, just like I do in intense heat.
Oh god, I hate when I just feel the sun beating down on me and like the sweat drips into my collar. Oh, she just shivers to herself. I hate it.
Pequod putting out her hand. The unfortunate reality is, you're in the military. You can't just sit around. This is the first major deployment ever in how many years, Julius? Like 20 since the Geist thing or something, which your father was involved in. I was not. But so he actually went on a prolonged deployment. I did not, but yeah. People find out you're sitting around, so one way or another.
Julius nods. This needs to happen. It really does. But just know that I'm only sending you, all of us are only sending you on this mission because we know you can handle it. Okay? And the three of them nod to him.
Yeah, because if you couldn't handle it, if those Delta guys came back to your dad and said, "I don't think they make the cut," it would have looked terrible for you, especially if it would have looked terrible, but it would have been dishonorable discharge. You're out, and I don't know how you're. Yeah,
Carter chuckles. Well, I'm glad I made the cut then.
you'll be fine. Just try to channel. Okay. Pequod puts her hands up. So you see a bad guy with a gun. Okay, and you're in a rough position. I actually think this helps. Just imagine that guy. Never do this to him. But imagine that guy is Ricky rambling about how cool the family is, annoying you, and then just kill him.
Carter starts to laugh. Is that what you guys used to do? Like,
Oh my god, I imagined to work myself up to do some of the things I did leaving the ship. I would just imagine whoever it was at the time, a fiery, flaming demon, the lightning count, whatever that loser's name was this chick who was hot on your father back in the day, who I beat the shit out of at a comic convention or something long time ago, kissing Julius on the cheek.
Julius starts to laugh. Wait, really? I didn't know you were imagining her while you were running towards the lightning count.
Yeah, same thing with there was like this alien or something one time, and I don't know. There is an alien race that is unaccounted for. We don't know a lot about space hunters. They're not evil or something. They hunt for sport. But I stuck up. What did you say? He was like some type of leader or grand marshal of their group. I don't know. I stuck him up. And fuck him.
Yeah, he was. I think we called him like the chieftain or something. Julius looks up at the sky. Oh, good memories with that one. And he gives Pequod a kiss.
Long time ago, kissing Julius back.
Yeah, that's when you started calling yourself the chieftain of our.
I was and still am to this day. When Dad and Mom aren't around.
Oh, that's true, 100%. Soul chuckles. You used to call yourself the chieftain of their headhunter squad?
Clan chieftain, actually. Yeah, well, this alien thing that I stuck up, he had like ornate armor, a cape. He was clearly the guy in charge, I guess, right?
Oh, yeah, the one who laughed at us.
Laughed at you and Ash, not me. He laughed at those two.
Laz looks at V-Quad and nods. Sure, Mom.
He laughed at actually Ricky's father actually tried to give him a gun as a gift, and he crumbled it up and then laughed at Ash. That's what happened, right, Julius?
By God, your memory is better than me. I don't even remember that.
Julius tried to hand him some sickle. Your father tried to hand him a sickle as like a parting gift, and he crushed that and laughed at it too, right, Julius? And then he laughed at both of them. Then he told me he'd be back for negotiations later. And in their time, maybe 20 years is only like 20 minutes, so he'll be here later. Someday.
Exactly.
And if he doesn't come, we know where their planet of origin is. I'll have your aunt throw it into a sun. I never forget people who cross me.
Julius chuckles. Your mother's memory of that day is spectacular, I'll have you know.
It was a nice gun, too. It was like a pistol. Ricky's father, very good with pistols. So, yeah. Makarov, I think.
I'm sure she only remembers it because it was the first time I ever picked her up.
Yeah. So, anyway, that's what happened. Off the record.
Laz takes a bite of her toast. A Makarov like the one that you gave me?
Yeah, similar. Ashes was, not, it was... Ashes was a more up-to-date model. Ash loves his Makarovs, right, Julius?
It's his favorite pistol.
Yeah. Better shot than me with one, that's for sure. That's why the Predator crushed it. The Hunter, whatever, we have multiple names. It was just so pathetic of Ash.
Yeah, Julius puts his arm around her, gives her a kiss on the head. And I love you very much for coming to save us.
And I did save them. They were in dire straits. I even chopped the... They were fighting one. He was like a fugitive or something. We really don't know. There wasn't enough time to talk to this guy. He had to go back for lunch, he said. So he was like the king of the world there or something, I imagine. So... But they were fighting... And I came and chopped his head off, the one they were fighting. With a sword that I used to carry. I don't have it anymore because I gave it to Ash as a gift.
Oh, okay. Well,
Where do you think you get your swordsmanship from? Me, clearly.
Carter looks at Julius, and Julius gives him a look that only his son would recognize from his father, and Carter nods. I'm sure. Would you like to spar sometime, Mom?
No.
Oh, okay.
I never really liked blades. I'm in your aunt's school of thought. You remember when she picked up the sword and was swinging it around like a little kid?
Oh yeah, I do remember that. She was like impersonating Mom while
Yeah.
she was doing it.
She almost hit Sasha in the side of the head with
I'm pretty sure she's almost hit all of us at least one time with the sword. Accidentally, of course.
Yeah. It was that sword. Points to Carter, the one you carry.
Oh, I think Grandma called it like the Sword of Man or something.
Yeah, yep.
Yep, she got that off of Kamul, the like king from Anova, ancient king that she had to fight. She beat him in singles combat and got a sword.
Yes, she did. It was all the years of training alongside me paid off.
Soul staring at Pequod. I didn't know you were such a great swordsman, Mother.
Yeah, I would. Of course, I loved Star Wars growing up. Beam sabers, I prefer beam sabers, but same difference, really.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, with the beam saber, you really don't even have to worry about how your sword goes, right? Just
Right.
cut on through.
Don't even get me started on the time I defeated this like infiltrator robot that was beating up Grandma and Dad and Ash. All at the same time, beating them up. You remember, honey?
Oh, we actually did get our asses kicked.
And Sasha too, the Ranger General. Back then, she wasn't the Ranger General, but she got beat up pretty bad too. Then I showed up and finished the job with my beam sabers, which I also gave to Ash as gifts, so I don't have them. That's why you've never seen them.
Les looks at Pequod and nods. That's awesome. Why haven't you ever told us about this before?
Well, I don't like to brag.
Oh, that's fair. I don't enjoy bragging either, Mom. Julius just shaking his head. That time I was like scared shitless. We got our asses handed to us with the prototype thing.
Yeah, it was like a big fight in this lobby, and then he was walking around like a robot doing robot things, and then I showed up.
Yeah, showed up, kicked his ass. I believe Sasha got back up, helped you with the lightning harpoon, right?
She missed.
Right. Yeah, she missed. He just eats the bacon in one bite.
Even she can miss every once in a while. She doesn't miss often, but that time she missed. Wide too, miles off.
So nuts. I'm sure. Sometimes even I miss with even when I telekinetically control things.
Yep. That was a heck of a day.
So you've had these skills this entire time, and you've never once asked your son, who was very into swordsmanship, sorry, if you wanted to spar, Mom?
I don't want to take away from mom and or grandmas to use luster. She's the head of the academy. If I'm the better swordswoman, then it would just kind of tread on her, you know what I mean? I'm very considerate of my parents.
Julie,
That's like me also telling you I'm an excellent director. So, but if I do that, if I get behind the camera, I'll put her to shame, and people want to see Patricia Rainfall movies, not Davine Rainfall. So,
Julie is holding her tighter and tighter, gives her another kiss on the head. Exactly. Your mother is a very good director, I'll have you all know.
many times I directed Ash and Julius in movies.
I don't doubt it, Mom.
We had a lot of free time in Raven Rock.
I don't doubt that either, from the stories Dad has told us. But there was not much to do there.
No, there wasn't. Good company, though. Looking back at Julius smiling.
Julius kisses her nose. Yeah. Two of the most fun things to do there was mess with... Oh, what was the robot's name that was messed up and it would, like, fuel your Verdi without
I
it...
can't even remember. She puts her hand on her forehead. Shit, what was his name?
Why do I want to call him Samuel so bad?
I don't think. Well, because we have our own dipshit of a robot back home.
That's true. That is true. But anyway, yeah, it was just fun messing with that robot because it was haywire. It would like fuel your mom's vertibird without it needing to be fueled. Would scream at us for going into the rations closet when we were allowed to go in there. It was just fun messing around with that thing. And the second most fun thing to do was sneak off with your mom and get food and snacks from Tokyo.
And the third most bang. Really, that was the first most, actually.
Yeah, plus it was the most easily accessible for both of us.
I mean, technically speaking, Laz, you were conceived in the Lovebird at Raven Rock.
Lads blinks a couple times. Were you guys like on the helipad? Oh.
Of course.
So everyone heard you then, because all three of us have heard you in the Verdi before, even when we were in a house with soundproofing. And I don't think Raven Rock was as big as our house.
Yeah. People definitely heard us. Most nights, Integra would always say she prayed for a large storm front to come in so the wind would cover the sound.
That large storm front never did come, did it?
No, it didn't. Come to think of it, ever, actually.
Julius just chuckles a couple times. Oh, poor Integra, though. I do feel a little bad for putting her through all those years.
Yeah. Rubbing Julius's thigh.
He just sighs, picks up his last piece of bacon, puts it up to Pequod's mouth.
She takes a bite. Alright, Carter. So, imagine that the couch over there is Ricky saying the rainfalls are cool just over and over and over on loop.
He looks over at the couch. I'm never gonna be able to look at that couch the same way.
Okay, now apply that to the enemies that are trying to hurt you guys, and you're gonna be a-okay.
Yeah, alright, yeah, I did get pretty annoyed just now, so he rubs his face.
I hope the deployment isn't long. That's all. We gotta. The goal is to kill their leader, or capture, I should say, their leader, and we have an ID on him. So the first opportunity that looks good and presents itself to capture him, then deployment's over.
So nods and sighs. Yeah, hopefully sooner rather than later. I heard someone talking about it, like, we're gonna be there for at least a month or something.
That's the projection because they know we're gonna be there. So we have to wait for the right opportunity to capture this individual. Let's just leave it at that. We can't go in with force because there's still civilians being held, hostage basically, to mine under the town. So if we just carpet bomb the city, even if can't do that.
Too many civs. The loss of life would be. It's a sort of terrible word to use for it, but it would be spectacular, the loss of life that would cause.
Independent colony. Even so, it can't be done.
Yeah, I mean, independent colony, but eventually we can make that independent colony into a colony for EarthGov if we make the right decisions and negotiations with it. It's a possibility, and if we carpet bomb the place, that throws that out of even the realm of possibility.
Besides, Sasha will be there leading its 4th, I think, battalion, so you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really seen any Rangers fight, but with Rangers on our side, I'm sure we'll do just fine.
And I mean, she can't teleport to the planet's surface because of the mass amount of RC crystals under it. But she'll be there. Your aunt will be there. After, we will send her, trust me. You'll be fine. Everybody will be fine.
Soul just nods, purses her lips a bit, and then takes a bite of eggs. Yeah, I hope so too. If something bad does happen, what should we do? Like, say, God forbid, one of us dies. How do you, like, push on from that?
Oh, you don't?
Julius just shakes his head and shrugs. I haven't lost many people under my command, but you're bound to lose some. If one of you is fatally injured, it is going to hurt. Don't get me wrong, but in that time, you will find a way to continue the fight, and you'll find a way to put your grieving to the side and find a way to continue the fight. But don't get me wrong, it's gonna hurt like a son of a bitch.
Even more so after the fact. But in the moment, embrace the other side. Become the animal.
Julius chuckles, looks right at Soul. Oh yeah. And when something like that happens, someone you care about really gets injured, embracing the animal, Oh, it feels so damn good.
You didn't train with your aunt for how many years for nothing?
Soul knots. Okay. I can do that. It won't be an animal like you, Dad, or even her. Or definitely not Aunt Icy, but I think I have an animal in me somewhere.
Oh, you do. Pequod looking at her. You do, definitely, trust me. Some of the things your aunt pulled off back in the day were horrifying. Remember when she disintegrated that guy?
Yeah, and the armor just fell off by itself. Oh, that was freaky.
Imagine if they didn't have all those pathetic drones. Could have just boom, 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 done, fight over.
Yeah, they knew what they were fighting against. They got those drones. It bought them a couple minutes, I'll give them that. Soul chuckles. Maybe I'll do that one of these days. Be able to disintegrate someone.
Just give in to the other side. You should. Your aunt was always afraid to. But when she needed to, she did.
Okay.
It's a big step for spellcasters.
Carter rubs the top of Soul's head and she smiles. Okay. I'll try my best.
Memory Ann finally waking up, coming out with Hale. Straddling her on her hip.
Carter looks up at her. Hi, honey.
Morning. Looking down, Hale levitating food off Julius's plate. Pequod like mother, like daughter.
Yeah, that's for sure. Carter stands up, gives Marianne a kiss on the nose, and then presents her with the aster that he picked from the garden.
Oh, Carter. She takes it, kisses him on the lip.
He scratches her cheek. As always, you look beautiful.
You're being a good obedient boy. You've remembered it's only Wednesday. Pequod, uh-oh.
Yes, Mew Mew. It isn't my turn yet. Would you like me to sit on your lap, ma'am?
Yes, move.
He moves out of the way for her.
Just sit down, take the child.
He takes the child and then takes his seat on her lap.
Pequod laughing. Ooh, Samantha cooked breakfast.
Julius looks down at it. This is Samantha?
Mm-hmm. Maria nods her head. Ranger cooking. Thick slices of bacon.
Damn. He finishes his plate off. Remind me to give compliments to her. She's damn good cook.
She is. She very much so is. Picking at some of the eggs.
Yeah. She learned all this from being a frontier ranger, or
She cooked for us back in the Headhunters, so I assume the Ranger General.
Lance nods. Sasha is pretty good at cooking breakfast like this. So she probably learned from Sasha, yeah.
Still don't understand how you got her to go to Tommy's.
Soul just shakes her head. I don't know. I just asked her. I put on a very sweet smile. She does this exact smile she put on for Pequod.
I do the same thing when I'm like, here, wear a scarf, and she just scoffs at me. And Brienne starts laughing.
Soul chuckles. Maybe it's because I'm her daughter-in-law?
That could be, yeah. Got an in.
Yeah, I'd say I'm dating her son. She chuckles. But she did say to me, I think it was or about a month ago, that she will always do what I say, or she can't say no to my face, or something like that.
Yeah, that's the same thing she says to that one.
Les chuckles. It takes another bite of her toast. Sasha is very nice to both me and you, Soul. We should count ourselves lucky.
Carter's going to ask if we can indulge on shopping on Gateway.
I am. I just have not gotten the chance to talk to her about it yet.
You will. Feeding Carter a piece of toast.
He smiles, takes a bite of the toast. I will.
Did you enjoy your trip to Lorelai's? It just popped into my head talking about Sasha. You see all the memorabilia of your father.
It is.
Unbelievable is what it is, but she brought back video evidence.
It's insane how much memorabilia of my father that woman has. Julius just starts to laugh. Oh, trust me, I think it's unbelievable as well. He looks at Pequod. I really could have done without seeing the golden statue of me.
It scored us a lot of leave when nobody else would have got leave. That's the way I look at it.
That is true. My ab sweat did score us a lot of leave.
Kind of reminded me of that one movie where they had that booty juice thing. We should have just had Julius juice.
Oh god, he looks down at his plate and shakes his head. Just my sweat in a can that we can just give to Lord.
Would she have drank it? Remember, Anne looking at Pequod, I would, so there's that. Remember, Anne, oh.
I wouldn't put it past her. Lash shakes her head. Nor would I. At least from what I saw of how she lusted after you.
Well, I'd like her name, but I'd like to give her the executive producing credits, get her name back out there, because that's just easy viewership, easy money, so maybe we ought to make Julius Sweat happen.
I'm sure there's a scene in The Rock where we can, for whatever reason, I have my shirt off and I'm extremely sweaty.
You are playing the role of that FBI guy, like the guy in charge under Fred Mack. So he's not going to be in any action scenes, but you can't just be shirtless in the command center the whole time.
Yeah, shirtless, maybe like a military coat over myself. That I can open up and lean on a counter seductively.
Pequod, how is it that unbelievable? You've seen The Matrix, Memory Ann. I thought it was just seductive acting. Pequod, no.
Yeah, I thought that's how the script was written.
No, that was all improv. Actually,
So-
I don't think they said any of the actual dialogue.
Soul looks at Carter and Memory Ann. You two thought that her rubbing a cookie against Dad's stomach and then eating it while making bedroom eyes at him was written into the script?
As Grandpa just awkwardly stood there in the background watching the cookie, yeah. I guess with hindsight. Pequod, they didn't say any of the dialogue. It's just that's the one complaint people had about that movie. Is that scene just made no sense because all of a sudden it was just Neo was Julius and she didn't do any Oracle-like things. She just basically lusted on and over him. And smoked cigarettes. They were real cigarettes.
Les laughs to herself a bit. Just the look on Grandpa's face, he looked so disgusted.
The only Oracle-y thing she did was when she was like, let me see your hands, and she checked Julius's hands, your father's hands, and stroked them for in reality it was 40 minutes. We just filmed it, but of course cut down by Uncle Blaze.
That woman's grip is worryingly tight. I tried to pull away 50 times, and my god, that woman almost broke my hand a couple times.
Well, she is a good actress. I thought it was just pretend. Pequod, you thought wrong.
Granddad literally he gagged in the background. Did you think that was part of the scene?
Why do you think Julius was so sweaty? Your father was so damn sweaty when he came in. That's another thing. It's a huge continuity error. He comes into the Oracle's office, meets the little kids and all this type of stuff. You had a damn cameo in that scene, Memory Ann nods. Then you cut to him going in the kitchen and all of a sudden he's drenched in sweat. That is because at Lorelai's request, he did 16 minutes of pre-workout to get a good sweat going for the scene. And his shirt's on when he comes in to meet the children under the leather jacket. Then it's just all of a sudden off as he comes into the Oracle's kitchen. Memory End, with hindsight, it makes sense, I guess, now.
She even gave me a list of workouts that I was to do before the scene, and I believe it was called like uh, "The Best Way to Get Sweaty" or something like that by Lorelai.
And it worked. She even had the lights on him, so he'd sweat more.
It did. It really worked. That was like the sweatiest I've ever been in my life.
I was always a fan of Krellin's lighting technique.
Carter shakes his head. Oh, the backlighting.
The open window of idiocy.
Those two, that is Uncle Scar's favorite thing. Me and him, as we were working on some electrical work over the weekend, we got to talking about it. It is his favorite thing in the world, let me tell you.
Yeah, well, they want him to play Starscream in the new Transformers show, so there's that.
Soul starts to laugh. Scarsqueam?
Starscream. Yes.
Oh man. It is gonna be amazing to watch him play that role.
Assuming they can get him to do it. He hasn't agreed. They haven't asked him, they're too afraid of it. Rightfully so.
Yeah, but I wonder how they will get him into that role.
Oh, they won't. They'll ask him, he'll say no, they'll come to me, beg me to do it, I'll have to do it, and then he will.
Yeah, that's probably how it's gonna go.
Ruin Transformers for me.
Laz looks at her. Maybe they'll do a good job with it.
Darling, they're going to do a live-action Transformers with a cast of 6 people.
Oh, they're not gonna do a good job with it.
And they want it to be live. What do you think all that cardboard and spray paint that you saw your aunt carrying a couple weeks back was for? Last week.
Carter looks around for a second. Live? They're gonna... How the hell is that gonna work?
So it's a dual... The way Icy put it is it's a dual camera setup covering left and right angles, so you get 2 cameras on the middle screen. They're going to deliver dialogue, and then when they have to transform, they will walk off screen, while Krellin makes the sound effect. Then come back onto screen. Remember, yeah, that is par for the course for their production.
And they're gonna be in, like, cardboard suits, so it's gonna take, like, 10 minutes for them to get transformed.
Yes. I'm trying to talk them down from it being live. I think it'll be somewhat palatable pre-recorded, but they insist live, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't have offered them to do a live show of Mr. Fludwick's neighborhood.
Well, it's hard to say no to them when they've made so much money. How do you say no when they... It's baffling, truly. Memory Ann, I used to think that when I was a kid on the set of Memory Ann the Explorer. Uncle Krellin turning the lights the opposite direction, basically standing in a pitch black room with cameras on me, and then Samuel as my little pet monkey who was way taller than me, which made no sense. He would carry me around. He had the monkey tail on and the monkey ears.
It is very difficult to say no to them when they've made so much money. And when Fludwick is so upset like he was during the production meeting.
You remember that one time on the set of Oceans? Krellin was ad-libbing, which was actually kind of decent, and he called him a nincompoop and Frederick's heart looked like it's shattered.
Don't call me a nincompoop, Cohen. That's not nice.
Pecan starts laughing.
And then Krellin said, like, no, Fledwick, it acting. And it was all it all got into the movie somehow.
And they won, was that Razzie number 6 or 7 between the two of them?
Between added together, it was number 7 for the Three Stooges.
Oh, good lord.
That was a fun set to be on, just especially when those two were going. They had like 5 scenes where the two of them had to argue, and each time it ended with Fledwig like almost crying.
Pequod gets up. I would like Hale. Thank you. Sitting back down. Oh, Lord.
But yeah, hey, at least we have the productions starting back up, and you almost ready for your role, Carter? And Carter nods. I've watched the movie a couple times, just waiting on the script, and then we'll see if I can really do this.
You can. Memory Ann smiling at him, stroking his chin.
He smiles at her. I'll have to do well, just so I can impress you.
Maybe he'll even win an Oscar. Pequod, maybe he will. Pinching Hale's cheek.
Yeah, I don't doubt if he'd be able to. Hopefully acting runs in the genes. And Carter laughs. Yeah, hopefully.
Memory Ann, about to pick up a last piece of bacon, and Hale levitates it to herself. Pequod,
So gestures to Hale. I mean, come on, Memory. You couldn't even be mad at that. That's cute.
I'm not. We're used to it. She ate my whole plate of food when we took her on our weekend off.
Laz looks at Hale. Yeah, that seems within her personality to do.
She's just so adorable, lifting her up in the air on Julius's lap.
Julius watches her. The cat ears really do bring it all together.
Damn right they do. Good pick by Banksy.
Yeah, I would say so.
You think Aunt Icy wears them when she's fire crotch mode for him?
Oh, 100%.
Fire crotch?
Oh, should we have said that in front of the kids?
What is this fire crotch we speak of? Carter wants to know, right, Carter?
I would love to know what this fire crouch we speak of.
She just out fire crotch. I don't know, Hale. What's that? Just ignoring the kid.
It's a mystery to us all. He just rubs the back of his neck. Soul clicks her tongue and shakes her head.
Pequod, you've got 2 fire crotches sitting in this room. Technically 3, if you count your father.
Carter just starts to laugh, rubs his face. Oh, God.
Okay. Ginger, red hair, whatever you prefer. Fire crotch. Technically speaking, Memory Ann, you're ice crotch. Memory Ann.
Carter starts to laugh harder, rubs his face. Laz looks at Pequod. Is that what Uncle Banksy calls Aunt Icy?
Nodding her head quickly. Yeah. His little fire crotch.
Julius nods. But yeah, I suspect she has the cat ears, and I wouldn't put it past him to have a collar on even.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Looking at Hale, kissing her on the head. Meow!
Was that your Mr. Snuffles impression?
No, that was my fire crotch on Icy impression.
Oh god, I did not need to... That would be hilarious if she just walked in, meowed at him, and then pounced him.
That would be fucking great. They probably do that kind of stuff. Always figured they were kind of freaky in bed.
Oh, 100%. You aren't, like, that normal. Out in public and then not freaky in the sheets, let's be honest here.
Absolutely not. She looks at her wrist computer. How about we go wake up the other 2 lugs and Integra, and then we go, I don't know where Mom and Dad went, but I guess we go sit on the beach and just relax. We got a couple hours.
Yeah, sunbathe for a bit, maybe.
Memory Ann sounds good to me. Though, we'll be getting a lot of sun where we're going.
Carter just groans a bit, gathers up all the empty plates. That is for damn sure.
Honey, she looks at Soul, just teleport in the room, scream as loud as you can, thermadry or whatever the spell your aunt taught you that makes sound louder and scare the hell out of Oz and Colt. Let me wake up Integra first before you do that, though.
Oh, of course.
She will get up off Julius's lap, hand her hail, and go to wake them up. Remember, yeah, that's a hell of a way to wake up.
Honestly, it would probably trigger my flight or fight response if I was woken up like that. I wonder how they're gonna react.
Memory Ann, looking where Pequod went, probably not well. Carry me out to the beach, Carter.
Yes, ma'am. He gets off her lap, picks her up out of the chair, and starts to carry off to the beach.
Switching here before Soul goes into scream and wake everybody up. Ricky's having a wonderful breakfast. Ricky knows what day it is. He knows the hour draweth late. Groweth late. Having a wonderful breakfast, though.
This is really good. Which one of you made it?
I did. Sarah speaks up.
Should have known mine. It's been a while since I've actually had breakfast you made, hasn't it?
If you come home, you can have as much as you want.
I'll keep coming home. It's been nice.
We have breakfast here like this almost every morning shift I work. Sarah, see? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd love to come home a bit more often and hang out with you guys. It's been nice being at the shop again.
I mean, I'm sure Woodbury isn't terrible. You know, it's probably nice to be there, but isn't it nice to get off base since you work there all the time? You're working there. It probably doesn't feel like a normal job with the way Julius runs it, which is good. But at the same time, isn't it nice for just a little change of scenery?
No.
Look at this. You can see this.
Yeah, Mom. Yeah, I can. But yeah, it is nice. It's
Fluttering her eyes at the Fudwick photo.
Do you like him or something?
I was born here, of course I do. My middle name is Fudwick.
Ah, didn't know that one. That's fair enough.
This is the king's turf.
Yeah, it is. You ever get to see him play?
No.
Huh. Oh.
Sarah, there's no way she would have got to see him play, Rick. His concert tickets sold out in like 3 minutes. And though the concert was here in town, there was like mass bodyguards here to protect the guy. Pequod, Julius's wife. A lot of women and men too were after the king.
And he never played another, right?
No. Not that we know of. I mean, maybe he did private stuff, we don't know. Vitavis just dropped off the map.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Hypothetically, if he were to, play another concert, would you guys want to go?
They both say absolutely at the same time.
Huh, well, that's a fun, hypothetical.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to go. I would hope it's here in town, because I like being here. I don't want to leave the business. We can't... I mean, we can afford to close down, but we have clientele that depend on us, so...
Oh, yeah, Ma, I get you. Imagine he plays it at the shop.
That would be a dream come true, actually. I worry for the safety of... Or, I worry for the structural integrity of the building. Because if fans see him, they're gonna mob this place, but...
Oh, yeah, they will. But...
He hasn't been seen in public in... 7 years? Well, he corrects her, 8. Right, 8.
Damn. That's kind of crazy. He doesn't look familiar to you, Ma, does he?
She looks at the picture. I've always kind of thought he looked similar to, I can't think of that. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan of movies, especially the Rainfall ones, but ever since your dad started this place for me, I don't have a lot of time, and I prefer to watch movies with your father, so that's about the only time we do it. It's, the movie where they do the heist. Oceans.
Yeah.
Right! Oh, it's that one. The heist, they remade the good one, but they made it better. And there, I think Fred Viss was under an alias in that movie because he's inspired after Elvis, and Elvis had an acting career too, an excellent one. So
Yes, he did. I'll have to keep that in mind. But,
plus, I mean, I know, I know he's the. I mean, I wasn't around, I think, when he kind of came into the fold, but he's related to the Rainfalls. I know that. Your dad knows that. Your dad's met him. But, yeah.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I've only met a few of the Rainfalls at this point.
He definitely has an acting career because he's the child cartoon star dude on all that. What's that show? Like the Explorer one, the Science one, he's the Fat Frederick movie. It's the same guy. He's just a tortured artist, most people think.
Tortured something. But, yeah. I'll keep that in mind if I hear anything about it happening.
Saris nods, eating from the plate. I assume he, my assumption is he works at the ODM place. So, I know Krellin was slated to work there. And your dad said Krellin and him were tight. And then there was this advanced robot thing, and so they're tight too. She cuts her off, Samuel, yeah, the cartoon. I've seen like one episode maybe or something. But yeah, and so I assume he actually has like duties and stuff he has to attend to. You don't run an academy, and I don't know anything about schools, but I do know running a prestigious academy like that takes a lot of hard work.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
Most people think he got inducted into the Hall of Fame and retired. Since I know Pequod and them, I imagine he only has limited time.
Oh, I've met the guy before.
Was he Fledvis or just
Fat Fwedwick with his friend, I think it was Krella Snuffagus.
Yeah, see, he retired. There's too much for him, probably.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I mean, people were mobbing to get at him. He was sweating. This town looked like something out of a movie, really, when he showed up. I mean, the impact was so great, they inducted him into the Hall of Fame. Nobody's ever been inducted doing one performance. And his records are still some of the best-selling to this day. So.
Yeah, I'd assume so. I mean...
Most expensive copyright.
Oh god, I can imagine. And I mean, I don't even want to know how much that thing's worth.
Oh, they're worth a lot. Pequod and Julius took care of me, that's for sure.
Yeah, they did. And they've done a damn fine job of taking care of me, even though I didn't deserve it.
You ready for deployment?
No. No.
Nobody is.
Like, I'm itching to get into the fight, but... I mean, it's scary. You know, never actually fought actual guys with guns.
My first, full-scale deployment was while your father was deployed on the Majestic for an Arcane Council team. I went to the frontier with Colonel Curtis, Sasha, and the Colonel's squad at the time. And it was horrifying. I know Sasha was scared. I was scared. We spent 8 days humping around basically a rainforest, watching... the UIR were a little more formidable back then, let's just put it that way. UIR, it was a tank facility. They were building their crappy 2-bit knockoffs of the EarthGov Centaur tanks, if you've ever seen one. If not, it's no big deal. But yeah, and 8 days of watching them gathering intel. We gathered enough intel to make a move on them, make a move on the base, and just like that, it was over. Maybe like 8 days for 4 minutes of a firefight, and longest 4 minutes of my life.
Did you, any of your squad get hit?
No. Nope. A real smash and grab type of job. They never knew what hit them, but, yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know much about the guys we're fighting or what we're doing. I guess they're probably gonna tell me more later, but I know it's gonna be hot. I think they said like the average temperature on the part of the planet we're going to is like 105 at the heat of the day or more.
Bring sunscreen.
Yeah, sunscreen, and I'd bring ice, but I don't think it'll help.
It probably won't last too long, no. You'll regret not following in your father's footsteps and being a ranger. Trust me.
Oh, really?
That ranger armor has built-in air conditioning. You don't.
Now you tell me. And my standard armor is, he's gonna look down, give or take what I'm wearing.
Save for some elbow pads and knee pads. You're gonna be sweating your balls off.
Yeah, but better sweating them off than getting them shot off, I guess.
You'll be fine.
I know I will. I've been training for a long time, and I can actually shoot the damn gun well now. So I'll be fine. It's the squad I'm worried about.
Why so?
Yeah, they're my friends, and I don't know. I just don't want to see them get hurt. I can't do much other than draw fire for them, right? If they get hurt, I can't help them.
No, you can't. But you do have the luxury of being the front line, the initiator, if you will. Depending on some engagements pick you, others you get to pick. If you get to pick, make sure you're picking the right one.
How do you know when it's the right one?
Your gut.
Well, let's hope I pick the right one when the time comes. His dad, I never got a chance to ask him, but what kind of engagements did he have? I know he had the Geist stuff, but do you know of any others?
Too many to count, really. I mean, to this day, I don't think there's a full accounting of the Majestic when he was there. But in terms of Alpha 9, the squad he was on with, your squad's parents, Julius Pequod, Hunk, Davine. I mean, tons of them.
I
fought a myriad of things, from, at least on the Majestic, demons to, during the events of, when he was on Alpha 9, a crazy, creepy, wacko cultist piloting giant robot, big, I don't even know what that dragon was, but some type of, amorphous, void, corrupted druid dragon. A myriad of enemies.
You make him sound almost cool when you talk like that, Ma.
Well, that's just the facts. I mean, that's robots, some other things, creatures, yeah, men, power armored men, UIR, you name it. I mean, a litany, absolute litany. We all did.
What was it? Because our squad's probably not that different from what you did. What was it like fighting on a squad like that?
Well, I mean, it was nice. It's if I had to choose, I would rather be on a small, tight unit than, a large, like, one of number, 1,000 people in a battalion, like a basic trooper. It was nice. There's a lot of liberties and luxuries. It was enjoyable. I mean, they're still my friends to this day. So, and Rangers tend to always work in small groups, so I've never been a part of a large unit. I wouldn't probably know exactly how to function the more I think about it.
I mean, yeah, maybe it's me being spoiled, but I don't know if I do stay in the military. I think I'm gonna try for something like, small units.
Well, most people go through the headhunters. That's what you're aiming for. Soft groups, special forces. You're not gonna go to any normal battalion, that's for sure.
Yeah, imagine that. My dumbass walks in and can't even shoot a pistol.
That doesn't matter. You got the rifle down.
Yeah, I do. And I mean, I got the built-in glow sticks as he shakes his hand back and forth.
No Kai blades at the table.
Not gonna ignite him, I promise.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm as ready as I can be, just, don't know what to expect.
You never do. You never can tell.
I think Bash said something like that. Plans go to hell the moment you're in the field or something like that.
Yeah. Just rely on your training. Man, you're friends. You guys will be okay. You have a nice, diverse squad, so.
Yeah, we do, now that I think about it. We got healers, snipers, mid-range, and melee range. We kinda got a bit of everything.
It has to happen sooner or later. There's a lot of people who want to join the military without fully understanding what they're asking for. Now you're getting what you really asked for, whether you understood what you were asking for or not.
Yeah, I mean, I can take pretty much any fight, but I think bullets are a bit different than that, you know? But, I think we can do it. I'm sure we can. I don't know, I just can't get the worry out of the back of my head. I've never really been worried about something like this. At least, a fight.
Oh, you won't be able to get it out until it happens. And then when it happens, it's going to be the longest blank amount of time in your life, as I said. And then you'll realize maybe it was like 2 hours, 3 hours, or 5 minutes, whatever it is. And yeah, maybe you'll like it. Your father likes it, clearly. I enjoyed it, clearly. There is something to be said about playing on the highest stakes, but and doing the right thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell Dad likes it, because he'll look around. I mean, you know. Not to be an ass, he obviously is good at it.
Yeah, I mean, so good at it. Hopefully he makes it here to see you off. He said he would, but he has work, but hopefully he'll be here to see you off.
You can see him kind of rub his shoulder before. You know, anytime he said he'd be there, he was.
If you're gonna stay in the military, that's what you should shoot for. He's the asset of assets to, you know, the Ranger General, Julius, the three who basically run the show. I see. Why do you think he gets paid so much money? His own private dropship. That should be your goal. Something like that.
Yeah. No, I've been thinking about it.
It comes at a heavy cost, though, of being reliable, being the one. He's a workhorse.
He really is. I mean, as far as I can remember, I never seen him crash. Like, tired crash.
I mean, you'd have to ask for the colonel or Sasha or Icy. You'd have to ask one of them because I'm not privy to statistics, but he's the one who killed the vast majority of the Max Tech remnants, right? Him and his squad. Colonel Curtis was still around back then too. He was under Curtis, but they were, no pun intended, headhunting Max Tech.
Well, that sounds like them.
And that's, I mean, if you want the digs, you want the rich, you want the money to open up a place like this, you want the private, you got to work. Your father's always worked. We had our differences. Well, not even differences, problems, but I never questioned his work ethic. And when you're doing the right thing, that makes it worth it. We always did the right thing, whether it was, we're lucky. You know, we could have ended up in the UIR or something, but EarthGov's, especially nowadays with who's in charge, that's what you're going to do. You're going to do the right thing.
Yeah. And hey, I get to actually fight bad guys who might pose a threat this time. I mean, you know, I'm the only one on the squad with a confirmed kill.
On the android thing,
I don't know, actually. Would that count as a kill? Because it's not,
No.
Oh.
So this fat guy you were telling us you killed is your first KIA.
He's gonna type on his wrist computer and bring up a picture of him. That's...
the fat guy who fell on you.
Yeah, that's my first confirmed kill.
I don't think that counts. Saris, no. Trust me, that does not count. It counts for the records, but nah.
Thank God. I'm not counting it. I mean, look at the guy. He probably would have died of cholesterol like 20 minutes after we left if I'd left him alive.
Heat stroke.
I mean, yeah, his shirt looks like it's almost melted off.
Sarah's, you'll probably fight some, more dangerous opponents, if you will. Yeah. From what a little I know. Yeah.
I mean, if it's scary enough that we're all going down there, these guys gotta be at least a little tough. Oh, man. It's weird. I'm kind of excited, too, and I don't know why.
You don't spend your whole life training for something to not do it.
Yeah? Yeah. Well, are you guys, coming down with us to see everyone off?
Sarah's, I think we'll probably come to Woodbury, but I don't know when everybody else is getting there, and we have things to do here. We have a large catering order for tomorrow, but we'll definitely see you to Woodbury. Tommy said he was sending somebody to pick you up. I don't know if it's going to be Tommy, but...
If he said he's sending someone, it's either him or Yuri.
The tall guy?
Yeah, his brother. He seems a bit derpy, but he's one of the coolest guys you'll meet.
Sarah said, they'll send somebody, and we'll come down. I'll let your father know that's where you are, where we are, but,
No, that's great. Maybe I can, probably not this time because we're rushing, but I want to show you the garden we've got down there. I put a lot of work into it, and I think you'd like it.
Sure, I'd like to come down. I'm sure Julius wouldn't mind. He'd probably be shocked to see me coming down. What is it? A stairway, an elevator, through the door?
Elevator, yeah.
The whole base is underground?
The part where we bed down in, yeah, there's some more stuff up on the surface, but the main part of the headhunter stuff is underground.
That's really nice, considering where it's located. Nice and cool.
Oh, man, you don't even know. There's some days during the year, there's like a week span where it was 100 degrees with like 80% humidity for a few of them.
Well, it's one way or the other. You're either going to get extreme cold or hot. Best to train it.
No, it makes sense. Although, God, there are some days I wish I had the cold. Just put more stuff on. There's only so much you could do when it feels like your hair's melting off.
Yeah. I don't know. I prefer the heat, honestly. The cold of Raven Rock was like... It was brutal. Just the wind hitting you.
No.
And back then I was a vampire. So... Technically speaking, I shouldn't have been too bothered by the elements, but yeah.
Yeah. What? Not now. I don't know. I never been in cold like that, but I know I prefer where we have it now, because it's a, 15-minute drive to the big town?
We would have given anything back in those days to be able to... You come up an elevator and see a beach. Trust me.
No, I think Dad said something similar. Something like you guys went to a beach, like, twice in the first 6 years you knew each other.
Hell. Maybe only once. Because I started doing deployments with Sasha and under the Ranger General's command near the end of your father's career in the Headhunter, so yeah. Because your dad was going off... Your dad was being eyed for Arcane Council Strike Squad, which was Sigma, and I was eyed by Lorelei, so... I think really I only went once. I think your dad went twice.
That's crazy. But, I mean, maybe it was for the best. I mean, you were, vampire, beach, maybe not the best combo.
No, I don't think I would have had too much fun back then. I count my lucky stars every day to Krellin. I would like to see him one day again and thank him because, it doesn't bother me to talk too much about it, but we couldn't have had you if I was a vampire. He made that clear, Krellin. No reproducing at all. Really?
I never knew
Sarah's...
that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Krellin... So we met Krellin... I can't remember all the particulars, but I know it was on. Icy. She had some type of episode. Spellcasters go through these things, and then she was able to pick up on Krellin's mind. She could read Krellin's mind, figure out where he was. Blah blah blah. We meet this guy. Uh, he said he'd come help us or something like that. We didn't hear from him for 9 months, and that's because he was busy looking through his ship for the cure to vampirism.
So, the dude in the Snuffagus costume is the one who cured you.
Yeah, and I never actually... I did... Hell, I don't even know... I don't think I got to thank him. Because when I left, I don't think he was there. Maybe I did, I can't remember. But I'd like to see him again and thank him again regardless. Because you weren't even on my stomach yet. You weren't even on your father and I's minds, like having a kid.
I mean, I'm sure if you wanted to, we could get you down there and you could thank him.
I would like to. I know your father's thanked him many times, but I would really like to. I asked Pequod, and Pequod said sure, but Krellin is busy because this children's thing, that these ridiculous shows they do, and just in general, he's hard to lock down.
No, that's fair. I mean, maybe you could talk to him. I'm sure they'd be happy to have you on Rainfall Lane someday.
Yeah, or wherever. I'd just like to thank him. I'm pretty sure he was here at Frederick's concert. He was the blonde chick polymorphed, I'm pretty sure, because I could see the way she was gesturing, and it clearly was not somebody who knows how humans or elves or anybody normal acts. It was definitely... You know when you know the Oscar speech your dad gave?
Yeah, I've seen
That was Krellin polymorph. His dad was on deployment. He was out on the frontier with the colonel.
There's no way that I've heard that Krellin dude talk. Like, he talks in broken English.
Ask your father if you don't believe me. If you don't believe him, ask the colonel. Ask Pequod if you see her. Ask anybody. It was him polymorph. Ask Tommy. He was there.
That's...
Apparently they were really worried that Krellin was gonna, go up there and flub it up, but he, I guess, read your father's mind and perfectly imitated your father.
I guess so. He even had the same kind of... used the same kind of big words that Dad would.
Yeah.
I guess I gotta thank him now, too.
Well, he's hard to track down or lock down from what I hear. The last Star Child in existence has a lot on his plate. I can imagine. He's probably busy all the time.
Probably. I mean, he's also friends with that guy, right? I mean, that's probably gotta cut into it, too.
And Samuel the Tank Engine. Is that the one where you see their hands? Right?
Yeah. Yeah. that
Okay,
is.
yeah. That's a good show.
Yeah, for kids, yeah. I mean, I think...
I mean, even you liked Fat Fudwick as a child, so...
Yeah, I did. It was kind of cool to see him in person, although it's a bit... memory of it's a bit fuzzy.
Well, maybe you'll see him again. Hopefully like that, though.
I hope so, Ma. If I do, I'll make sure to see if I can get him down here.
Fudwick the pelvis, as she just stares at the picture.
You, what do you, Ellie, what do you do aside from, working here?
Play video games. Homebody, really.
Really, what kind of games do you play?
RPGs are my favorite.
Really, I haven't played a lot of games in a while, been too busy, but, maybe you could show me some sometime.
Sure, I usually bring my game man, because there's downtime, but today I didn't bring it.
Next time, then. I think that'd be fun.
I was gonna go to school here, but I just decided to keep... It was nice working here. I don't really feel like incurring a bunch of debt.
Oh, God, yeah.
Plus, once I saw all the memorabilia, I knew this is where I wanted to stay.
And I mean, they can't have been a bad part of that.
No, cats are okay, but I prefer the Fudwick memorabilia.
Yeah, fair enough, he's got some damn good music.
She prefers dogs, Ricky.
Really? didn't know that. What kind of breed do you like?
Mini Dobes. We used to have one when I was very young. Then he passed away. And then we never got another one because my mom said just dogs are a lot of upkeep compared to cats.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. I never had one, so I don't know for sure, but sounds like it.
Maybe it's time you get one.
Oh, Uncle Yuri! He's gonna
Yes, Ricky.
He's gonna get up and come over and hug him. Oh,
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Staying out of the jumpsuit, are we?
So far.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten arrested. Good. That is good.
You've met Mom, right?
Yes, I've met her, Ellie, everybody.
Okay, yeah, so you guys know Yuri. I'm guessing you're here to come get me?
Yes, it's time to go. Saris will stand up. I'll drive our car. Ellie will ride with me. The boys can ride together.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. He'll come.
Already messaged your father. Told him we would be in Woodbury.
That's good. It'll be good to see him before I head out. He's gonna hug Saris. It'll be fun. Depending on how much time we have, maybe I could show you around town. You guys around town a bit before we go.
There should be enough time. Come on, let's go.
Yeah,
I think Tom will be there too.
perfect. All right, let's rock. He'll walk up to Yuri. I'll see you guys there.
We'll be right behind you.
All right, let's get going, Uncle Yuri.
Come, let's go. As flashing to the beach. No, she's not here yet. Flashing to the beach, everybody's finally awake and out on the beach. Memory Ann, Carter on her lap. Oz's beautiful beach.
Sol is still laughing from how terrified the two boys were. It is very beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, I never thought I'd have a heart attack. This young, pretty sure I did.
Oh God, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Just prepping me for deployment, just making sure I'm ready to go on my game.
Yeah, that's it. She gives him a kiss.
Well, I appreciate it. Pulling her onto his lap. And this is where you stay.
And this is where I shall stay.
Thank God.
Laz looks at Oz. It is a very beautiful beach, though.
It really is. This place was before the Rainfall family. Pequod, yeah, Grandpa owned it.
Julius nods. One of our first, well, not one of our first, but a squad outing we came to this beach, and then just the ladies, and then from there it sort of became a Rainfall family thing to do, to come to the beach house.
Pequod, even though we have Rainfall Lane, it's still one of my favorite places.
Julius nods. Yeah, Rainfall Lane is amazing. Just sometimes you need an escape almost, and this is one of them. The cabin, if some of you might remember it from when you guys were younger, the cabin is another one, and then Icy's house is the last one.
Oh yeah, I haven't been to Aunt Nicole's house. Aunt Icy? I don't know what to call her.
Les looks at him. Either or, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Aunt Cornstalk. Pequod, she would like that.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you give her like a tomahawk, I'm sure she would love that.
Carter and look there, Soul are thinking back to the band days. Band days.
Carter, like, looking up at the sky, looks at Soul. Have you thought of writing anything recently? And Soul shakes her head. No. I mean, it's pretty easy to do my part of the job, in all reality. All I have to do is make the tempo, and after that I add in some drum fills and anything else that needs to be done. Help Benny out with the bass line. After that, or whoever's playing the bass. After that, it's pretty normal. You have the harder job, and Carter shrugs. Yeah, which is weird. I always thought your job was harder. Setting the tempo for the whole song, and then me needing to. The melody always just came naturally. Like if it was a slow song, you would play it in minor, and then fast songs major, and it was always just easier to figure out for me. And she shrugs. Laz perks up. You both have your strengths and weaknesses. One of you might not be great at keeping time. She pats Carter on the head. One of you might not be great at coming up with melodies. That's, like I said about a month ago. That's why it's a band, a group, a squad. You make up for each other's strengths and weaknesses. And Julius chuckles. That is correct, honey. When things go bad or hell even go right, you got each other to keep it going. And that's just how it is. It's good to have a squad, easier, in my opinion.
The not to cut you off, but the band idea is that something you guys are really serious about?
Yeah, I would personally enjoy doing it, only if everyone else is up for it, though.
Colt raising his hand, looking at Soul, smiling. Oz, I prefer electronics, so yeah. And not being shot at while I mess with him. And I think this one has the mind to be a wonderful band manager.
I mean, can you just imagine me, Oz, in a little nice pencil skirt, my glasses on, a bit of lipstick, making a
The
point.
black pantyhose.
Oh yes, the black pantyhose. You have to have those. Helping schedule appointments and meetups and everything that a band manager needs to do, all while you get to watch me.
Trying to make me sweat myself to dehydration.
Oh yes, yes. I'm trying to make you thirsty.
I am thirsty, darling. And not for water.
Very good. She just pats him on the cheek and gives his chin a kiss.
Pequod will lean back into Julius. Maybe this is what they do when their reenlistment date comes up.
Start the band? I think so, yeah.
If you guys are serious and you really want to do what you want, who do you want on vocals?
You remember Elizabeth being a really good singer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's who.
Memory Ann scoffed. Good luck getting her to sing. Pequod, yeah, that's a problem. Julius.
Julie's just not. He rubs the back of his neck. If you guys can get her to do it, good on you.
She is coming out of her shell a little more. Pequod puts her hand out. Colt, that's true. I think Benny has a lot to do with that.
Soul just laughs to herself, kicks her feet a bit. All we need to do is have Benny tell her how cool it would be for him to see her singing on stage. And then, boom, that'll give her the incentive to actually try and attempt singing and come out of her shell, as she has every single time Benny brought something like that up.
Pequod then maybe expedite the process on that. Start it now. And if as long as you got something for Benny to do, preferably not something hard. Pequod laughs a little bit. Because yeah, if you stay in the military, if you want to, I would be proud of you. Your father would be proud of everybody would. But you're gonna get more of this. More deployments, more this, more that. If you don't enjoy what you're about to walk into in the next coming weeks here, let's start trying to button up what you want to do now, after it's over.
So nuts. Yeah, okay. We will, Mom. And Carter looks at her. Oh, we were gonna have Benny play bass.
That should be easy enough for her. Loud laughter out of him hearing that.
Yeah, it should be easy enough. Just a simple bass line to go along with the drums, and it'll make everything nice and all with a pretty bow on top. Yep.
He'll start rubbing her legs for her. I could get shirtless. Was it the Eagles who always had shirtless dudes on stage?
Oh, it was a bunch of those old, like 70s, 80s, 1970s, 80s bands. A
You want
lot.
me to do that?
I mean, yes. I would love to see you shirtless, sweaty, and playing a guitar.
And I don't know, maybe they should let me keep my sniper rifle. Unloaded, of course, but I can sling it across my back.
She just blinks at him a couple times.
Got nice legs.
Thank you. You have a nice everything.
The best legs, actually. Pequot.
Carter starts to laugh, looks at Marianne. Would you like to see me shirtless playing the guitar?
Yes.
He smiles, gives her a kiss. Then it shall be done, Mew Mew.
Holding the microphone, maybe you can do a duet with Elizabeth or something.
Oh yeah, just do one of those like lean. Actually, I would have to like get on my knees to do one of those like lean-in things.
Oh, you could slide across the stage.
Oh yeah, slide across the stage with like one of those guitar riffs that just lasts for it. That'd be awesome.
This is what I'd prefer to do afterwards. Good. Pequot thought.
Let's nuts. And I do believe this is what Oz and I would prefer to do.
Yes, ma'am. Good. Then focus on making it happen. Now.
Yes, ma'am. We will.
Because you just have to have a plan. You have to do something. You'll want to do something. I don't know. I think I would go crazy if I couldn't do something. I think your Aunt Icy would. I don't know. What do you think, Julius?
I think everyone, to a certain extent, needs work in their life, or at least something to do that they don't necessarily see as work, but it's something to do. I think if none of us have anything like that, any of us would go crazy. So yeah.
And maybe we could have you start playing some small gigs now. Get you practice.
Carter nods. Yeah. Unity as a band, knowing how to read each other, a lot like a squad, is important. You need to know each other to play well with each other, in my opinion, at least.
Why don't we just put on a show in Woodbury, if that would be alright? First one for the Delta guys and the civvies who work there. Pequot, not a bad idea.
Sure. I could definitely get that set up really easily.
Marianne, I'm happy to write the vocals, assuming Elizabeth is willing to sing.
I'm sure she would be. And if all else fails, he rubs his forehead a bit. I'm willing to bite the bullet and do some singing.
Whatever you guys choose to do, as long as you stick together, that's all I think me and your father care about.
Yeah, all these relationships, not just romantic relationships, but the friendships that you've made with each other, these are the kind of relationships you want to keep throughout your entire life. So stick together, keep those relationships strong.
If we were anybody else, she's tapping her chin thinking, if we were anybody else, any other unit in the military, and somebody else was Alpha 9, pretty sure at some point we all would have went our own directions. Because we sure as hell did when they took your father away from me and put him on the Majestic with Ash, and yes, the bearded guy, Malcolm. Ash! Doing a very good Malcolm impression.
Julius jumps at that impression. Been a while since I've heard that.
You are good at those, aren't you? Cold smile. Dad's good at them. Taught me. What can I say?
Soul chuckles. You won't believe how scared I am at times when I just hear Tommy Wiseau talking to himself in the bathroom while he's like brushing his teeth.
There was one morning, it was like 2 weekends ago at Rainfall Lane. We woke up. She was still in bed, and I don't know if you were groggy, you didn't notice where I was, but I was in the bathroom just yelling, "What the fuck is going on here?" Woke her right up.
I thought Tommy came in and he had invited us somewhere and I completely forgot about it. I was scared.
He did walk in on us when we were the first time we did the thing and when in the dolphin, and he, "What the fuck is this?"
Oh yeah. Yeah, he
He did it in his dolphin enclosure? Cool, yes, ma'am. Kissing soul on the lip.
I mean you should have you have someone give you a dolphin and then not want to jump his bones, Mom.
That is one place we've never done it, a dolphin enclosure. Write that down, Julie.
Julius pulls up a dedicated like ENET dock on his wrist computer and writes down dolphin enclosure.
Memory end. I wouldn't mind.
Carter pulls up his wrist computer and writes it down. I'll get it done.
Personally, I prefer the vertebrate. Just my 2 cents.
I mean, the vertebrate is very comfortable, especially with the bed that we put in there now.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Turn the inside. Nice, it's a nice living little place. Cozy, really.
Our own little apartment.
Go anywhere you want, just like your mother said. When we get into it, I'd always like to go somewhere cold. The heating system's very good in there. Nice and cozy. Little campfire outside.
Laz looks up. Are you looking for like really cold or just like, it's pretty chilly out type cold?
Like chilly, not like sub-zero.
Then maybe like Alaska
You-
summertime.
You look good in turtlenecks. That's what.
Oh, you just like me in formal wear, don't you?
Yes, because when you take it off, it accentuates what's underneath.
Laz leans forward a bit, whispering into his ear. Maybe you can act as my secretary one of these nights, and I'm a big, in charge business mogul or something like that, and then we can just go from there.
That sounds get a little memory and BDSM action going on. I'd be okay with that, honestly.
She smirks at him, gives him a kiss. She shrugs. Only if you're comfortable with it.
Absolutely. Step on me all you'd like.
Then she just blinks a couple times. For that roleplay scenario, I'll step on you.
Go for it, darling. Hitting Julius with her hands, because these kids are into some different stuff, aren't they?
Yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, me and you, I like choke you and stuff.
That's true. I guess they do get it from it. None of them have the spider outfit, though, so.
Yeah, that's true. None of them have the spider outfit, or an equivalent to it. Or at least I think so.
Memory Ann biting in on Carter's neck, ignoring the conversation.
Carter just reaching around, grabbing her ass while she's doing that.
Colt standing up, squeezing Soul's ass cheeks. Oh.
Oh my god, they realize we're right here, right?
Well, I'm glad they don't care. They know they can be comfortable around us.
Yeah, that's true. Were we like this with Mom and Dad, too?
Yes, I mean, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, fair enough. Well, they have to get it from somewhere.
It should be encouraged. Look at the results.
Yeah, it's just good to see our kids happy.
It is. It really. As her teeth go deeper into Carter's neck. Oh, God.
Well, I'm glad she has a spell to heal those now. Oh Jesus!
That's some Saris level shit. She starts snickering. I mean, old Saris back in the day, the vampire. Ah!
I mean, are we sure Memorian isn't a vampire?
Last I was told, vampirism was gone throughout the galaxy, but apparently there's maybe one left. A little bit of blood is dripping down Memory Ann's chin, so she stops biting.
Carter just smirks at her and gives her a kiss on the forehead.
I much prefer the weekdays.
I don't mind the weekdays at all, as he rubs the wound that she gave him.
She'll pull out a handkerchief and start cleaning it up as they're coming back. JJ carrying Sam leading the pack. Pequot, about goddamn time. Where'd you go? We took the boat, right, dear?
Yeah, we just went for some time on the yacht.
Without us.
But we tried to wake you up, but then you shrieked at your father.
Oh, I did.
Yes. As JJ...
Oh, that was you knocking on the door? I thought I heard Mr. Snuffles coming up as well. Go ahead.
JJ just nods. Yeah, you shrieked very loudly. I'm surprised it didn't wake any of these six up.
Oh, sorry. Quad will clear her throat. Would have liked to have gone on the yacht, though. Hunk carrying Davine sitting down would have liked to have had you.
JJ takes a seat, sets Sam on his lap. Yeah, it would have been nice.
And maybe when the kids get back, we can all go on a yacht trip.
Yeah, do some fishing or something like that.
Hell yeah. Catch and cook. You know what fish are native to the cove down near the lighthouse? So that oh god.
JJ smirks. Oh, I know what fish are native to the lighthouse. Trust me, I've been thinking about it all week, Dad.
What type of fish? Oh, you poor girl.
Oh, it's just this wonderful fish, breed of fish called Maui Maui. It is spectacular. You have to try it, love.
Best fish of your life. Right, dear?
It will make your eyes go crossed. It's so good.
Actually, there was just one time. I haven't made my coconut seafood soup for her yet. Points at Sam. I will. I'll have it ready for you when you get back from deployment. But there was one time I made it with this fish, and it knocked your socks off. He just can't bring himself to finish talking looking at Davine. Didn't it, dear?
It was the most spectacular. She just does that kind of noise and grabs his face and starts to kiss him.
The sex fish? Memory Ann speaks up. Called sex fish, yeah. Would you like sex fish, honey?
She looks at Colt, pinches his chin a bit. The real question is, do you think you can handle me with sex fish?
Oh, I've got all the tools to handle you, don't worry.
She smirks and gives him a kiss. Then I want on this sex fish I can handle.
After deployment, then, maybe we should have a fishing trip. Oh, yeah, I've heard Uncle Scott mumbling about the fabled sex fish, something or other. He's always like, oh, and the sex fish, and those fucking losers and their sex fish. Hunk.
Yeah, I've heard him talk about it. She shrugs. I've never tried it before, though. I've heard it's always tasted really good.
Well, after deployment, we'll have another beach party maybe, and we'll get some fish. I'll make enough stew for everybody, including those who are not here.
Julius nods. Good idea, yeah.
Wonder what would happen if the cat ate this sex fish. Meow. Just seductively looking at all. That cat's staring at me.
Laz looks at Mr. Snuffles. Get your eyes off of my man.
Brrr, in his little hover chair. Isn't that cat male? So that yes.
She nods at us. Yeah, he is.
That is creepy.
It looked like he wanted you, though. I'd say that's a compliment.
I don't. Yes, but I don't want him.
Well, I'm happy about that, honey.
Well, it looks like you got a tan, Sam. Sam's smiling at Pequod. Fun time on the boat.
A very fun time, Pequod. One of the best times I've had, in fact.
Well, next time maybe somebody can just, instead of banging on our door saying wake up, politely open the door and say, would you like to come on the yacht? Hunk, yeah, that's been tried too. Would you like to come to the cabin? Would you like to come for early morning skiing? Early morning ice fishing? Would you like to come for some brunch? And I always get shrieked at or screamed at, which Mom can attest to. So,
I actually think you've thrown something at me before.
oh, Pequod looks around. Suletta was one of Julius's shoes. Yes.
Davy nods. So yes, darling, that has been tried.
Suletta, maybe if you cut down on the extracurricular activities and got a full 8 hours of sleep, you'd be more amicable when you wake up, more agreeable.
Julius looks at Pequod. I mean, that's up to you. It's your decision, honey.
Pequod, I think the results speak for themselves. We have a good time, and look at all of our children here. We need more. We need more from that one, too. Her mom. We need more. Just let him more males.
Hey, we'll see what we can do, Auntie. Just, you know what? If we take a couple shots in the dark, we're sure to hit the target eventually.
What was it Uncle Scar said to you, Carter? Just say it's gonna be a boy, it's going to be a boy. She starts laughing.
Carter laughs, which doesn't even make sense, since I'm pretty sure it's the female body that determines if it's male or female. But hey, I'll try it out, I guess.
Colt, shuffling Soul around, turning her to the rest of the family in his arms, carrying her around like Banksy did to Icy all those years. Boy or girl, what would you prefer? For the first. Boy!
She looks at Soletta, then leans in to Colt. Yeah, probably a boy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it would be nice to have, I guess, you know. Yeah. Look, I don't know why it's this way. He looks around.
Just maybe it's just the genes of rainfalls. They produce more females than males? Who knows?
Yeah, actually, I mentioned something like that once. It's like because the women come out so beautiful, but then, oh well, Mom always counters the argument. Well, so do the men. So I don't know. I agree with that.
JJ smirks at her and starts to nibble on her earlobe as Davy nods. I don't know either. Maybe it is just a gene thing, or maybe it's just bad luck on our part.
More boys. Yeah, we'll get on it. All of us.
Carter gives Soletta a thumbs up. Laz, pretty much just all the characters I play give her a thumbs up.
Memory Ann, I would prefer a boy myself. For the first. I don't know if I could deal with a miniature version of me. Soletta, it's a lot of work.
Carter looks at Memory Ann. Yeah, I would love to have a boy. Teach him some of the things that I know, working around the house. Man, I just hope he isn't a miniature version of me.
That's what your father used to say about you.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that Dad wasn't a... He looks behind himself, sees Integra and Soul, leans forward over to Pequod. I'm sure he wasn't a little bitch.
No. He was not. Turning around, smiling at him. A little disgruntled, but no.
Julius chuckles. Well, none of my children ever turned out disgruntled, which I'm very thankful for. And that was pretty much my biggest fear, that I would like raise you incorrectly, I guess, and turn you into that sort of thing, but I'm very thankful that didn't happen. And Soul looks at Julius, gives him a kiss on the side of his head. You did a really good job with all three of us. Thank you. Thank you both. And she looks at Pequod and Julius.
Pequod smiling. I'm just glad you guys found who you wanted to be with. That's the hardest part.
Julius nods. Yeah, it. I personally believe in soulmates, and I also personally believe I got extremely lucky with how I found my soulmate.
Agreed. Punk, yeah.
Yeah, and not everyone is that lucky all the time, and I'm glad you guys were that lucky. All of you.
You know what I'm most fortunate for? Like, my children will do anything for... When it comes to the kids, our children will do anything for us, right, dear?
Oh, yes, 100%.
Like giving Mr. Wiseau a call right now and asking him if he will lie to Nicole about needing a time tombstone. Son, you get to go. We need to go for some personal business. So that's right. Just looking at Julie.
Julius just blinks a couple times. Okay, but Tommy doesn't like to lie. You guys.
Oh, he lied for many stupid things, getting Ash's son arrested, and lied to the news. He can lie for us. Well, there it is in black and white, son. What can I say?
Okay, fine. Jeez, I'll call him.
He always answers for Julius.
Davine starts to snicker a bit as Julius will try to ring up Tommy.
Picks up on the first call. You see him in Woodbury. Well, Julius, everything fine here? Not fucking doing anything stupid. Don't worry about it.
No, I understand, Tommy. Thank you for letting me know. I had a small favor to ask you.
Yeah, anything for you.
Would you mind? He looks behind himself to Hung and Davine, and then back at Tommy. Would you mind lying to Nicole so you can get access to a time tomb crystal?
What? I never lie. Not once in my life have I lied. Loud groan coming from, which makes her start to laugh.
Tommy, please, just this once. I know.
Why me? Why have to be me? I don't understand. Can't you just get one of these kids to do it?
Julius turns around and looks at Hunk. Yeah, why Tommy specifically?
She can't read his mind.
She can't read your mind, Tommy.
Alright, well, I will not be kept on the dark on these details. Turn me to see Davy and tell me why you want this.
Okay. He turns the camera over to them. Davy leans into Tommy. We want this so we can find out who Nicole's birth parents are, and quite possibly kick their asses, and I want Hunk to see what Julius looked like when he was younger.
Yeah, and I want to see Nicole when she was young, because there's no pictures. He starts stroking his chin, then looks at Julie.
Julius looks at Tommy. It's up to you, Tom. I'm not gonna get in the middle of this.
Fine, I will do it. When next I see her?
Okay, thank you, Tommy.
When she try to read my mind, what she see? Punk clapping monkey with drums. Oh. That was strange. Don't think about that type of stuff very often.
Davine shrugs. That's what she says she always sees whenever she attempts to read your mind.
And Fredwick is the other one. She just sees a donut on a turntable. Well, that makes fucking sense if you ask me.
Yeah, she says it slowly turns and she suspects that's when he's actually thinking about something.
Clockwise or counterclockwise? Pequod counterclockwise. Makes sense. Alright, waiting for Ricky's arrival. When next I see her, I lie to her on your account. See you later. He clicks. Thank you, son.
Yeah, no problem. He looks at the two of them. You want to see what we look like when we're younger?
I mean, I want to see you and Nicole, yeah. Personally.
And I would very much enjoy seeing Nicole as a little baby. I'm sure she'd look very cute.
It's not like we want to beat up her biological parents or anything.
No, not at all. Davy cracks one of her knuckles.
So, there's that. And I've always wanted to go into the time tombs, because other people got to go, so.
Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be pretty cool when I go in. And he just looks at Pequod and shrugs a bit.
Pequod should be... Banksy's going with you, right?
Yeah, Banksy said he'll go with me.
Okay, good. Good.
And I'll have the kids around, so there's that too.
Yes, I look forward to it.
As do I. Carter perks up, and Laz and Sol do the same. Sol puts her hands up. It'll be good practice for the whole spell that on Icy's trying to teach us.
Well then, good. It's settled. Tom can get it done, because if we employed Fudwick, I think he would just go up and fumble in front of Nicole and just completely botch it up and just tell her the truth, and then we'd look like idiots. I would look like an idiot.
Julius nods. Why don't you guys just go up to her and tell the truth?
I don't know. I don't think she'd be down for us beating random people up, son. At least that's my reservation.
Okay, if this is how you guys want to go about it, I'm not gonna fault you for it.
Beating random people up.
JJ chuckles, leans into Sam. Every so often, the rainfalls will just beat someone up. My dad, brother, sister, and sister-in-law did it one time with this pinhead Larry guy. His real name was like Jarek or Jared or Jiren or something like that. It happens every so often.
Oh. She's listening to JJ watching the cat hover around. She turns and gives him the most puppy dog eye look ever.
He blinks a couple times.
Would you ask the cat, or tell the cat you've got a cannoli and gabagool for him? Coming over closer.
For you, Samantha, I'll do anything. He looks right at the cat. Hey, Mr. Snuffles, you already know that I got the cannoli and the gabagool for you. You just need to ask for it, you know what I'm saying?
He had his hand on Davine's cheek about to kiss her. Benny clapping. Remember he had, oh my god. What the fuck was that? Huh? He almost dropped Soul out of his arms, but he caught her just in time. Sorry, babe.
It's okay. Soul and Laz.
Fuck! Pequod just...
Julius covers his mouth to hide his laughter. Elizabeth looks down, buries her face into Benny's chest and starts to laugh. Laz, eyes wide in surprise, Carter starts to laugh.
Jesus Christ, why doesn't he join the squad? He can just fucking talk them into submission. It was amazing. Making him lock eyes with her holding his chin.
Thank you. He smiles at her, gives her a kiss. I'll always do that accent for you, as many times as you want, as many times as you ask.
It was smashing. So smashing you can have my tongue if you want.
He locks lips with her.
Well, I mean, hey, everybody's in that was fucking terrible.
Davine silently laughing hiding her face from JJ.
I didn't know he was capable of making that sound.
Elizabeth chuckles a bit more. I should have told you guys about it. He showed me it a couple years before we all left for the military. It was always really good, in my opinion.
She finishes her kiss with JJ. It's Brooklyn Nine-Nine, JJ. Mariana, maybe Brooklyn Nine-Nine from Little Italy.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Brooklyn Nine-Nine from Little Italy. Well, whatever Sam wants to call it, I'll gladly take the nickname.
Is that part of your foreplay for the two of you? I'm not one to talk, considering some of Carter and mine. Cool, yeah, same. Ours is a little unique.
JJ looks at Sam. Does it, get you going?
The fact that you're willing to do it in front of everybody for me is... yeah.
Then he looks back at Marianne. Then yes, I suppose it is.
Just because I ask. Would you do it for anybody else?
Oh god, no.
Then it's very attractive.
He smirks at her, winks. Only for you, love.
Seductively looking at Oz again.
Laz clears her throat. Excuse me, Mr. Snuffles.
What is it with this fucking creature? Meow. I don't know, I've never seen him act this way.
Davy leans over to Soletta. Please, God, tell me what he just said.
Suletta will lean in. Oz is very handsome.
Well, he is. He is a very handsome man.
Meow.
Laz stares at Mr. Snuffles, squints her eyes a bit. This is my man, thank you. He is taken.
Meow. Well, there's another boy in the Rainfall family for you. But I think he's got his sights set on the wrong target.
Elizabeth shakes her head. Poor Mrs. Snuffles. Unrequited love, that must hurt.
Poor cat. Meow. Benny puts his hand out. Mr. Snuffles just hovers here, letting Benny pet it.
Elizabeth will join Benny petting Mr. Snuffles.
I mean, technically speaking, we have Fledwick and Krellin too. They're boys. So that, more like short bussers.
Davine chuckles a bit. Samuel, although not having a concrete gender, I do imagine he identifies himself as male.
Krellin's definitely male, and Fledwick is, whatever you want. He could be Elvis one day, he could be... You remember when he was on his Aretha Franklin kick there for a while, though he never got up on stage because we squashed that, because she's the queen.
Thank God you guys squashed that one.
And Aretha fucking Franklin over my dead goddamn body. So that those were your exact words when he came in with the wig and the outfit and the mic and the... You made him cry. Hunk, and I did not feel bad that time, thank you. Aretha is holding so...
Fledwick sort of had a kick going where he would just impersonate famous songwriters or performers. I'm sort of surprised he hasn't done it recently, though.
Memory Ann twisting some of Carter's hair in her fingers. This is essentially how it works. I was an intimate part of their productions. They go downstairs into the complex, subterranean, go through random rooms. Krellin usually throws things around looking for things. Samuel stands there telling them to stop because Uncle Scar is going to get angry. Frederick picks something up, in this case, Aretha Franklin's Greatest Hits CD Volume 2, and then Frederick wants to be that individual. Be quite... That explains a lot! Probably found some of my old Elvis stuff.
And Mew Mew, may I ask, how many times did this sort of thing happen?
How do you think Dora the Explorer or the Tank Engine show is hundreds? That's where they got most of the ideas.
Well, hey, I'm glad they got those ideas, because they do make a pretty penny with all those shows.
Award-winning television programming is chosen by Bog and Bin just looking through the basement. Memory Ann, yes.
80% of all Rainfall Network's income.
It is true. It is true, because we used to have production meetings where we would brainstorm new show ideas. Then one day, Krellin came in and, have better way do this. You stay out. So Nicole and I said, fine, we will stay out of it. And then they came up from storage with a bunch of train sets, and thus was the creation of Samuel the Tank Engine. Loud laughter from her.
JJ looks at Soletta. Did one day he just come up with a red shirt, blue jeans, and suddenly there was Fat Fudwick? Is that how that one happened?
Suletta nodding her head and almost in disgust. He found some old DVD, Fat Elvis, Fat Alfred. What is the actual person's name?
Fat Albert.
Yes, Fat Albert. Some DVD. Hunk, I bought Nicole a Fat Albert box set a long time ago, DVDs. That is what he had, yes. Thus, Fat Frederick was born onto our universe. Hunk, oh god!
Davine just starts to shake her head. Fat Fudwick.
I bought those DVDs for Nicole because she liked the damn show. I never knew it would cause this type of issue.
She just sighs and lays her head onto Hunk's chest. Oh, I'm not blaming you. The Three Stooges I blame, but not you.
What would you prefer, a boy or a girl? Boy!
Davine looks up at Hunk. I would prefer either. I just want to have another kid.
Samantha, to JJ and you, I would prefer a girl.
Oh? Then I prefer a girl as well.
Boy!
JJ looks at Soletta and then back at Sam. Girl.
Fine. She'll turn her nose up to JJ in disgust.
Oh, forgive me for wanting to give my girlfriend what she wants, Auntie.
Hunk, there is plenty of time to have a bunch of everything.
There is. There 100% is. He smiles at Sam, gives her a kiss on the nose. And we shall, if you want to.
She kisses JJ back as appearing behind Elizabeth, boo, grabbing her shoulder.
Elizabeth jumps up and yelps a bit, and turns behind her. Oh my god! I see you scared the blazes out of me.
She chuckles and boops Elizabeth on the nose and winks at her. Sorry. Is that cat getting thirsty for Oz? Is that what I was reading minds, and that's all I could pick up on was cat thinking about Oz naked. Meow.
Laz perks up. That cat is trying to... He's making eyes at my man, and I don't like it.
I think it's time we find another large feline that we can give sentience to and let bygones be bygones, preferably male. Looking down at the cat. Meow. Now looking at Benny.
Elizabeth looks at Mr. Snuffles. Don't you dare.
Coming behind Julia. I guess he's kept these feelings bottled up for all these years. I don't know what to tell you.
Elizabeth just shakes her head. I guess at some point you just have to let it sort of thing out?
Fuck off. Cap knows better than to fuck with Julia.
Soul looks at Mr. Snuffles. No, Mr. Snuffles, just now.
Not dumb enough to try Memory Ann's hand, so he just circles the ground. Yep. Coming back to his original position. Yeah, that is really weird. Looking down.
JJ just stares at Mr. Snuffles as he circles around. Yeah, I've never known him to do that.
He's kept them bottled up for years.
Well, I guess when you bottle things up for so long, when they get unleashed, it's 10 times more powerful than if you just would have let them out in the first place.
Yeah, but isn't he neutered? I see. Yeah, that's the weird part. Yeah. Rainfall men are attractive. She shrugged.
Elizabeth looks at Mr. Snuffles. What are you doing, mate?
Yep. I see. Rainfall men are attractive. You can't blame him. Just gesturing over to the cat.
Well, that is true. Rainfall men are attractive. She stares at Benny.
Winks back at her. Sam, I never thought the rainfalls would be like this. It's really nice, actually. I figured you all would be like very uptight, very strict about things, because actors and rich and all this type of stuff. Pequod couldn't be farther from the truth.
Oh no, yeah. How I act at work, you remember, it's pretty much how I act here, just I'm more loose here than I am at work.
Sam nodding her head. Yeah, we're all laid back. Don't got anything to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, we do PDA, we say just what's on our mind. We're a family. It's all good here.
I see. In other news, Tommy wants to go to the Time Tombs.
Julius looks at Icy. Oh yeah, what for?
How should I know? She'll shrug at Julius. He just said, very important, need to get in there, give me a stone. The fate of everything depends upon it. Beat the fuck out of somebody. Then he left Sasha's office.
Oh. Well, maybe it has to do with one of the kids' relationships then? You just...
Personally, I think he just wants to go back and see the Saint. Which, if that's what he wants, fine.
Oh. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Davian just stares at Hunk.
I can't blame him. I mean, come on, the Saint and him were tight, right? So, there's that.
Yeah, true. Julius just looks at Pequod. But are you gonna give him the stone?
Yeah, sure. I've got yours made. I suppose we have to wait till after deployment, but I'll have his made in a couple weeks too.
He nods. Yeah, thank you for making the stone. It means a lot to me.
She nods as Sam, and then meeting the Grand Wizard is always... Never thought that would be a thing either. Icy just looks down at her in confusion. The Rainfalls are just a collective of a lot of really... I don't want to sound like, Ricky, but... You can understand why it's intimidating. Oz, I completely agree. You're going to meet your childhood movie star hero. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I definitely get it. Just all of the family can be quite intimidating. But we're all still people. It's like that one saying, movie stars are still people. They still have to eat and sleep and drink and all this. We're all still people. We like to have a good time, right, Nicole?
I see. Exactly. And besides, you're good. I think it's hard for a woman coming into the Rainfalls, I think, probably. Because there's already so many and so few boys. But you married in, so you're good. You're not like grandfathered in like me and Banksy. Hunk, what? Just stares at her.
Davian looks over at Icy. What, darling?
You did the right thing. And your aunt is happy. Well, mom, Sasha, all this weirdness. But she's happy for you too. Now, if she would wear a scarf, that would be better. But I definitely wouldn't want to be a woman coming into the Rainfalls, not marrying in. Pequod, uh-oh, under her breath.
Julius just blinks a couple times. Oh, God.
Technically speaking, this, she'll, point around, is, the actual Rainfall. Because, technically speaking, it's like a blood thing. You gotta come from the bloodline type of thing. Sam, what? Just looks confused.
JJ looks at Icy. Nicole, what are you saying?
Technically speaking, this is the rainfalls, is more or less what I mean. Are you stupid or something? Huh? She looks over at.
You're just as much rainfall as anyone else here, darling.
God fucking damn it! Here we go with that stupid. Gotta go, Julius. It's time to leave. You have to report to the office. She teleports away.
Julius just stares at where Icy just left. Looks at Pequod. Oh god.
It's your fault. She points at Davine and Hung.
Davine looks at Hung and then back at Pequod.
It's your fault, both of you. You knew better, and we told you better, but you had to get to Cancun. Oh, yeah, anything to please Mom and Dad. Mom wants to go to Cancun. She's training with Lorelai. Why would she want to come, idiot? And now Julius has to manually get back to Gateway.
So I can do it. It's fine. Just have to take a couple more teleporters.
I told you. Your son told you. Banksy told you. Even Scar told you. Oh. Mao. He says you're an idiot. Both of you.
Davine just looks down at her hands. Oh god. Oh god, they are idiots.
Say goodbye to the kids, Julius.
Julius nods, rubs the back of his neck. Do you want to come up with me or want to stay down here?
I'll take them to the lane.
Alright. He picks her up, stands up, sets her back down in the chair, walks around, gives Sol a hug, Carter, Laz, all the kids a hug. I love you all very much. I will maybe see you soon. I am not sure. But if we don't see each other until you're back from the Moog, good luck. Remember our talk from this morning. And I have faith in you all. And he'll go off and manually get back to Woodbury.
Idiots! She points at Davy.
Julius walks a bit and then turns around. Yeah, that was really stupid. You two? I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. That was stupid. We all told you you should have waited. And you should have just waited. A couple hours. Just a couple hours more. God, he just pinches the bridge of his nose. Dumbasses. I'm sorry, but it's true. And he just storms off.
Punk kind of throws his arms up in the air. Can't really argue that point.
No, you can't.
Alright, kids, let's get back to Rainfall Lane. Enjoy some time at the academy before you have to get down to Woodbury.
JJ's just biting his lip. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, Ricky's made it to Woodbury. Here he is. Sarah's getting out of the car. Yuri went off to go find Tommy. Tommy's down here. Yuri will be back shortly with Tommy. Sarah's, this is a nice town.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool place to live and work. There's the he's gonna point out where the shop is. There's the supermarket. There's the medic center, where that crazy lady screamed whenever she saw me.
So Julius, Saris is walking around with Ellie. Julius set you guys up pretty well here. Our medic center was a small room that Dr. Contry worked out of. We had no grocery store.
Yeah, that's what you guys have said, that it was basically like frozen hell at times.
Julius set you up very, very well.
Yeah, he did. I'm very pleased with the accommodations from the Colonel.
What a ridiculous fucking car. Yeah, that thing is totally gaudy. They start walking over towards it. What kind of... This is like, like a jerk kind of car. Like, jerks drive sports cars like this. Saris, yeah. Yeah, no thanks.
Oh, good to know. That's,
This doesn't strike me as something I'd ever see Mr. Wiseau driving around in. Is this his, or is this like... I doubt Pequod's kids would ever drive something this gaudy.
It is Tommy's, and, would be mine once I pass my test.
Oh, that's lame. Yeah, agreed.
Eh, It's cool to drive at the very least.
Well, it's good to learn on, probably. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you learn control and not to have a lead foot, that's for sure.
A lot of people who get DUIs definitely don't get them in a car this expensive. You could say that again. They're looking at the car.
No, they don't, and, it's pretty cool. I'd be willing to take one of you out for a drive sometime.
Well, maybe bring it. She's looking at the wheels. Oh, this is like old school, so this thing's worth like billions of fucking credits.
Yeah, that's what Tommy told me.
No hover capabilities or anything. I can see why you've never brought it home.
Yeah, I mean, there's some nice roads in SoCal I could drive it down, right?
Yeah, or you get your license, sell it, and you get something a little more refined. Educated.
Any recommendations?
There's anything but your quintessential, like, businessman dick sports car.
So no BMWs.
Jeeps are nice. SUVs are nice. Sarah's trucks are nice.
No BMWs then?
A BMW SUV.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll get something like that.
You're Tommy's best friend. I'm sure you can pull some strings. He owns Beamer.
Range Rover might not be bad.
Yeah, Range Rovers are very nice, actually. Land Rovers, too.
Something with some balls, but still beefy and tough wouldn't be bad.
The only way you can get worse is a Hummer or something. Like, not the military ones, the civilian ones that people, I guess, think look cool. There's military ones are nice. The gaudy, like, commercial ones, just, you gotta be a real cunt.
Yeah, they're, never quite liked them. They're like Bentleys, but worse in every way.
Yeah, no thanks. I'll stick to my Escalade.
Yeah, I can't blame you there. That thing's probably the nicest Cadillac you could own.
Nodding her head, yes, it is.
But, yeah, I think I'll take you up on that idea. Maybe sell the old girl, if Tommy does give her to me.
Do you have your permit?
Yes, I do.
Technically speaking, he's on probation for the DUI thing, so he can't really take the test. That's what happens when you get a DUI, when you...
Yeah, a few more months and then I can get the license.
To be honest, I think anybody else would probably not have a chance to even get the license, but given who runs this place, yeah.
And who Dad is.
Yeah.
But, it is what it is. I fucked up, I gotta live with the consequences.
Well, I mean, as long as everything here is fun on the weekends, like I said, it's probably good to not come home every weekend. But if you're gonna stay out of trouble at home, just come home.
Honestly, no offense to Bash and Okier, but it's more fun at home. I kinda just hang out with them and watch movies during weekends when I'm here. Train!
Something tells me they probably don't even want you here if that's how they spend their weekends.
They don't. They've straight up said they don't want to put up with me.
Well, there you go.
I mean, I like going home. It's, different. In a good way. I, missed it, and it's nice to see the shop as busy as it's been.
Doesn't look like a military town, really. Serious? No, I wouldn't have thought it either if I didn't know ahead of time. It's like... I mean, I guess save for there are some command structure-esque looking buildings over there. Who operates out of there?
I think that's roughly where Delta is, Mom.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Besides that, I mean, looks like, yeah, like any other town, really.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, there's some walls and you can tell some of the buildings are built tough, but that's about it. He's gonna point off towards Tommy's warehouse. That's Tommy's warehouse.
Yeah, we were there. We went in there.
Yeah.
Remember?
I do,
Still got all those light bulbs?
I think he does. He's planning on downsizing. He doesn't want to,
Getting arrested sparked some common sense.
I think so. I also think I think he's finally getting that the others don't need his help anymore.
Well, that's good. She's lucky at the warehouse.
Yeah. No more flammable substances in there either.
No more napalm.
No more napalm. Or millions of stolen books.
Yeah, no more reigniting the Third Reich.
Yeah, Tommy's Fourth Reich was not a fun time.
Short-lived, from my understanding, from what Peacock told me.
Oh god. The colonel walked through the fire to get into Tommy's face. Tommy and Yuri ran, and then he helped me put it out, but my job was to clean it up and return all the books.
Well, serves you right.
Yeah, I should have just told Tommy no, huh?
She's lucky over at the warehouse. I don't know. Just smack her teeth together. If you were doing it to help your friends, it's hard to say no. That's what I was thinking. We looked out for each other back in the day. I totally get it. That's why
Yeah.
I'm not angry at you for anything but what you want.
Which ain't gonna happen again, I promise.
I mean, honestly, when I saw the news, Tommy had a rebroadcast of you beating up the people. I was like, what the... what the hell is Ricky doing? I just laughed, more or less, than got angry.
You know, that's the only one I really feel bad for the people, of course. I feel bad for the drunk driving, but of the Tommy stuff, that's the only one I really feel bad about.
Well, at least you did it for love for your friends, and they have probably had a great time on the roller coaster. Serious? No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
They were in the tunnel of love, having a good time.
Which
Oh,
I tried to tell Tommy, but he gave me the word, just do it at once. There's no time. So yeah.
and Tommy and my son are from my understanding, Al and Yuri, the only 3 people permanently banned from that amusement park. It's one of the few places Mr. Wiseau actually doesn't own. Wow.
We're also banned from the Avionics History Museum out here.
Well, gee, I wonder why.
I don't know. I think it's overblown. I mean, we only launched Yuri through the door by turning on a jet.
Trying to steal a priceless artifact.
Borrow. We were gonna put it back.
The fact that Mr. Wiseau thought you could be capable of flying that jet means he has a lot of confidence in you. Try to look at it like that.
Yeah, he thought handing me a book and giving me like a week and a half was enough, but yeah, I ain't that kind of guy.
Well, you knew enough to turn the engines on, and then subsequently get arrested.
Yeah. I turned it on. Honestly, if Yuri hadn't set off the alarm by getting launched, we probably would have made it out.
Eris nodding her head. Maybe. Made it out, and then like a paper airplane, maybe crest in the sky a little bit and crash and burn.
Right into the town where the Ranger General was.
Yeah, try to stay on her good side.
Yeah, I've only met her in passing, but Tommy seems really, really scared of her.
Rightfully so.
You knew her a lot better. Is she really that scary, like, as a person?
Yeah, she is. She can be, for sure. She can get angry like anybody else. I think what scares... I don't know, I was never afraid of her. We're friends. But the fact that, especially with modern weapons technology, somebody's trained enough to the point where they can kill you from 20 miles away, assuming they have the line of sight still. And you never know it's coming, you never know it's going to hit you, and then your head explodes. It's kind of scary if you think about it. Like, really terrifying. And she's a crack shot.
And she doesn't use magic.
No, she just picks the right tools for the job. Like when she shot Mr. Wiseau in the shoulder. They both start laughing.
Yeah, Tommy thinks she she'll kill him next time he gets on her bad side.
Well, that might be so, especially if he's burning books on EarthGov property.
Yeah.
EarthGov napalm.
Yeah. You know she was on the base like a couple hours before that happened.
I'm not surprised.
I think in that instance, lucky to be alive.
You'd just be glad she didn't see the burning book pile.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think she might have killed me and him.
Ash coming. His dropship has landed. They were talking, so they didn't see the ship landing. Told you he'd be here.
Ricky's gonna turn around. Oh, Dad. It's good to see you. It is. I'm sorry I'm a bit late. I was hung up on work. He's gonna quickly give Saris a kiss and then pull Ricky in for a hug.
You find that guy?
We did actually. That's why I'm only gonna be able to stay for a short while. We found him.
No problem.
What guy? The bounty hunter in armor I told you about, son. Found him in a bar on a backwater colony.
Is he, you know...
He-
Did you kill him?
No, and quite frankly, I couldn't beat him. I don't think I can beat him one-on-one unless I have specialized equipment. That tough, huh? The armor he's wearing is more comparable to power armor than it is what I'm wearing. Shit. But that's besides the point. I have to meet up with him at some set coordinates within the next few hours, so I need to meet...
You got him to help you?
Aye?
Tag teaming?
Yes, I did. He...
Nice! Coming up!
Oh, Ellie, good to see you. He'll pull her in for a hug.
She hugs him back. Look at Ricky's gaudy, disgusting car. Saris, yeah.
This is yours, son. Soon, yeah? You know, I wouldn't have guessed this would be what you'd pick. I would have thought something more practical. It's a gift from Tommy. I'm gonna sell it and get something else once it's mine. Might be for the best. So, I thought you were looking for that guy to take him out. Why'd you work with him? Well, he's a hunter at heart. He didn't believe in Max. He was formerly Max Tech. He didn't.
He's a Max Tech member with a conscience? That'd be a first.
Even more so, he's a former Epsilon Squad member with a conscience.
What, you guys let him get away or something, or? In the past?
He left. Took his stuff and left right after Crusade.
Oh, the first Max Tech commando with a brain. Yeah, okay. I can respect it.
He's, what do you say? Just a man looking to make his way through the universe and get a quick buck.
Yeah, well,
Deal we made? He'll help us, I'll get the bounty taken off his head. Seems like a fair trade for what we're seemingly up against, eh?
yeah, I'm shocked. The Max Tech especially somebody high up there would have a conscience, but then again, maybe they weren't all crazy.
I mean, there's so many. Had to at least be one, right?
You see, Ricky, that's what you can be doing. She gestures down to Ricky. You can be doing these type of... I was trying to tell him earlier, but I think it's better coming from a father, but like... That's what if he wants to stay in the military, he should shoot for you, what you do. You are.
Oh, yes.
Doing this type of stuff. This is what gets the dropship, gets the drip. She gestures to the sexy armor, like, gets the top of the line stuff. If he wants tools to fight this guy, he'll get them in, what, Sasha would probably, 20 minutes? Assuming it doesn't have to be manufactured, like... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my goodness, yes, Ricky. It's a lot of work. You gotta be willing to make some sacrifices, of course, but it's good work. I get to make a difference all over the frontier, and I mean, like you said, the accommodations are not bad. This armor, oh gods, what would we have done to get armor like this back in the Headhunters days?
I don't think we, I don't know, remember that one time, Mom punished, Julius made him scrub the landing bay with the toothbrush? It was really early on, before we were still getting to know each other, basically. I would have done that, like, multiple times. Because the gear we had back then, Mom tried her best, but requisition for the headhunters was low. Gear we had wasn't great.
No, it wasn't. I mean, the healing guns, those were nice, but the rest of it, it was basically standard issue, wasn't it?
If it did, yeah. I mean, the guns are okay, but the armor, I don't even think it was like third-party crap.
Oh god, You think your armor's not great, son? There are some times where it felt like we were getting shot through tissue paper. Really, you guys had armor that was that rough? We had some with ceramic plates, and I swear some of the plates came shattered already, didn't they?
Yeah, the headhunters was not like it is nowadays. Like, the colonel's giving you the best. Grandma tried to give us what she could. I think she tried her best.
It sounds like Grandma, she always did her best for everyone.
And Hamer did his best requisitioning tons of good weapons and stuff like that, but that stuff wasn't given to the headhunters. That was him intermingling with other armory masters around the galaxy. At least Earth comes space.
I mean, that's where I learned my armory. I learned how to be an armory master, was copying from him and talking with him after the fact. Which, whether or not you're a shooter, son, see if you can get in on that. That is a skill that will make you a lot of money.
Yeah, and cushy, too. Like, really cushy gig.
Really? Then, why didn't you do it? Me? Well, didn't have much of a choice, but even if I did, I don't know. I don't think I could have done it. I think I would have gone stir-crazy. What do you think, darling?
I don't think I could do it. But if you want a cushy gig, that's the gig to have. Once you see as much action as, well, definitely your father has, I have too, it's hard to let it go.
Oh, it is. Especially action, he's going to point out to the sky on the frontier. It just... You know, I love being at home with you, but I'd be lying if I said there aren't days where I can almost hear it calling.
That's why Ricky needs to stay on the Ranger General's good side, so maybe he could be a Ranger someday, right, sir? Saris, that's what I was just telling you. Yeah.
Well,
Just stay on her good side, you don't gotta be a Ranger.
your mother and Ellie are two of the most intelligent women you'll ever meet. Listen to them. I'll, make sure to do that, Dad. I am gonna be going on deployment soon, so, what do you think? You know, what should I do? What do you mean, what should you do? Any advice? Any things I should do, shouldn't do, you know, to get the worry out of my head? He's got those jitters, looks over at the girls.
Nodding their heads, which is completely normal, Saris said.
Yes, it is. I mean, I had it too, my first deployment. You want to know the best bit of advice I can possibly give you? And it's very simple. Yeah. Alright, this is gonna sound counterintuitive, but I'm gonna paraphrase an old proverb. You go into that fight, ready and willing to die. Excuse me, Dad? Don't have any thought of making sure you get out unharmed or fear of death in the back of your head. Don't let that in the back of your head, because that's going to distract you, and that's when you make mistakes. Don't go doing stupid things. Just go in with a confidence. Know that you're going to make it out, but be ready to get hurt. And trust your instincts. We've got how many millions of years of evolution in the back of our head keeping us alive? Listen to your instincts. Use that gun. Use your muscles. He's gonna punch Ricky in the arm. And trust your squad. Everything will work out.
Well said.
You make it sound so easy. It isn't easy, but you get used to it. And if you get used to it and your whole squad does, chances are you're not gonna lose anyone. I've lost people. It's not easy, but when you go into something with confidence, it's very rare that you lose anyone when you've got a good squad.
That, and they've got, Well, I know Delta. Forgive me, I can't remember every name of Basic Troop Battalion, but I think it's First Ranger or First Trooper Battalion, and Sasha's gonna be there. So
Yes, and Samantha should be there as well. So you've just got all of the most powerful trained allies you possibly could have, short of, well, not to sound like haughty, but short of the entirety of Squad Sigma reforming to help.
Alpha 9, honey, Sigma was
Oh.
Malcolm, dear.
Oh my goodness, it has been.
Malcolm comes back from the grave to support our children.
Oh gods.
Makes her laugh, the bearded guy. Yeah. Ah.
Hush. There's no way that vampire is your wife, but.
Saratoga was my name to this guy, so there's that.
Saratoga.
Your father actually took, a little locket of my hair when we got separated when he went with Majestic, Squad Sigma, and didn't he airlock it? And then we had a photo. We all took this nice photo on the Raven Rock landing pad where Pequod's vertibird was. We had a beautiful photo, all of us icy. It was Sasha was there. No, she wasn't there, but most of us were there. And didn't he? What did he do to that photo?
First photo was burnt, second was airlocked, the locket was burnt and then airlocked.
Yeah, those movies they're not good. I prefer the Rainfall stuff, but you can definitely tell he had problems with you and the Colonel.
You've seen Transinator 2, yes?
Ceres, I've shown her. It's like, yes, that's the one that just basically devolves into a real life fight, is at least what Ceres said. Ceres, yeah.
Oh yes, it was a real fight. I was doing my damnedest to kill him. I wish I hadn't said Squad Sigma. I think the jet lag from getting here so fast has caught up to me.
Note the fact she used the right wordage. Devolved into a fight, not evolved. She starts like...
Oh no, I was basically back in Gallia for that moment. It was, not fun.
Dude, and who is the ditzy broad, the one that had the hots for Julius and you at times? She comes back too?
Oh, gods. I think I'd shoot her myself the moment she came back after what she did to you.
And then, lest we forget, the guy who told me you were cheating on me, I can't remember, the orc.
The orc, Globnock. Yes, his head reanimates wherever the rainfalls have it stashed away.
See, we went through a lot of shit back then, Ricky.
This sounds... It sounds made up. No offense, I believe you, it just does.
Oh, I wish it was, some of it.
Honestly, the rainfall should just make it into a show. You could probably make a lot of money off of it.
That's the guy who threw up on you, right, sir?
A lot, yes.
He hated your father, Ricky.
I could tell from those movies and those shows. No, you couldn't. Believe it or not, that was him when he was cordial.
The real Malcolm is like pumping avocado essence through the ventilation system into your father's room on the Majestic, only to realize he pumped it into the wrong room and then throwing a temper tantrum. Didn't he invite you to a private dinner on the Majestic and it was just all avocado stuff?
Yes, he did. He invited me. I, was quite cautious about it and walked in just to see avocado bread, toast, avocado seasoned chicken, avocado butter. Gods, he made an avocado ice cream even. It was horrifying.
Malcolm coming back from the dead to help our children on their first deployment. Now that is an idea we should pitch to Pequod. I'm sure she'd give us royalties.
Oh, gods, she would. Ask her if, what's the little robot's name? Fwedwick, that one. Ask her if he can play Malcolm. I think it'd be a wonderful little thing.
Oh, Fwedvis. Oh.
Fwedvis. Yeah, Fwedvis. Been thinking about that. They said they'd love to see him live, Dad. Well, I'm sure they would. He's your mother's favorite artist ever. And, Ellie is probably his second biggest fan after my wife.
Born and raised in Palo Alto, the birthplace and home of the king.
I don't know if that's it's his birthplace, son. Whether or not he was actually born there doesn't matter. It's his birthplace. Okay. I believe you guys. You see Ash notice Ricky kinda bouncing his leg. Calm down, son. You've trained with the best there are. I mean, you're one of the best martial artists in the galaxy. You've trained with Okir and Bash, and you've been training with Delta. If that doesn't prepare you for a fight, then you've got much bigger problems than being deployed. Right? Yeah. You're right. You're right. And once you get back, I will find time. We'll all go out and we can celebrate together once he's back.
His shooting standards, at least on his carbine coming up, are up to Delta standards. So if that isn't a shot of confidence, I don't know what is, sir.
Ricky, hearing that voice, is going to snap up, salute us, sir.
He waves his hand. No.
Okay, sorry about that, sir. Just, you got me, sir. Didn't expect you here.
I thought I heard you. Thought I heard you mulling about over here.
Yeah, I don't know if you've met. This is, my mom, my dad, and, this is Ellie. She works for them. Everyone, this is Sergeant Satterley.
Shaking everybody's hands. Yep. When your son first came through, him and Carter couldn't shoot for shit, basically. And in a month's time, month and a half, I'd be willing to offer him a position. We'd have to train him in handguns and other things, but I'd like to have him on my team. These two guys nodding. So if that isn't a shot in the arm, come on now. He's looking at Ricky. Nice. He's looking up at Sergeant Satterley.
That means a lot, sir. That's the case, eh?
I try to tell Carter and him this, but I don't know if it, gets through. And they've got a lot of high-profile people in their lives. So stuff like this coming from us, I don't know if it means much, but I do try to reiterate it often.
No, I don't know if he understands that at all. To have a Delta Sergeant wanting you, that is... Well, I'd say it's at least on par with being eyed for an Arcane Council position back in the day, aye?
I'd say so, smiling at the sergeant. Julius ain't gonna let him go, but at least right now. But eventually he will. And hopefully I'm still kicking.
I'm sure you will be. It was Satterley, yes?
Yes, sir. Shaking Ash's hand.
Captain
And-
Valorius, it is a pleasure to meet you. I've heard very many good things about your group. I have not had the pleasure of fighting with you, though.
Well, maybe soon. Gonna have the pleasure of fighting alongside your son and the rest of the kids. He's looking around. You showed up early, huh, Rick?
Yeah, we got here a bit early, just making sure we got here in time, and making sure I had time to show Mom and Ellie around the base.
Yeah, that's good. Just to finish my train of thought here, I think I was a D grade shooter when I got to Delta, my basic scores, but they accepted me on other grounds. I had a background in medical. And Delta takes pulls from anywhere, even other soft units if that's where they want to come from. And I think it took me 6 or 7 months to master that carbine.
Really? Well,
To get ace shooting standards? Yeah, for Delta it took me 6 or 7 months. And we're talking more than a couple 100,000 rounds, okay?
Well, I've got you beat. When I first got to the Headhunters, I got near Fs on everything other than pistols, and it took me, actual years to get the assault rifles down.
You see? And you're worried about going into combat. I think you're a little bit ahead of the curve, you and Carter especially.
If you say so, sir. I think you should say so. I mean, gods. By the time I was at my first deployment for the Headhunters, I was, almost over a decade older than you. I was just about 30 at that point, wasn't I, darling?
She nods her head, that's right. Sergeant Satterley, and they're younger, stronger, and faster than us, so they're gonna be okay.
I'm sure they will, and they've got you looking out for them, they've got Samantha looking out for them, and... Oh my god, how many soldiers do you think are down on that base?
Oh, it's gonna be 400. That's not counting the ranger attachment that's coming. So
Short of something like the Geist happening again, you've got nothing to worry about, son.
damn straight. He's looking at Ricky. So chin up a little bit, Rick.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, we will. I mean, you're right. With everyone there, what could happen? We'll steamroll them, right, sir?
Damn straight. Give you a couple more minutes, then report to Delta Command. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Pleasure to meet you all. As they walk off, Saris, the bell tolls. Rick,
Yeah, it does.
invited to Delta Command. I'm
Yeah.
proud.
I am too. I say it a lot, but he's gonna put his hands on Ricky's shoulders. I am incredibly proud of you. You have excelled in everything.
Giving Ricky a thumbs up.
I think he's gonna be better than me someday. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be better than the best ranger captain.
Somebody's got to replace him. He's got to retire someday.
I might be a half-elf, but I don't want to do this for another couple hundred years, son.
It's really bad when the Ranger General demands you take your paid time off.
Yeah, Dad, I think Mom's got you there.
He'd probably be on PTO if he wasn't doing actually important work.
I would be. If it were not for the work I'm doing right now, I think Sasha would have, forced me to take a good year off at this rate.
You're not coming home tonight, right?
No, I have to report to Sasha and then he'll show her the coordinates, go out here to, meet up with our friend.
Just mention to her sometime. See if she'd, Pequod told me I'd get the reinstatement, but, it'd mean a lot coming from Sasha, too. So.
I'll ask her as soon as I see her, darling. I would love nothing more than for you to come on missions with me again.
Yeah, if Max Tech's gonna be involved, I have some unfinished business. Just put it that way.
You never got to, you didn't get to go on the last missions with him, did you, Mom?
No, I didn't. But if there's any of those freaks left, I got a mind to stomp one or two out.
Well, I will gladly kneecap them for you. And just, don't kill the one I'm working with. He's cool.
Oh, no problem. She'll put her arms out for a hug from Ricky. Come on.
He's gonna give her a big hug.
Be safe. You call home on the weekends, bare minimum, and we'll be here waiting for you.
Okay, I'll make sure to. I love you, Mom. I'm gonna miss you.
I love you too.
He's gonna let her go and...
Can I have a hug?
You can almost see him get a bit red for a second.
It's nice having a partner around the shop. You're very nice, sweet, and you help with a lot.
Yeah, we can... I can give you a hug. He'll come and give her one. It'll be fun. I'll get back and you can teach me to play some games.
I'll bring all my RPGs. I have the newest model game, man.
Really?
Your father and mother bought it for me for Christmas.
Yes,
Saris, if you were home more, maybe you'd know these things.
Point taken, Ma.
She starts laughing, giving Ash a hug.
He gives her a hug back, kisses her on the head. I will...
Just call me, Ash, when you're like a couple hours out, and I'll put dinner on the table.
I will, and I will make sure to bring something nice home for you.
Got it. And run it by Sasha. I don't wanna ask. I know if I ask, I'll get what I want, but I think that's almost like twisting her arm. I don't know. I feel weird about it.
I understand. You want to hear it from an unbiased source.
Exactly.
It will be done, darling. I promise you.
Letting go of Ricky. Good luck. Saris will see you at home, Ash. Ricky, at least once a weekend, call home, please. I know they're gonna have the equipment set up for long-range burst communications. Sasha's already told me.
I'll make sure to call home anytime I get the chance, Ma.
We'll be waiting as they leave.
So, I noticed how red around the ears you got when you hugged her. Nothing happened, Dad. Son, I'm not teasing you. It's good. She's a wonderful young girl, and I think you should take the chance. That you'll hate yourself for not trying. That's what you told me the last time. And would you rather not have done it and have that question in your head every time you see her? No, I wouldn't. See? Now, I'm gonna have to head out soon. But call me too if you get the chance. I will pick up if I'm not, well, in a firefight or dead, alright? I'll make sure to, Dad. Good. And like you said, chin up. You're doing God's work. And you're gonna kick the hell out of those idiots. Make sure to bring back some kind of trophy for me. We'll hang it up on the wall together. Alright, yeah. I will. Good. And when you get back, he's gonna start picking up his things. I'll teach you how to shoot with shatter. Because I think you're beginning to be ready. Alright, I'll make sure to, Dad. Good luck with what you're doing. Oh, I shouldn't need that at all. But, like I said, keep loose, trust your instincts, trust your squad, and everything will work out fine. But I do need to be going. I have a very limited schedule. Alright, before you go. Yes? Ricky's going to grab him and hug him. I'll see you when I get back, Dad. Ash will return the hug, and I will be waiting. I'm gonna kiss Ricky on the top of the head before putting his helmet on and heading off to the dropship.
Ricky will report to Delta Command as flashing to Rainfall Lane. Blaze is just nervously pacing back and forth. Oz and Laz sitting here, the cat seductively staring at Banksy. Hunk's just holding Hale, looking at her with a really sad look on his face. Now he's playing basketball shirtless and in pretty tight basketball shorts with Zanzibar, he's dribbling too fast for Zanzibar to keep up. Pequod's just annoyed look on her face looking at TV. Suletta not saying anything. Benny and Elizabeth in here sharing some ice cream. We'll pick up with Memory Ann and Carter first. Memory Ann has her mother's ruler pointer stick.
Carter.
Whacks Carter in the ass with it.
Whoa! Hello.
You know, Carter, I really do prefer the weekdays. I just don't. She's gonna whack him again even harder. Don't care for the weekends that often, let me tell you.
He rubs his ass, turns around. Then the weekends are gone.
Every once in a while, I do enjoy it. But most of the time, I prefer it like this. Bend over and take it.
Yes, and Mew, he
smacks him so hard! Everybody hears, he smacks him so hard he has to let out a scream.
He just screams out, "Shit!"
Thank God there are 5 weekdays and 2 weekend days. She's inspecting the ruler.
He stands up straight, biting his lip, looking at her. If you want, we don't even need to do the weekend thing if this is what you enjoy more.
Just like when you were a little boy and I'd have to spank your bottom to discipline you. She stares at Carter, her eyes glow.
Carter's eyes glow, and he takes a step forward. I'm not sure I remember that very well, Mew Mew.
Well then, let me re-educate you.
Please do.
She'll grab Carter and start biting him on the neck, but she's twirling the pointer in her hand and starts smacking him in the buttocks.
He reaches around, hugs around her waist, and starts to kiss her neck.
And if you do, she'll let go of the bite something stupid that gets yourself hurt on my account on this deployment. I will bite your head off. From the neck. Clearly, it's doable. She moves her hand down Carter's neck and points with her finger, showing him a fair amount of blood on her finger.
He nods, closes his eyes.
I'm in charge.
You're in charge, but you know for a fact I can't do nothing if you're in danger. You know that.
She'll sigh slightly. I know.
You're in charge, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to do anything in my power to keep you safe.
We can't be separated for long if we get separated, Carter.
I know. Like an hour and a half at max.
Otherwise, we'll go catatonic and be useless to the people around us that need us.
He nods. Then we just can't be separated. And if something happens, we need to have some kind of game plan.
We get back to one another as soon as smacking him lightly on the butt with the ruler possible. That should be our number one priority at all times. As selfish as it sounds, I'd rather be useful and protect everybody, including you, than useless.
He nods, wraps his arms around her a bit less tight than before, and just rubs her back. I would rather not be useless as well.
No, I think this is going easy on you. She flips the ruler in her hand but sets it down. Continue your thought.
He smiles. I would rather not be useless as well when it comes to protecting you. He just moves her hair out of her face, gives her a kiss on her forehead. Now you may continue your thought.
Call me goddess.
Yes, goddess.
I do think this is going easy. She'll walk over here with the ruler. Drop the pants.
His eyes widen. Should I lock the door?
No. Spinning the ruler in her hands, bend over across the desk and drop them. And I will let you do whatever you like to me tonight when we get to the Moog.
He drops his pants and bends over.
Oh, God. Well, she's gonna fucking crack him repeatedly with the ruler. Benny and Elizabeth down here, they're not doing anything special. Benny, do you hear that screaming?
I do. I wonder what's
What the
happening.
hell's going on? He tries to feed her some ice cream.
She takes a bite of ice cream. She shrugs. I'm not sure. Maybe someone just isn't responding well to training.
Sounds like Carter.
Yeah, maybe it's a guy.
What the fuck? I have no idea. Just drink the beer. Oh, give me that fucking thing. Takes it. He's looking back at Uncle Scar. See, even they're confused.
She just looks down at the table and shakes her head. It probably is Carter, and him and Memorian's probably biting into his neck as hard as she can right now.
It's kind of scary when she does that.
It is. It reminds... Everyone jokes about it and all, but it does remind me of a vampire.
Really, really does. He's looking down at the sundae. Have more. Trying to feed her more.
She takes the bite, giggles to herself, and then swallows. It's like Count Memula biting onto Carter to feed.
Rising out of her coffin when the sun goes down, searching for Carter.
She starts to laugh. Oh God, maybe we should pitch that to in the next production meeting. Memula.
Oh man, if we could make that happen, that would be awesome. Memorian in a vampire cosplay.
We should try to get her to put on one of them Transylvanian accents. Just, I want to suck your blood.
That would be awesome.
She
Carter lets out another loud scream. That is Carter.
That is 100% Carter. Just she shakes her head, takes a spoon, and puts it up to his mouth. Take a bite.
Yeah, we need to enjoy it while it lasts. Probably the last time we have ice cream for a couple weeks.
Oh, Carter, yeah, you're probably right.
We'll be good. We'll be fine.
As long as we're together, then we're gonna be okay.
We won't be in dire straits like Carter. As another loud scream goes out.
Elizabeth jumps a bit at that one.
That was like blood curdling.
Is he gonna be alright?
Maybe she's trying to injure him so he doesn't have to go on deployment. That would be actually kind of like next level smart. But then Aunt Icy could just heal him. Well, she's trying.
Yeah, that might be what's going on. She just looks out to the about area where the screaming is coming from and shakes her head. Either that or they're getting freaky right now.
They always get freaky. It's just like always freaky time.
Yeah, that is true, but I think they're getting extra freaky right now.
Looking in the room. Seeing Carter. His buttocks is definitely bleeding. What's Carter say?
Fucking hell, you are much stronger than you look, Marianne.
As Nightfall just ignores what she saw and walks by, Carter definitely saw her notice her looking in through the window.
He starts to laugh to himself a bit.
Down here. So this is the fabled Swotor?
Oh yeah. Yep, this is Swotor.
Oh.
He rubs the back of his neck. It isn't a good game, like at all, but most of the people that work in the ODM Academy play it, so I play it with them.
I'll play it with you if you want.
Sure, I'd love to teach you how to play the game.
Take me over to that couch.
Yes, ma'am. He smiles and walks over to the couch.
So what the heck is it all about with Rainfall? What you people are so confusing. You're amazing people, but just confusing. As a family unit. I'm trying to learn the lay of the land. It's only been a couple months. A month, really.
He nods. What occurred on
Is there like a hierarchy? You have to be blooded Rainfall to be and how does that relate to marrying in? I don't get it.
What occurred on the beach? No, you don't have to be like married in and blooded. It's different than like grandfathered in or whatever, however she put it. What happened on the beach today was sort of a build-up of something that happened 5 years ago, I believe.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'd like to see it resolved. You know, I prefer people being happy or whatever, but I was just really confused, that's all. It's a lot to take in.
No, yeah, I understand, Jet. Nicole has always had some reservations, I believe at least, about like the whole Rainfall name, and then an event occurred where Mom and Dad just left with all the other kids who all told them to tell her about it and ask if she wanted to come, but she was busy training with Lorelai. They left for Cancun without her.
I would not want to be a spellcaster. I'm happy to have my guns and my tech.
As am I. I mean, you've seen us during training. I think I'm much better with ODM gear than I ever could be with spellcasting.
The ODM gear is quite fun. I hope to one day be proficient enough to employ it in combat.
Oh, you are catching on rapidly, darling. I am 100% sure you'll be able to. In fact, I would implore you to do it after a bit more practice, of course. and only when you feel comfortable with it. But I'd love to see how you would maneuver it in the battlefield.
What are you gonna do with me when I get back from deployment?
Ravage you.
She laughs, starts kissing him on the cheek. I mean, where are you gonna take me before you ravage me? Because I have to look after your family. I deserve to be taken somewhere. She'll flutter her eyes at JJ.
He looks up at the ceiling.
You take perfect care of me, but I could use... I've always wanted to go to the Pokemon store in New York. I could have gone any time. Like, what a loser, I don't even have a boyfriend, go by myself. Now I do.
Well, that's a wonderful idea. I'll take you to the Pokemon Center, and then after that, perhaps we go get something to eat, or see a movie, whatever you want.
Could I buy all the plushies?
All the plushies you want.
Everyone? One of every kind?
Every single one. One of each kind, or hell, buy all of them.
And that's why I fell for you.
He smiles, gives her a kiss.
I haven't opened a door since we've been together. Since our first coffee date. Even the doors that slide automatically, you put your hand on the frame. It's very attractive.
He shrugs. Why should a woman of your beauty and spectacularness do something as menial as opening a door when I could do it for you and watch you as you go?
Now you're just trying to get lucky before I leave. She'll kiss him on the lip. And I like it.
He kisses her back. Oh, so it's working then.
Is there time?
Oh, I am 100% sure we could do something.
Because this couch is nice.
It is very comfortable.
And that door locks, right? From the inside.
Oh, I believe so. Let me go check. He stands up, walks over to the door, checks if it locks.
It locked.
Oh, he locks it.
She'll lift her leg in the air and wave with her foot again.
He obliges. He runs over and begins to ravage her.
Hunk's just down here staring at Hale. Ugh.
Davine starts to rub her face. Oh god, we really fucked up.
What's the big deal? Meow. Huh? He just looks at the cat. Be quiet, I'm not saying a goddamn word.
She shakes her head. We made our daughter feel like she wasn't as much of a rainfall as everyone else.
What's that cat looking at? Which daughter?
Nicole, I see.
Oh, nice going. Another trip to Cancun. Hunk groans, starts to tear up. Do you get this cat away from me? Get over here.
Davine looks at Hunk. There has to be a way we can fix this to show her to do something about it.
I have no idea. He looks down at Hale. Suletta, close your mouth, putting her hand under Soul's chin because she was drooling on Integra's head, watching this scene unfold.
She closes her chin, wipes the saliva off, and wipes poor Integra's head off. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie, about that.
Getting frustrated because he's dribbling too fast, just swats the ball into the wall, which makes Colt laugh. He goes over to get it. He treats you well.
Yeah, he treats me like a queen.
That's what you deserve.
She smiles at Suletta, puts her head on her shoulder. Thank you, Auntie.
Make sure you watch over him.
I will. She puts a hand up to her chest. To be honest, I'm a little worried about it all.
There will never be another Colt in your life. Ever.
I know. And I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure he gets back okay.
Good. My Memory Ann's father was just a man.
Soul looks at her and nods. You don't talk about him much.
He died. He was a pilot first. He died testing an experimental aircraft, so he didn't pass in combat, but he was just a man. A jet could explode, and I could teleport myself out of it before anything goes wrong. Keep a close eye on him. Because, as I said, Uncle Tal is wonderful. I needed company in my life, but I have never moved on from Memory Ann's father. And I never will. I moved on in my personal life thanks to your grandparents. But not in my love. There will never be another Colt. She just says it again, watching him dribble the ball. And he's just a man.
Soul starts to tear up a bit and then gives Suletta a hug.
Oh, she starts petting her on the head. I didn't mean to provoke sympathy. I just want you to be on your game. You've trained well with your aunt. Everything should be fine. Do whatever it takes.
Soul looks up at her, still in the hug. And I want you to know that I appreciate you telling me that. And I love you very much, and you are a very strong woman for having gone through what you went through and still managing to keep your head held high.
He pinches Soul's cheek, and you are just a sweetheart. He kisses her on the head.
She smiles at Suletta, lets go of the hug, and pats her on the knee.
When are you gonna start a family of your own? You look good, carrying the child.
She smiles at Integra. It would be smart to do it after the military, but I want kids as soon as possible, sort of thing, you know?
And if it happens and you need to go on combat leave, oh well.
She chuckles. Yeah, well, but I don't think he would be able to not go on combat leave, right?
His mother's the Ranger General. I'm sure they'll figure something out.
Oh, right, yeah. Sometimes I forget about that.
He is quite handsome.
She just gestures over to Colt. I mean, yeah, he's quite possibly the most handsome man I've ever seen, in my opinion, Auntie.
She's squinting at Colt. It's a kiss-curse thing. Being a spellcaster, knowing who you're supposed to be with. Normal people, they can find somebody else. We can't.
She looks at Colt. When did you know with your husband that you were supposed to be with him?
First time I ever met him.
It's weird, or is it like a puberty thing that it took me a couple times to really figure out that I was supposed to be with Colt?
Yes. You grew up around him. I did not grow up around my husband. For me, it was sensory overload when I first met him. I knew that in there. And I was featureless. Much like have you seen old pictures of your aunt?
Yeah, she was, she looked really young, let's say.
Yes, it's quite... Insecurities are common for us.
Yeah, I can understand that. I was not as late a bloomer as, other spellcasters, but I was a pretty late bloomer.
You probably knew. Oh, at some point. That boy. She snaps her fingers. I've seen the security camera footage. Eric. He kind of looked like a discount version of Colt, so you knew.
Soul just laughs. Yeah, but he certainly didn't act like it, that's for sure.
Buffoon. Maybe we can set Eric up with Mr. Snuffle. Meow?
Oh, I wouldn't want to do that to Mr. Snuffle. He deserves someone good in his life.
It would be a relationship that is carried on outside of Rainfall Lane, cat. Meow. Just glares.
Soul laughs. Thank you, Auntie. Really.
She'll put her arm around Soul and pull her and Integra in. You are welcome, as the dog barks. And I'll keep an eye on this one while you guys are gone.
Good. She gives Peach a couple pets on the head. She's a good doggo, and Sam really does appreciate it.
Still can't believe JJ scored her.
Sam is a very beautiful woman, and JJ treats her just as such.
He learned from his father. Thank God.
I would say so. He definitely learned from Grandpa. Yeah.
What the hell is it with this cat all of a sudden, Pequod? He's gay, apparently.
Soul starts to laugh.
Yeah, I don't know.
It, bottles up emotions, something of the sort.
Blaze is pacing back and forth up here, mumbling to himself. Oz, is he alright?
Let me ask. Uncle Blaze?
Yes!
Are you doing okay?
Yes, just worried about, deployment. He'll come in, say it quietly.
Oh, okay. She holds one of Blaze's hands. What's worrying you about it?
It's a big step. You're going to be seeing a lot of combat. I know some particulars about the place you're going. I'm worried about you all. But I have full faith. He comes over here putting his arms out and confidence in all of the children as General Lorelei, coming from behind the curtain here, clears her throat. And whoa! He falls off the stage seeing her and tumbles over to Banks. And the former standing up Ranger General. Oh, is here? Okay. Looks over. Oh, shit.
Laz spins around, waves. Hi, Lorelei?
Good after. She'll step closer at noon.
Hi, what can we do for you on this fine day?
My arms are getting tired. Can you hold him for me?
Oh, of course. Not a problem. She picks up Jace and starts to hold him.
She'll guide them all over here, waving at Zanzibar. And he's stopped looking at the basketball, waving at her. Jace is officially, as Pequod smiling, his name. I have his birth certificate here. Looks like a Jace, don't you think? She's holding it out in front of Laz and all.
Laz reads it over quickly, looks at him. Yeah, he does look like a little Jace, doesn't he? As she pinches one of his cheeks.
He is very adorable. There's a family that's interested in him.
Oh, that's good for him.
Yeah, just staring at the kid. Yes, they're coming to see him later today. That's why he's here with me. Some, I don't know, cow farmers from the Aridna system, living out on the frontier.
Laz bites down on her lip very hard, staring at Jace, and then looks over at Oz.
Is it an EarthGov planet? No. Independent colony. But I read their minds. They seem the sort. They can give him a good upbringing. No education. No air conditioning. But he'll be a farming boy. No choices, no chances, no future.
She looks at Jace.
What if they love him? She tries to take him from Laz.
Laz holds him tightly and almost on instinct takes a step back, gets into an almost defensive fighting stance almost, and brings Jace away from her grasp.
Across her arms and lick her lip. Ha ha ha.
I'm sorry about that, ma'am.
I can't even talk.
If she looks at Oz, gives him a look, and then looks at Lorelei. We're interested in adopting Jace.
He needs a home. Now. She's gonna stroke him on the head gently. His early developmental years, honey, he needs a mother and a father. His very important. Wouldn't you say, Davine? Hunk. Oh, God. Looking at him.
Davine pushes her fingers into her eyes and just nods. Yes, ma'am.
Perhaps she'll put her arms out, hold on to him until after your deployment if you need time to think. But if that other family really would like him, then I'm obligated to hand him over. I have hundreds of thousands of mouths to feed across 2 orphanages and multiple on other planets in EarthGov space. I've expanded over the years since I've retired.
Should we adopt now? But we're gonna be gone for like a month.
How about she'll put her finger up and levitate the baby out of Soul's arms? How about he just stays here for the month? Think it over. I'll reschedule the appointment with the farming folk.
Yes, please. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll hold on to the birth certificate. General Lorelei will levitate it over to Pequod, who catches it. I'll hold on to it, and why don't you guys think it over, and while you're on deployment, and we'll look after him. So yes, Hunt, we'll take the best care of him.
As best as we can, ma'am.
Well then, I'd say Jace will be left in the Rainfall's charge.
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
Thank you for looking after him. I'm quite busy. She puts her hand on her chest. Though, as she's walking away, I'd love to stay and chat, but I have to go. Do let me know when you plan to go to Cancun next time, Davine. I'd love to go this time. You wouldn't forget about me. She walks out! God, she still knows how to twist the knife, and I love it. Suletta, the best at it.
Davine lays her waist and upper torso against her legs and just puts her hands on her face and shakes her head.
We let her down. Looking at Hale, he moves up to Davine. Sit on my lap.
She does.
Take Hale.
She takes her.
We let her down.
What bad parents.
Jace, as Lorelei's leaving, levitated back into Laz's arm. There you go.
Laz looks at Jace and gives him a kiss on the nose. Hi there.
I don't think there's much thinking to be done here. But we could talk it over more, think about it, sit on it. The fucking farming life. That could have been me. You know that, right?
Laz nods. Yeah, I don't want to... Yeah, we could talk about it more during deployment, but I think my heart's set on this, Ozzy.
Well then, he'll put his hands out for a hug. I'll hug both of you at once. Hold you both.
She steps into his arms.
Colt's sitting down behind Soul, patting his lap.
She sits on his lap and starts to kiss at his jaw.
I've been to Cancun. I think it's shitty, personally. Suletta, it was. They didn't have a wonderful time at all.
Soul just sighs, shakes her head. It was... Yeah, it was pretty shit.
Get out of here! God, that cat's pissing me off.
Soul just shakes her head. Maybe we should just take away Mr. Snuffle's, hover chair for a bit.
Maybe we should just rubbing her thigh, hook him up with, Fudwick or something like that. Those are Krellin's territories, I think. Anyway. I'm not sure. Looking down at the dog.
Does Mr. Snuffles tell you that sort of thing?
No, but we've always kind of assumed something was going on between Krellin and Fudwick.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, of course. I've heard those conversations before.
Hunk, would you, hold her, dear? Just let me get up. I can't even think. Let me get up. I need to have a talk with JJ.
Of course, love. She stands up and lets him, go where he needs to go.
You want me to take Hale?
If you want to carry her, go ahead.
If you don't want her, I'll take her.
I want her.
Alright. I'll be right. He'll put his finger up back. God, that woman knows how to twist a knife. To let a ha ha ha. Just stares down at Davy.
Davy looks at Soletta and just back down at her lap and nods.
Comes to the door, knocks on the door. What's going on?
They like just finished up. JJ's putting back on his like wet white dress shirt that he always wears and he jumps.
You better not be smoking in there, Scar. You know Blaze doesn't like cigarette smoke in there.
No, we're not smoking. I'm not smoking in here.
Scar, are you alright? Something happened to you? Something wrong with your voice? You get kicked in the nuts again? She starts laughing. What the fuck's going on in there?
JJ starts to laugh.
Don't make me kick this door in.
Give us a second, Dad.
Alright.
He waits for Sam to get decent.
Oh, she's ready to go, fixing her hair.
He unlocks the door.
What the hell's going on in here? Happy time or something?
Yeah, you could say that, Dad.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Trying to fake your scar, you would have been better off with the Brooklyn, JJ.
Well, I'll give it a shot next time then.
Sam, would you, now that you're done, would you mind going and fetching Elizabeth and Benny and Carter and Marianne and take them to the gym? Because it's time. Sam nods her head and will leave. As Hunk will put his hand on JJ's chest and push him into the room, not hard, just easily. And you're staying with me for a second.
Yes, sir, of course.
We're gonna do this since you like to lock doors. I'll lock the door and look at JJ. You like her?
Very much so.
Everything you ever wanted in life.
That and more.
First time you saw her, what'd you think?
She's gorgeous. I don't necessarily think I have a shot with her, but if I could, I would.
And then, when you got her?
It's the happiest moment of my life.
Alright. Well, she makes all that possible. You'd agree, right?
110%.
Good. Then, she deserves to know exactly. He'll put his hand on his chest how, in a fist, you feel about her. No semantics, none of your high intellect dialogue, just straight up from the heart. Before she leaves, to go to combat, and maybe you've seen some combat, you haven't seen real combat. I have. That's what they're probably going into. Where you can't control anything. And she has to now protect your sister, Benny, and the rest of the Rainfall flock, all of which, no matter what you think, are complete and utter useless rookies. And that's the truth. Because until you actually get shot at, until your life is actually on the line and you start to see your friends die, that's where you transcend from a useless rookie to an actual combatant. That's how it works. Doesn't matter who trained Carter with a fucking sword. Doesn't matter who trained Soul. She's not Nicole. She can't blow up a fucking universe at a whim. They are useless fucking rookies. And I love them all to death, so I don't mean to be mean. But that is the simple God's honest truth, son.
He blinks a couple times. Yes, sir.
So you tell her exactly how you feel. And I'm not telling you what to do. But nobody would bat an eyelash at you. I'm just trying to... Nobody would bat an eyelash at you if you proposed to her or did anything like that. Me and your mother were together a month. And maybe a week before I proposed to her. So... And I'm not telling you to. Just don't feel weird about it since it's been so soon. If that's who you want, you got it. Keep it. And I will, if you want, get you on that base if you want to stay out there with her.
I would prefer that, sir.
Then Dad will get you out there.
Thank you.
All we gotta do is come up with a reason and, come up with a reason for you to be there. That makes sense. We can't make it look like, hey, his girlfriend's here, So he gets to come, because there's hundreds of thousands of troops that wish they could have that luxury too. Let me think of something up, and I'll get your ass out there as quick as possible, alright?
Yes, sir. Sounds good to me.
My man. He'll put his hand out for a handshake.
He shakes his hand.
She is gorgeous, son. You really hit the mark.
I know. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Alright, let's go to the gym.
Lead the way.
And next time we go to Cancun, don't let me leave until I've got everybody on the ship, okay?
I mean, we all tried to tell you.
Just go to the gym, son. Please, you're gonna make me cry.
Yes, sir. He starts walking towards the gym.
Sam came in, got Elizabeth and Benny. They head to the gym. Scar comes too. Sam opens the door, sees Carter. What's Carter doing? He's straddled over the desk, I'll tell you that much, and she's just been whipping him nonstop.
Carter.
What the fuck?
Carter has taken one of his arms out of the sleeve of his flannel, rolled it up into like a little ball, and put it in his mouth so he can bite down on it.
Are you trying to injure him so he can't go on deployment? Memory and Samantha dropping the stick. Samantha!
Carter shoots up, puts his arm in his sleeve, and pulls up his pants. What's up, dude?
Is this what you guys do in private?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this one's pretty new, actually. This one was sprung on me today.
I thought that stuff was all a joke. She looks at Memory Ann. No, I was being honest back then when I said I pined over Carter. Sam starts laughing. Pull your pants up, please, Carter.
He pulls him up the rest of the way. Does everything he needs to do to get him secure.
You enjoy this, Carter?
Yeah. As long as she enjoys it, I enjoy it.
That's good. It's a different dynamic. We have to leave soon.
Right. So, the gym?
Are you gonna be able to sit? Yes, the gym.
Yeah, I'll be able to sit. Not a problem.
I may have gotten carried away. She comes over, picks up the ruler.
Here, I'll prove it to you. He pulls out one of the chairs, sits down in it, and you can see his eyes like widen in pain, and he lets out a little.
We'll have Aunt Icy take care of. I'm sure we'll see her before deployment, right, Carter?
I'm sure we will.
Okay, here. She'll put her hand out to help him up.
He takes it.
It's good. It's good. You can sit on my lap. It won't hurt that much.
No, it's softer than a chair.
Good. Here, let's go to the gym. As she starts walking out, Sam will hold the door and take this with her.
Carter starts to laugh, holds her hand, and starts to walk out to the gym.
We might need it, Carter. She'll walk into the gym.
I know, we might.
Meeting everybody else in the gym, Pequod, looking at Davine, holding Hale, nods her head. It's time for them to go.
I know. She just shakes her head, stands up so she can see them off. JJ is going to walk up to Sam, hold her hands. I just want to say that I love you more than I have ever loved anyone in my life. You make waking up an absolute joy, and I yearn to see your eyes every single morning. I love you, and I desperately need you to come back to me.
Her mouth is agape. I will.
Thank you.
I love you. I think I've got you beat, Proctor. She'll kiss him hard on the lips. I love you more. You made all my dreams come true.
He smiles at her. It's the least I could do for the best woman in the universe.
Hung, and, not to break up the moment, but we'll get him out there to see you, right, son?
Yes, I'm going to visit you, no matter what.
That would make it a lot more bearable. And we will. You have my word.
And mine as well.
I'm still gonna call you, like, multiple times every day.
Oh, I look forward to it.
At least 20.
I would expect more, please.
40.
Oh, there we go. I enjoy the thought of hearing your voice 40 times a day in a call.
Those are rookie numbers. Bump them up to 100. Laughs and walks off.
JJ chuckles a bit and gives her another kiss. Please do come back to me, though.
I promise.
He smiles.
I'll do whatever it takes to get back.
Smashing.
Smashing. She kisses him on the chin. Just hold me until we have to leave.
Of course. Of course, I'll have trouble letting go, but I'll hold you.
Pequod is frantically going around hugging every one of the kids, trying to fight back tears. Scar watching as she's hugged Memory Ann, so now it's Carter's turn. She's already gotten Soul and Cole. Scar, hey Carter!
Carter turns around. You know, Uncle Scar?
He's squinting with his one eye. Maybe when you get back we could, I've been thinking about baseball. Maybe we could start working on a baseball field. Colt, you like to help? Absolutely. That'd be nice. That'd be nice, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to work on a field. Uncle Scar, are you okay? Are you having, like, a stroke?
I ate a habanero pepper. That's why my eye is watering. He is totally crying into Lass's ear.
Oh my god. Did someone take a picture? This is a first.
I've got it. Benny already taking pictures. Blaze taking pictures as well. Maybe Oz, you could give us a hand too, you know, that'd be nice. Of course, Uncle. And Benny can draw the lines with the chalk. Yeah, he's just looking at it.
Carter just looks absolutely shocked. Puts an arm, or a hand onto poor Scar's arm. Pats it a couple times. We're gonna be good. I'm gonna do my best to keep an eye on everyone. You have my word on that.
That's good, yeah. Oh, I gotta go. I have IBS here. You be safe too, Sam. Oh, I don't want to break this up. I gotta go. He walks. Blaze. Oh. Just watching him walk away.
So watching him walk away. IBS?
He's got IBS. That's Leogan for you're making me cry because I'm afraid.
She just starts to laugh. Oh, that was really sweet.
Oh, it's understandable. Come here, Elizabeth.
And Elizabeth gives Pequod a big hug.
I think I got everybody. She's looking around, except her, but she's occupied. So, well, Zanzibar coming in, trying to take the kid from Laz.
Laz holding on to Jace. Oh, God, I'm gonna have to let go.
He'll be here when, you get back, madam. I'll take him. He comes over here, picks up the ball.
She'll hand him over to Blaze.
And you do some thinking over it. He pets Jace on the head.
I will, Uncle. Thank you.
I don't know if he's hungry. The Ranger General was too busy twisting the knife. But I'll take him to get something to eat.
Thank you. Oh, we should have asked her about, like, any allergies or anything.
Pequod looking at the birth certificate. Nah, there's none here.
Oh.
They list these things on the back nowadays. She flips it over.
Oh.
I'll here, why don't you hold on to it? She'll give it to Laz. Think it over.
She holds onto the birth certificate, hugs it onto her chest, and nods. Yeah, I'll think it over.
Come on, young sire. welcome to the Rainfall family. As he starts to cry, reaching out for Laz. Oh, that won't do. He walks away quicker.
Laz starts to cry, watching
Yeah.
Jace reach out for her.
It's all right, darling. Come here, I'll hold you.
She rests her head onto his shoulder and lets her hold
Hey.
her.
He'll rock her in his arms. He's not getting no Fama family. He'll stay here, and we'll take him when we get back.
Yeah, but he looks so sad.
Well, he's gonna miss his mum.
Oh. She starts to cry a bit more.
Oh, darling. Rubbing her head.
Carter, watching Laz and Oz, leans over to Pequod. Was it that immediate for your kids? Like, if you had to leave us for whatever reason?
It's hard. It's difficult. Yeah.
He nods and just puts a hand onto Laz's shoulder and pats it a couple times.
I'll understand one day.
I'm sure I will.
Hopefully it will be a boy.
Carter looks at Moran. Hopefully it'll be a boy, yeah.
We've got you and JJ. That's it. And now Jace and a dumbass Drake. She gestures over, holding the ball, and a gay cat. Apparently. Well.
Soul starts to chuckle a bit. We'll do the best we can, Auntie. Don't worry.
Hunk and Davine have gone around, said their goodbyes, but they save Elizabeth for last. Come here, you.
Elizabeth jumps up into Hunk's arms and gives him a hug.
You be safe, okay?
I will. I'll be as safe as I can.
Alright. Nothing stupid, no semantics. Soldier girl, I'm very proud of you.
She looks up at him, smiles. Thank you, Dad.
So is your mother. I'll take Hale so you can just let me have her. He takes it.
Davine walks up to Elizabeth, doesn't wait for her to give her a hug, and just wraps her up. I love you so much. I love you so much. You are one of my little girls, and you will be just fine. Just be smart out there and no stupid moves, okay? And Elizabeth nods. Okay, Mom. Yeah, I'll be alright. And Davine smiles at her. I'm sure you will. Gives her a kiss on the head. Okay. I love you very much. Stay safe. She lets go and walks over to Hunk.
The kids are all filing out, saying their goodbyes as they leave through the teleporter to go join Ricky at Delta Command, because they know where they gotta report. Pequod, just sighs watching them leave.
JJ does not let go of Sam for like 10 seconds longer. I have to let you go, don't I?
Unfortunately.
Just know this is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do.
I'm not letting go either. Note that fact.
He chuckles, kisses the top of her head. Okay.
Bring her over here. I'm gesturing with Hale, straddling Hale off his hip.
He walks the two of them over to them.
Nothing stupid. Points at Sam. She just nods.
Davine smiles at Sam. I have full faith in you, darling.
We appreciate you looking after our family. You're part of the family. Don't worry about what you saw on the beach. That was a mistake. My fault. Anyway, he points at JJ and her. You just do the best you can in the time you're given. They're rookies. Make sure you come back. You can't help them if you get hurt. She nods. And I think that makes perfect sense.
I think so too.
Hug? She looks at Davine and Hunk. Hug?
a hug, of course. Tavine steps in and hugs both JJ and Sam, since JJ won't let her go.
And Hunk hugging too, Slita, and I will watch after Peach. Maybe I'll take him to Cancun. Hunk, God.
God, really, Letty?
Thank you for looking after the dog, and personally, I have been to Cancun as well. I didn't like it. I know! Wasn't it just not all it was cracked up to be?
Oh. Tavine shakes her head, and Hunk can spot a tear starting to fall down her cheek.
She will hug JJ quickly, kiss him on the lips hard, and then storm off, because that's the only way she's going to be able to get out of there. Pequod just, oh god.
JJ inhales and exhales very deeply. All I gotta say is, fuck that, man. Jesus H.
Cancun? She looks at JJ.
Dear God, no, Cancun sucks, Auntie God.
Take the dog. She hands Peach to JJ.
JJ starts just petting Peach, kissing Peach on the top of the head. Yeah, that's a good doggo.
He has Hale in his arms, looking down at her, leaning into Davine. I will get you out there, son. Give me a week and a half, okay? If I make a promise, I've always kept it, right? So.
Yeah, thank you, Dad. I appreciate it.
No problem. Staring down. I wonder if she'd like to go to Cancun. She'll probably never know. Will she? As Suletta walks off.
Davine starts to hug herself, just staring at little Hale.
Hold me up, please.
She holds up Hunk.
La 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 la. Trying to hand the ball to Davine because he wants to play. Not now, please. Ugh. Comes this. Staring at the ball dejectedly.
Davine just holds Hunk up, gives him a kiss on the head. We can prove it to her.
Or die trying.
Yes, or die trying.
Flashing up to the triple office, Julius, he's got a lot of work to do. A lot of paperwork, moving a lot of bodies, comes through the elevator and sees Icy staring into a pitch black room. And the guards aren't here.
Julius's eyes immediately squint. He gets a bit defensive. He gently puts a hand onto Icy's shoulder.
Look, just keep watching. It's super dark in the room. You're gonna see in like probably 10 seconds. Do you see that? And you see a cherry from a cigarette being, drawn on in the dark. It's been like this for the last hour.
Is Sasha smoking?
Non-stop, too. And I think they're menthols. They smell disgusting.
Oh my god.
This is awesome. She's looking at them.
Julius starts to laugh to himself. Dear God.
It's been like this for an hour. Now, I came by here 2 hours ago, and it wasn't like this. So odds are it's been like this for 2 hours, I think. And it's never stopped. Occasionally, I don't even know where she's putting the cigarettes out, but the cherry light thing has never stopped.
He just watches Sasha that every so often the cigarette being drug on.
She used to tell me I was stupid and immature for smoking. She's like,
Stress from the time drawing here?
He's worried about the kids, yeah.
He just shakes his head.
But this is too cool to stop. She's
How many packs do you think she's gone through?
I don't know. At least 2?
Oh god.
I mean, she dismissed the guards and everything.
She has the lights completely. When's the last time you saw all the lights completely off in this room?
Never. When I like to smoke and I was stressed, I would love to smoke in a dark room. No sound, no noise, nothing.
Should we stop it? Not only for her health, if she really is smoking menthol cigarettes, but like because we have work to do.
Yeah, probably.
Julie just keeps watching. You first.
Yeah. She'll walk in and turn the lights on. Hey! She glares at Icy. Just waves at her. Julius said,
Julius walks in.
I was content with watching you for the next 7 hours. Oh.
For your own health, Sasha. We only watch for an hour.
She gestures with a pack of cigarettes, pitches them to Icy, who stops them with telekinetics and sends them back gently. No menthol, thanks. Those are fucking gross. She just starts smoking another one.
Julius chuckles. I think I know the answer to this question, but he walks up to her, puts a hand on her shoulder. You doing okay?
Just worried about our children.
Yeah, I am too.
And Buffoon left me. He's out doing recon on the Moog now, so kind of alone right now.
Well, you got us now.
And I am very great. Give me one of those smoker's choices. I've always wanted to try one. I don't care if you want them for Mr. Wiseau or the Saints' dead hands touch them. Give them to me. Just one.
Yeah, sure, fine. He reaches into his pocket, gets out one of the cigarettes and offers it to her.
This is a cigar. A mini cigar. She's inspecting it.
Yeah, it says so on the box. He flips it around, shows it to her. Smoker's Choice mini cigars.
Do you inhale it? I see. You don't inhale normal cigars. Who the fuck would smoke these?
The Saint would. He just puts the pack back.
She takes the cigar, walking over here. She'll set her cigarettes down, types on her computer. Smoker's Choice, Icy will sit down next to her. Mini cigars. 50? What? 1 credit a carton. What is in these things? She looks down at. Icy, asbestos?
Literal cyanide, maybe?
If you can't beat them, she'll light it up. Icy, oh.
Oh god. I know from experience, those just do not. They are not great.
She
Sasha.
starts violently coughing as Icy rubs her back. Serves you right.
Julius rubs her back as well. Yep. Yeah, that's Smoker's Choice, alright.
You have the 1st Infantry Division moving, right, Julian?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I do.
Good. Wonderful.
Rubs her back some more. They'll be okay, alright?
We're only sending them into a hostile environment, populated by what we can tell is people who hate magic users. I see, that's got me thinking. I've never met anybody that hated magic users. Except one person. She shrugs.
Julius looks at Icy. You don't think that she's behind all this?
She'll just tap her finger on the desk and look at Julius. I could read her mind up until about 8 years ago. And then she just went off the board. Can't read any of the minds of those soldiers. Maybe I'm just reaching because I don't like her. It's hard for me to tell, but I find that suspicious. Sasha, I mean, I don't think it'd be her. I'm gonna smoke a normal cigarette. Thank you for trying to kill me, Julius.
No problem. He takes a Smoker's Choice, puts it out, and then walks over, sits down.
Just a thought. She shrugged.
Julius leans back in the chair.
She was training Ash's son all those years, so wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe she found. I don't know.
Should we ask Ricky if and she had any suspicious activity going on?
We could try, but I don't know if he'd really. I think she's like deified to him, so I think he's a tree that's just not worth barking up.
That's probably true. He shakes his head. I mean, we all know where the bunker is. We can always pay her a visit.
Sasha, not till we have some proof. Prefer to leave her sorry ass alone.
Yeah, I wouldn't really want to deal with her unless needed to.
I don't think it would be an amicable meeting. Probably wouldn't go well.
Yeah, for her.
I doubt she'd be happy to see me. Or you.
He shrugs. She can think whatever she wants to think about me.
Gave birth to 2 of 3 spellcasters.
And I love those spellcasters because they are my children and I love them no matter what.
Well, she doesn't.
Well, that sucks for her because she has no relationship with my kids.
And it serves her right. As Sasha lights up another cigarette, I don't know. Just think it's weird. She went off the radar in terms of being able to read, and she's the only other person that never met anybody else. Think about it. That stuff's like 19th century.
Julius nods. Are there any, I don't know, if we would even have access to that kind of thing? Like, cards. Yeah, like credit cards, anything like that, that are connected to her name?
Sasha, she went broke. Remember?
I mean, yeah, but who knows? Maybe she came into amount of money. She still had family alive. Maybe someone died, inheritance, that kind of thing.
I could have dipshit take a look when he gets back since he ditched me for the weekend. To go do his job.
Julius chuckles and nods. Maybe it isn't the worst thing to check out, if need be.
No, it's not the worst thing to check out. A very expensive bottle of sake, given to me by General Lorelei. She pulls it up with some shot glasses. Icy. Ooh, nice. Looking at the bottle. We're drinking on duty now. This is fun.
That is, it sounds fun, Sasha.
Here, have one. She'll pour one and slide it down to Julie.
I'm okay, Sasha. Thank you, though.
I'll take that, and you can pour me another one. Of course.
Julius just rubs the back of his neck. Oh, God. Everything, it's all gonna be okay. We're right to be worried. But it's all gonna be okay. Give me the shot, god damn it. He takes the shot that Icy took from him and takes it himself.
She gives it willingly. Sasha gives her another one and pours her another one. 2 for Icy, thank you. Sasha, well, let's toast to... I don't know. How do I make somebody else feel as bad as I feel right now? Let's toast to going to Cancun together. Icy. There you go. You're good at your job. And toast with...
Julius just groans. Jesus Christ, just like Lorelei, aren't you?
I learned from the best. Wait, is it still a sore spot? Icy. I don't need those 2. Who cares? Just, let's have some drink. We have duties to do. Well, you have duties to do. She points at Julius and Icy. I can sit here. So, yeah.
Julius inhales and exhales, pats Icy on the back, rubs her head a bit, and then, yeah, we got some work to do.
Icy will, one more shot for the road, please. Sasha will pour her one more. She'll take it. All right, let's go pretend to be ready to get the kids off to deployment or whatever.
Yep. He stands up, follows Icy.
I'll be here when you get back. And save some for me. She's gonna totally be fucking wasted by the time we get back.
Oh, 100%.
Disappearing through the teleporter. As in Delta Command, everybody's finally here. Mortis has his sunglasses on. Sergeant Satterley's not in yet. He's somewhere around here. The armor's all up. Oz still comforting poor Laz. It's going to be alright, darling.
You saw his lip quivering, right?
I did. I was fighting back to you, so I had to be the strong one.
Oh, God. If this is gonna happen every time we leave, this is gonna really suck. But
And flexing his fingers, trying to reach for you as Uncle Blaze carried him away. He'll move her over here.
You could see like his only 2 teeth when he opened his mouth and he started to cry.
Poor baby. Memory Ann coming over here with Carter, who can't sit down.
Carter is standing very straight up, just coughing a bit even.
You alright, bro? You look like... No offense, you look like you got a stick up your ass.
I'm good. Just I fell on my tailbone earlier, so I'm back trouble, wanted to stand up straight type thing.
Is General Rainfall here? Ricky, have you seen her? We need her to take a look at his tailbone before deployment.
Nah, I haven't seen her. Maybe you could, I don't know, ask Benny if he can help.
I don't think Benjamin can heal this. At least not quickly. Nah, I tried. He already took a look at it.
What the fuck did you do to your tailbone, man?
He hit it very hard. He was fooling around. A bunch of tomfoolery, isn't that right, Carter?
I'm such a tomfoolery. And then, I slipped, fell quite a bit of ways, and hit my tailbone.
Then you should probably go to the infirmary. You don't want to be fighting with something like that. That can fuck your back up permanently.
So I'll be fine, Ricky. Thank you for worrying about me, but I'll be okay.
He's a tough little boy.
Whatever you think, man. You know what I think.
Yeah. He chuckles. And again, thank you for worrying about me.
He's a tough little boy, Ricardo. He'll be okay.
I'd hope he's tough. I'm the idiot who's gonna be side by side with him on the front lines.
Very soon. She nods her head.
Hell yeah. Pretty soon we're gonna knock some skulls, beat the hell out of some idiots, and get back.
Sam, can I bunk with the two of you when we get there? Please. Cold, absolutely.
So looks at Sam. Yeah, of course.
If you want to have your happy fun time, I will put in earplugs and promise not to look.
We'll control ourselves, don't worry.
I don't know what our accommodations will be, but I'm sure there'll be curtains or something we can put up.
Yeah, I'm sure, but if it makes you uncomfortable, we won't do it in the same room as you.
I can leave. Just let me know ahead of time. I don't care. Do it in front of me. She just slumps over the banister.
Soul rubs her back. Yeah. Okay, we will. Sweetie, we will.
Let's go. Everything's going to be alright. Right, St. Junior? He says down to Ricky.
Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Look at us. Bunch of the biggest badasses in the Headhunters. We'll be chill, man. And we got the Rangers, Delta, and a bunch of Marines. There ain't anything we can't handle.
Yeah. Just like Marianne said, I'm a tough little boy, so I'm sure I'll be able to handle it, no problem.
You see, I got nothing to be scared of.
That's the spirit. Rick, here, darling, another tissue.
Thank you. She wipes her eyes and blows her nose a bit.
You should have just adopted him. You should have just said right then and there.
Well, I didn't want to adopt him when we're going out to deployment in the next 10 minutes.
See, that is true. Yes, I mean, the thinking is over. We just... Bad timing. I guess that it's true. The Ranger General Farmer knows how to twist the knife perfectly.
That's what Dad said about her.
She got us good.
So you two are getting a kid, huh?
Yes, we've got him. He's back at the lane, gonna be there waiting for us when we get back. But another family was, he's an orphan. Another family was interested in him, and just a bad, not bad, hard situation all around. Rubbing Laz's head.
Oh yeah. Well, you two are gonna be busy now. Not only are you squad mom and dad, but now you're actual mom and dad.
That is true. Yes. Think about it, love. I'm sure we'll be able to spend more time at the lane with him. A certain amount of time here, just gear on standby. Is that the gig you have, Samantha? Sam? Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm hardly ever here. So.
Soul continuing to rub Samantha's back, and Laz nods. Yeah, a schedule like that would definitely allow us to see Jace more.
Yes. So all we've got to do is finish this job mission up, and he'll be there waiting. Probably having a lovely time with Uncle Blaze.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, and I'm sure Uncle Blaze is going to teach him anything and everything that he deems is fit for a 2-year-old to learn, so I'm sure everything's going to be just fine.
Can we just make a pact? Can we just make a pact that if we ever decide to take a squad trip to Cancun, we all wait for each other? Ugh.
I think
I don't want to go to Cancun. It's not that good, Ricardo.
Okay, what's with Cancun?
It's just stupidity. It's not even that good of a place.
I've never been. I wouldn't know. Although it seems like there's more going on with Cancun than just not liking it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's that special myself. Tell us about your weekend, Ricardo.
Nothing really happened. I just hung out at home, helped around the shop. Got to talking with Mom and Ellie, and I got a stupid idea for him. And
What type of idea? Tell us, Side Junior. What is this plan? Tell me we'll help you on this endeavor.
Mom and Ellie are big fans of Fuedvis. You guys are family with the guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I could, since we're friends, see if you could let me, I don't know, bum the chance to ask if he could make a special appearance at Mom's shop?
Well, we don't have that kind of, I would say, authority, but I think that's absolutely doable. I think those decisions have to be run through Grandpa, because Fredvis may be universally loved outside of the lane, but inside of the lane, he is not. He is a mockery to the king.
Carter nods. So yeah, we'll have to run it through Grandpa, and then I think it'll take like at least a week to try and find the leotard in the sub-levels of the lane, so it might take a bit until we're able to get Fudvis for you, if you don't mind.
It's easily doable, though.
No, that's fine. I honestly thought it'd be harder than that. If you can get me the chance to ask your grandpa, I'll do it myself. I'm the one who's tried to, or Dad, Grandpa. It's kind of hard as he looks around the group.
Rubbing Carter's abs with her fingernails tips. It's a good thing we're going on deployment. She smiles. I think Grandma and Grandpa have a lot on their plate right now. But should they square that away, I think they'd be happy to unleash... I think Grandpa refers to Fudvis as Pandora's box. Isn't that right, Elizabeth? She looks over.
Oh yeah. Fudvis is Dad's good of Pandora's box.
I mean, not a huge fan of a lot of the guy's stuff myself, but why? What's with that? I mean, it's not just hate, right? What's going on there?
Most people who are a fan of Elvis, who Fledvis is, let's be real here, a parody of, do not appreciate what Fledvis does to the image of the king. Sam, yeah, just slumped over, depressed head hung over the railing. I like Fledvis a lot, but I also like Elvis, so I can understand.
No, I get that. Trust me, I wouldn't go out of my way to listen to his stuff if Mom wasn't a fan.
I think a lot of, Sam speaking up, Fledvis's appeal is that Elvis had been dead for, even after the real Elvis died. People were still hoping he'd somehow magically come back. Aliens bring Elvis back. This Elvis death conspiracy theories like he's still alive. I think Fledvis returning just kind of reignited the Elvis craze, so to speak.
I mean, yeah, you ever been to Mom's shop? Dear God, there's a lot of Fwedvis around that area.
Then we get Fledvis to come. Just let Grandma and Grandpa sort out their plate, which is hopefully sorted out by the time we get back, Carter. Isn't that right, little Carter?
Yeah, hopefully. Please, God, let it be sorted out, Mew Mew.
Cancun. Benny's setting Elizabeth up on the thing.
I still don't get what's going on with Cancun, but alright.
Nobody really does. The only people who get it are the two that need to get it and fix it. Right, love?
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure they have gotten it and they are going to do what they can to fix it.
This guy's head's just bouncing back and forth, watching all the people talking. Huh.
I mean, I never saw the appeal of going to Cancun. I mean, Palo Alto at this point is basically a resort town, and it's like an hour drive to some real resort towns, so why go there?
I agree.
Plus, in Palo Alto, you get all the Fwedvis that you can wish for.
More than you'd wish for.
You see that, love? Fredvis is with us. Be strong.
Oh God. Hey, maybe Chase will find Fredwick, Krellin, and Samuel really funny.
Maybe he will. And don't worry, he's so young. We're not gonna miss his first time walking or anything like that.
Oh God.
We're not going to miss it. He's young.
No, we're not gonna miss it.
Here, baby. Here, Steve uploaded a new video. He pulls up on his wrist computer. Look, here's Steve, pedaling through the fucking, the city in the middle of the night.
Yeah, he, like he always, I'm glad he got a new bike.
Yes, he did. Look, he's about to ramble about that ambulance park there.
Oh, as he usually does. She starts to laugh and cheer up.
Feel a little better.
Oh, you know me. Steve always makes me feel better.
He'll kiss her on the ear. There you go.
Hey, we'll just have to, kill all the idiots and get home early.
Quick and efficiently.
Yeah? Shouldn't be too big of an issue. I mean, they're just randos, right?
They're definitely organized. At least from what we hear. We'll know more when we get there.
Yeah. I mean, even if they are, we're the headhunters. We're EarthGov, right? We're the strongest in the universe. Some idiots, organized or not, they ain't got nothing on us.
Colt is squeezing Soul's butt cheek with his hand. Do you think she is like magic and so is JJ? Because she's starting to look a lot like Memory Ann when she was separated from Carter. Look over here.
Soul looks at Sam. Sweetie, are you feeling nauseous at all?
No, I'm just depressed.
Oh, okay. She leans back to Colt. I don't think it's magic, no. I can't sense anything off of her.
Can you sense this? He just squeezes her ass as tight as he ever has.
Oh, I can definitely sense that, honey.
Don't need the arcane plane to sense this. Squeezes tighter.
No, I don't. She just reaches around and grabs his crotch.
Oh! Sergeant Sarek! I see we're getting frisky.
Soul jumps. Hi, yeah, sorry, sir.
stop your grinning and drop your linen. One more round in the kill house, okay? One last warm up before we go.
Sir, yes, sir. Shouldn't be an issue.
Carter, you okay? He looks over at Carter.
Yes, sir. I'm doing just fine.
You sure? Standing like really weird.
I'm doing just fine, sir. Don't worry about me.
Uh-huh. Alright, Carter. Stand at attention.
He does so.
Memory Ann will stand back. You know, I don't like getting formal like this. He gestures to this Delta guy who... We prefer lax standards. We work hard to be here. So for this to happen is rare. Do a jumping jack, Carter. If you're trying to hide an injury to get out of a deployment... If you're trying to hide an injury and still go on deployment, I should say, that's not gonna fly. Jumping jack.
He inhales a bit. Yes, sir. As he tries to do a jumping jack.
Causing him immense pain. What happened?
As he does it, he just inhales sharply, like, and then he goes back to being at attention for Sergeant Satterley.
Gambly, come here. He comes over. Alright, Carter. What are you hiding? Tailbone? Hip? What's the problem?
He looks around, steps in close to Sergeant Satterley. My ass is very fucking raw, sir.
He's chewing gum. Carter hears the gum smacking in his mouth. And how did that happen, young man?
Well, my girlfriend likes to smack my ass, sir.
Is your aunt in town yet?
I'm not sure, sir.
I'll make sure she is, alright?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Try not to... Did you bleed?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Jesus Christ, kid. Alright, well, you're gonna have to get through the kill house with this injury, and then we'll have Aunt Icy fix you up. How about that?
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
Move out, squad. Let's go. You can grab his crotch right after.
Yes, sir. She gives him a salute.
Like these Delta guys, darling.
As do I.
And the kids will hasten their way to same exact deployment as before. Laz and Oz drop them off. Sergeant Satterley not with the squad this time, though. He is watching and observing from a distance, just yelling, "Go! Go! Go!" He's pointing. Kids know what to do. They've done this thousands of times at this point. Initiative is rolled. Carter is first.
Carter will move up to just about there, and he has line of sight on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he can tell this is a foe, not friend.
Yep.
Okay. He will take a shot at him.
Ricky?
Same as last time. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. He will make it up to here. Look around the corner. Motion for the group to catch up to him.
As will Sam and if your token ever moved.
It should have moved here.
Colt will catch up to
Okay.
Sam catching up to Carter.
Alright, Elizabeth will just stay behind Sam and Soul behind Colts.
Benny behind Soul. Memory Ann behind Elizabeth, trying not to laugh at poor Carter running with his injury.
Carter looks back at her with a look like, oh yeah, this is funny, huh?
She smirks at Carter. Carter's up.
Okay, he will run to right about here. Are there any windows, any lines of sight inside?
Just the door.
Okay, he'll, since he can't reach the door with his movement this turn, he'll just gesture for everyone to meet up on his position.
And they will. Ricardo is up.
Alright, let me move. Alright, he'll move to there. Motion for them to catch up and hold his action.
There you go. Back to Carter.
Alright, Carter will reach the doorway, and he'll hold his action for when everyone is in position.
And they are. We'll go to Ricky's unit.
He's gonna get on the radio.
All right, Carter, you ready?
Make the call, boss.
All right, breaching in 3, 2, 1.
And he's gonna go to breach.
And Carter will do the same.
Go, Ricky, go, go!
Alright. 5, 10, 15. He'll get in, slide across the wall, and take a shot at that one. Alright, that'll be his turn. Over the radio, move in.
We'll go to Carter.
Okay, Carter will push in, run past these guys, go behind the piano, and take a shot at this one.
Ping him again.
This one on the far left.
Fire! Ooh, misses. One attack per the kill house, but lucky for you, Samantha is there to cover your 6.
Carter gives her like a little hang 10 for that one.
He winks at Carter as Colt following Ricky in. We'll kill this one. Go to Soul. Winjay.
Soul will come in right about there, and she'll shoot at yeah, she'll move right there and she'll shoot at this one.
Fire away.
That's her turn. Elizabeth will move in, some against the wall right here, and fire at this guy with some slugs. Or, sorry, buckshot.
Him again.
The one right in the doorway.
Nice shot. Memory Ann. Ha ha. We'll shoot this one. Sergeant Satterley over the radio. Good job, kids. 6 targets remain. Benny following in. La, like so. Benny for the wait. It's the first time ever. Deftly kills this target on the stairs.
Good shot, bro.
Benny fist bumping the air. Let's do Ricky first. Then we'll go to Carter.
Okay, it's a door here if I remember right.
Yeah.
He's going to motion to them what he's going to do. Kick the door in, and then move there so he's out of the way before taking the shot.
Now Carter.
Carter will gesture for them to move in further into this room. He'll go in, come to right here in the corner, and shoot at this one. Shit.
Yeah, well. She is a good guardian for the Rainfalls and the one valorous child. Following Carter, good teamwork blowing this one away, we'll say. Colt will slam up against the wall here. You know what to do.
She nods at him, runs up, puts her hand on his chest, Misty steps them into this room.
They Misty step into the room. Colt will shoot this one. Up here, Soul, take that one away.
Yep.
Memory Ann she can very short distance teleport. Elizabeth looking over at her.
Elizabeth looks over. Yeah.
She'll wink at Elizabeth and teleport her, boom, right in the room.
She gets teleported. Make sure her line of fire is clear, and then she'll shoot at the last target.
And it dies. Sergeant Satterley, nice work. Starts clapping lightly.
Ricky will come into the room. Thank you, sir.
Colt picking Soul up. Come with me.
Yes, of course, I'm coming.
Those feet aren't gonna touch the ground. You will be carried everywhere.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Benny coming in, nice. As Memory Ann comes in, you two aren't the only ones with combo moves. Did you like that one, Elizabeth?
I quite enjoyed it. I've never really been teleported. I've gone through teleporters, but I've never been teleported before.
Sergeant Satterley, well, Carter, everybody has a bad day in the batter's box. Your shooting has gotten I was mentioning to Ricky's parents, they were in town earlier, that his standards for shooting are up to Delta, and the same is extended to you. But everybody does have a bad day. It's about how you pick yourself up from that bad day that matters, not the bad day in and of itself.
I understand, sir. I had good backup on my team, though. He hits his knuckles against Sam twice.
She fist bumps him. And I was just gonna get to that. You beat me to it. So yeah. You pushed in, you did the job as the breacher, you led the charge, let the opening for your teammate happen. Sam, I'll always have your 6.
And I'll always feel safe because of that.
And that is a big gun you carry, Samantha. She's just holding the... It's a light machine gun. A really big gun.
Yeah, isn't that, like, cumbersome to carry around?
This one's chopped and blocked, as they say, so it's pretty light, actually. And it's made out of pretty lightweight materials. Remember, Ann's inspecting it. Come here, Carter. It's my fault. Clearly, my playtime with you has thrown you off your game.
He walks up to her. Ah, no, don't say that. It's okay.
She starts caressing Carter's head. Well, you guys, I think you're ready to go. So, you've been ready to go. That's why we've been doing this.
Thank you, sir. Hearing that means a lot, sir.
Carter just, we're gonna get the buttocks all fixed up, and then I think instead of focusing on the immense amount of pain from lacerations on said buttocks, you'll be able to effectively shoot and kill the enemies. Easily, probably. Rand starts laughing.
Yes, sir. Most likely, sir.
It was horrendous. I walked in on that. Ugh.
I'm so sorry you had to see that, Sam.
For our first deployment. Come on.
I was prepping him, fixing his hair.
Prepping him for what? When the bad guys give him a mean spanking?
He deserved it.
Is that the kind of torture that the guys we're fighting do?
I don't think so. But, who knows? Maybe we're fighting a bunch of BDSM enthusiasts. And Brienne blush.
Oh god, tell me you didn't tie him up.
That's not a bad idea.
So, if you want to, I'll do it.
I got aligned to rope and handcuffs as a ranger. If you want. Remember, Ann, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, sure. If you can get us those, we'll pay you back for them.
No problem. No payment required, as long as it makes you two happy. Memory Ann, oh, very happy.
Ricky's gonna turn and look at Soul. I am so sorry for saying that.
Yeah, it's okay. Doesn't affect me any.
As long as they're not coming into our room and trying to handcuff us, I'm fine with it. He's just staring at them.
Yeah, whatever they get up to in their free time, that's up to them.
Can you imagine carrying Soul over this way if they just busted into our room with the handcuffs?
I think they would get Misty stepped out into the cold.
Benny, yeah, I would just run away with Elizabeth.
A smile emoticon pops up on her mask, and she hugs around him and rests her head on his chest.
Well, he's been a bad boy.
Yeah, I have been a bad boy.
He gets to have his fun on the weekends. He gets to have me on his lap, play a big tough man. But during the week, he needs to be disciplined. She just starts laughing. Sergeant Satterley. Oh, it's gonna be an interesting deployment, kids.
Yeah, it is. Maybe just, please don't break the guy my buddy who I'm gonna be on the front lines with too badly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the living accommodations are gonna be when we get there, kids, but Memory and Carter, we will get you your own whatever it is, okay?
Thank you, sir. I do have to ask, honey, maybe not spanking to the point of lacerations. I think it did affect my performance.
Oh, clearly it did. I take full responsibility. We'll save that till after deployment.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Thank
But
you.
I did bring the ruler.
Well, I mean, as long as it's not to the point of, making my ass completely raw, then it'll be fine.
That's completely wrong. It's something else. Training these kids on the... Alright, so you guys report back to base, and our ride's coming pretty soon. It's gonna be on a big a C-130, basically, spacefaring one. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. So go back to base, square your stuff away, get ready, grab some snacks or some BDSM equipment, and make sure you're ready to go, because once that baby lands here, we gotta go.
Yes, sir.
Alright, I'll see you in a few as he walks off. Memory and poor Carter.
Oh, yeah, poor me.
The pain I'm not jealous of at all, but I cannot imagine having to tell the sergeant that to his face.
Honesty is the best policy.
It wasn't as bad as you might think. He was somewhat understanding about it.
Maybe he too has a goddess for a wife.
Maybe he does have a goddess for a wife.
He probably does, but I just know I'd rather he just shot me if I had to admit that to him.
Sam just sighs, I'm going back to base. Walks off. Benny, I guess it's time to go.
Elizabeth nods. You mind carrying me?
Nope, he'll pick her up. Colt, fun, isn't it, Benny? Benny nods. Fun, isn't it, Elizabeth?
Very fun.
Pick me up, Carter. You can carry me with your wound.
Yes, ma'am. As he picks her up. Oh, I'm sorry, goddess.
Thank you. Move out, B Squad.
Yes, ma'am.
And they will. Quick chopper ride back. And they find themselves here, just waiting. Bash and O'Keer are here. Looking them over, Memory and go into the office and ask Aunt Icy to fix you, Carter.
Yes, ma'am. He'll walk up to the door and knock.
It's up to Julius whether the door opens or not. Icy's not gonna open.
Yeah, he'll open the door.
Uh-oh. Carter's come in.
Hi, Auntie, Dad.
What up, dog?
Are you feeling okay, Auntie?
Sort of. What do you need? You want a time tune crystal too?
No, Memory Ann spanked me with a ruler so hard that I got lacerations on my ass. Do you mind just healing those up just real fast?
Snorting a laugh out.
Julius, who was like taking a drink of water, just spits it out completely over in this direction.
Icy taps her temple. I'm a little buzzed, Carter. I'm worried you guys are gonna get hurt. So I had some drinks with the Ranger General. Can you say that one more time? But shorthand version.
I got lacerations on my ass because my girlfriend spanked me.
Pull your pants down. I've seen your dick, I've seen your ass. I used to change your diapers.
Alright.
Looks away. Just looks out this direction. And bend over.
Yes, ma'am. Julius will tint all the windows, as he turns around, takes off his pants and bends over.
Oh my fucking god, this is rawer than Monday Night Raw, that shitty Malcolm show he used to put on.
Oh god.
You're gonna have to touch this to heal you. This is gonna cause you immense pain.
I understand. Please just heal me.
She does, quickly and efficiently, and all the pain is gone for a grouping of light flesh wounds like this. Better, honey?
Carter, looking up at the ceiling, quickly puts his pants back on. That did hurt quite a bit. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you.
She'll wink at Carter and crack open a beer from Bash's private stash. You're ready to go.
As ready as I'll ever be, ma'am.
Just have her lay off you while you're out in the field.
Yeah, we already discussed it. No, none of that in the field.
Good boy. She'll wink at him.
He smiles at her. Alright, I'll see you guys when you come out here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, alright, he'll walk out.
Did Pequod ever do that to you? Look at you.
No. The other way around, maybe, but never heard to me.
To that point of bleeding, though?
Oh God, no. I've spanked her quite a few times.
The blood was flying across the room. She was whipping him with it. You saw this? Yes.
Julius just leans on his desk, shakes his head. Whatever makes them happy. I really don't care.
I see, yeah. That's Sam's size. I see, what's wrong with her? Into Julius's head.
He says back to her, she's depressed because she has to leave JJ.
Oh. In Julius's head, she'll just start rubbing her back.
Yeah. Julius looks over at Sam. Stands up, takes a step over, puts both hands on her shoulders. It's gonna be A-okay, and you're gonna do great.
Thank you, Colonel. It just blows ass. Finally meet the man of my dreams, and a month later I get deployed. Crazy. Oh.
Yeah, that does blow ass. But think about how amazing it's gonna be when you finally see him again, after however long it's gonna be, before you two do.
I just want to call him, but see, then call him. See, we've been separated an hour. Who cares? I used to call Banksy like 5 minutes after he'd leave the apartment. Remember, Julius? He'd come up with smoothies and stuff, and then he'd go to train with Ash and Saris. And so it's like, I gotta go train with Ash and Saris to be a good soldier someday. And I'd call him as he was walking down the hall.
Yeah, she would do that. Most of the time I would call Pequod as she was off. If I had to stay at Raven Rock for whatever reason, and she was off, doing her pilot thing, getting snacks, whatever she was doing, I would call her.
Trust me, he'll pick up.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's not doing great either, and he definitely wants to talk to you.
'Cause newsflash, honey, as she pulls out another beer, opening it, we all thought he was gayer than gay, which is nothing wrong with it, and I support it. But we've never seen him like this with a woman. She starts chugging the beer. She just starts laughing.
Julia starts to laugh. I mean, yeah, sort of. Just, you are very special to him, and if I know my brother, which I hope to God that I do after so many years, he'll pick up for someone he thinks is very special.
He's just Dad's son. He was just waiting for his mom, Davine.
Yeah, exactly. He was just waiting for the right one.
I suppose. She just looks down at her wrist computer. Give him a call on the flight, if you don't want to call him now. But it doesn't matter. You could call him in 5 minutes after leaving him. He'd just pick up. So.
Mm-hmm. Hell, you could probably call him 30 seconds after leaving to do whatever you need to do, and he'd probably pick up.
Can I have a beer? I know I'm on duty.
Julius gestures over to Icy. Is there another one she can have?
There's plenty. She's reaching under the desk. Bash keeps a large store under here.
Alright, go for it, Sam.
Icy will hand her a beer and try to hand one to Julius.
No, there should be one of the three of us who is sober for this.
That's forward thinking, Colonel.
Thank you, General. He pats her on the head.
Out here, Bash is looking everybody over. Well, we're gonna miss you guys. Here, damn straight.
Gonna miss you too as well. Although I think I'm probably the one you miss the least, given how much extra time we spent together.
Correct. He just nods his head, which makes memory. The dryness of his response makes memory end.
I love you too, Duo here. Oh man, you're great. Man.
Look forward to a month without seeing Ricky. It's gonna be great. Oh, man.
Hey, I've been going home on the weekends recently.
Bless the gods, whichever you believe in.
I'm not that bad.
No, he's not. It's just, it's our weekend too, type of deal, Rick. So, and if you're here, we're obligated to look after you, especially if you're the local criminal.
Yeah, it technically was only once, but yeah.
Yeah, technicalities aside, it was 3 times. And the
Oh.
more you got arrested, the more we had to keep looking after you. The headhunter's reputation was at stake, and we deeply care about it.
I do too, sir. Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. You guys are gonna have a good time.
Yeah, I'm sure we will.
I miss hearing you guys, the ruckus coming from the girls' barracks every night. Mostly these two. Points to Soul and Cole.
Soul shrugs. What can we say? We know how to get up to some fun.
I knew what I was getting into. You remember when I gave you the bag of sunflower seeds, darling?
I do.
And I'm just happy it worked out for you.
Thank you very much, Bash.
I'd never seen a woman so thirsty over a man. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, he is a very handsome man, Bash. Let's be honest here.
He is. He damn well is. Wish I looked half as good. Cold smile. Kisses Soul on the head. Does he ever not carry you?
Only on missions where he isn't able to carry me.
That's good.
She smiles, gives Colt a kiss on the chin. Yeah, very good.
You guys are up to snuff. You've heard this probably from every single person you've encountered today. But you're up to snuff and you know it. The only thing I think me and Okir want to say is he'll come over here. You are ready for this. We know you are. You've always been ready for it. It just took the right grouping of people to, let's just say, I don't know. Make the late bloomer that is Memory and the combat leader finally bloom. She gulps big and actually starts crying. So you'll be fine. And when you come back, you can all terrorize us and annoy us and do all your little stupid things that you always do to annoy us.
Carter starts to chuckle a bit. We'll make sure to come bother you as soon as possible, Bash.
We wanted to go, but no, said the Colonel. We have to stay here.
I'll make sure to kill a few extra ones for you, bro.
Oh, sounds good to me. We did want to come. Yeah, we gotta. Unfortunately, administrative duties carry on. That's why our weekend time is important to us.
Well, I'm sure we'll get to fight side by side someday.
Hopefully, eventually. And you're gonna kick some ass, aren't you? He kneels down to Elizabeth.
I'm gonna try my best, sir.
You're not gonna try, you're gonna do it. Kick ass, take names, put that fancy armor Uncle Blaze made to you for use. This visage, he'll pull up his wrist computer, showing a reflection of Elizabeth, will be the last thing those motherfuckers see.
I'm gonna be there to kick ass and take names, and then no names I won't.
Just remember, they're bad guys. You'll get the full briefing. Maybe not right when you get there, but you'll get the full briefing at some point. They're bad guys. Take them out. Don't give them a second chance. They don't deserve it.
Yes, sir. I won't, sir.
She's crying, hugging Okir now. Oh, it's okay.
Carter's rubbing Marianne's back, just smiling at the interaction.
And it's a good thing too. You got Samantha on board, so everything's gonna be a-okay.
Last nods. Yeah, I'm sure everything will be just a-okay. It's gonna work out great.
Be fine. Bash smiles as his wrist computer starts beeping. Oh, I'll be right back. The door will open for Bash as he comes in. Okir, alright, you gotta let go. You gotta hug Carter. I gotta go in there and do something. Pretend to know what Julius is talking about. Let go, Maria. She won't let go.
Honey, he has to go work now.
I have to go in there and kinda look like I know what I'm doing. Carter, get her off me.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Or I'm dragging her in there.
He grabs her arms and tries to pull her away.
And she lets go and hugs Carter. Alright, make sure you have everything you need. Your snacks and all that type of cool kid stuff. Video games, all this type of stuff. I'm getting in here. He goes into the room. It was just a nice compliment.
Yeah, it was a very nice compliment, honey.
We should have gotten a picture of Jace. We could have hung it up in a lodging. Oh, Christ.
Oh god, we should have gotten a picture of him.
I'll message Grandpa. He'll get us one. Uncle Blaze, I have his number here.
Yes, please. He'll get a really good picture.
You guys will make good parents.
Yeah. I think you guys are already really well suited for being parents.
So he'll be Jace Rainfall is his full name. What will his middle name be, though? Maybe Cancun? No.
No.
Never.
I don't think I'll ever. I don't want to mention Cancun, like, ever.
Jace fucking Cancun Rainfall. What the hell are you, a gaslighter? Benny's just... No, but it seems to be the popular word.
It's a good name.
Well,
I don't think it would go over too well. Maria kissing Carter on the cheek.
Soul just shakes her head. Yeah, call it a gut feeling, but I don't think it would. Glaz looks at Oz. That's something we'll have to think of together. A middle name for him.
Well, darling, I know you wanted his name to be Steve, but I insisted not. What if he's J. Stephen Rainfall?
Her eyes light up. Really?
Stephen sounds more sophisticated than Steve, in my humble opinion.
It does. And then I can call him J. Steve Rainfall when I'm angry at him and I just want to shorten his middle name and I have to yell at it. That's a wonderful idea, honey.
And then the next child can be Steve, whatever the middle name is, Rainfall. Stephen, preferably.
She starts to nod at him, gives him a hug and kisses his cheek.
Going to be a wonderful time.
It is going to be. And I cannot wait to see little Chase's face again.
We can video call him. I'm sure Grandma and Grandpa would love to.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sure we'll be able to.
He started crying when Uncle Blaze took him away. It was really sad. His hands went out. You could see his little buck teeth. His fingers were flexing, reaching for Laz.
Oh.
I think that's enough, Ben. He speaks. Fixing Soul in his arms. Stop him, honey.
Before Soul's able to, Elizabeth puts a hand on Benny's arm. It's really difficult for Laz and us to leave Jace. Maybe we don't talk about how he was crying when they were leaving, honey.
Okay. He'll stop talking. Good point.
Okay. She pats him on the arm, then hugs it and lays her head on his shoulder. Laz wipes a single tear away that almost fell down onto her cheek and hugs Oz even tighter.
He'll be waiting for us.
He'll be there, and it is going to be a nice little family reunion.
You see, it was a farming family that wanted him, Rick. So, it's like he's gonna grow up as a farmer, or we could take him, and not many opportunities being a farmer on some bumfuck colony.
No, instead he gets to grow up with your family on Rainfall Lane. I'd say it's a much better place, no offense to farmers.
No, yeah, that could have been me. Like, I could have been. My grandfather turned into a farmer after he left the Rangers. He used his pension, his money, and he bought a farm plot. So we had a house in town where my brother, Steve, the idiot, lives, and then my grandfather had a plot of farm. Before we left for Christchurch, we were considering going all in, family investment, trying to make that farm work, but I was a child. My youngest brother was even more of a child. There was my parents, and then Steve.
No, that makes sense. And look at it this way. You're the squad mom and dad. You'll get a lot of practice over the next however long we're down there, herding the 7 kids you gotta keep an eye on.
That's true, right, honey? Stroking Soul's cheek.
Soul nods, staring into Colt's eyes. Yeah, they're probably gonna have to do a lot of wrangling. Nice step for the 2 of us.
We need somebody to look after us, kissing Soul on the lips.
Oh, it's an absolute necessity. She starts to kiss at his neck and throat.
Memory Ann nodding her head. Yes.
Carter just still hugging her, petting her head. Yeah. You guys will do great. I have the utmost faith in both of you to be parents, and I promise I'll be a good uncle, or at least I'll try to be.
I will be the best aunt. Did anybody else notice Uncle Scar cry? Colt breaks his attention on Soul's amazing eyes and face. Yeah, he was totally fighting back tears. Hey, Carter, how about you come help me build a baseball field with your buddy Colt Oz? And Betty can draw the line.
Soul, Laz just shakes her head. That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Poor man. I felt sorry for him.
Soul puts her hand up. When he first came up to you, I thought he was doing like the Holy Hogan intimidation thing, like squinting at you. And then I saw the tears and I was like, oh my god, that's what it looks like when he cries.
Who got it recorded? I got a shitty angle myself.
Oz got it recorded, Blaze had one, and then, I think someone else got a recording of it.
Oz will type on his wrist computer and play it for the group. Benny, yeah, he is totally about to bawl.
I think he already is. Damn, I never thought I'd get to see your uncle, especially that one crying like that. Didn't seem the type.
No, he really doesn't. Rubbing the back of Soul's head.
Carter shakes his head. It honestly scared me when I saw it. Imagine seeing Uncle Scar, the man who has been hard on you your entire life, the man's man in your opinion, just start crying in front of you. It is scary, honestly.
I knew something was off, honey, when he didn't have the Pabst Blue Ribbon in his hand. He was so distraught he couldn't even find time to sip it.
Yeah, he didn't, and he didn't have a cigarette in his mouth or even a cup of coffee. That's pretty worrisome.
Maybe we can all do a group video call back to Uncle Scar.
Oh god, maybe I think that might make him cry.
Marianne? Oh well.
Carter chuckles. Yeah, you're right. Oh well.
It'll make him feel better after the fact.
Yeah, if he's crying from that, it's happy tears, right? I mean, that's a good thing.
Yes, it is. She starts rubbing Carter's backhand, going up his shirt. The ship's here. Julius has been informed. That's why he called these two in. Time for the kids to go, yeah?
Yeah, the ship's here. They gotta get going.
Alright, well, I'm not one for goodbyes. We said our good lucks goodbyes, so we are staying in here. She is getting drunk, pointing down at her.
Yes, she is.
She is depressed. She just sighs and walks out to the elevator. And you two need to. Well, I know you will, sir. I'm not. But you guys should say your farewells. Even the drunk one. She gets up and salutes back. General saluting our captain.
Oh, everything's tipsy-topsy-turvy today.
You want me to make sure she gets back to the lane, or you got it covered?
Oh, I can get her back to the lane. Thank you, though.
Alright, I'm gonna go have some drinks. He'll salute Julius. And so will Okir, and they'll walk out to drink in the now free and open game room.
Julius walks up to Icy and puts his hand out. You ready, sis?
She'll take his hand. I'm not that drunk.
No, I know. I
Besides, I can just do this. Just snap her fingers and I'm not drunk anymore.
Oh. I didn't know you could do that.
You can heal the damage these things do. That's why I've always kind of wanted to try cocaine. Lead the way.
You've wanted... Okay, whatever. Before we go out there, you know I love you, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, I needed to make sure. As he'll continue to hold her hand while he walks out.
Sam just sighs. Time to go.
Carter nods as Julius comes out. Alright. You all have the training that you have. I have the utmost faith in all of your abilities to do what you need to do and get it done. Stay safe out there. Don't make any dumb decisions or unnecessary ones. Don't get too cocky out there. Keep within your headspace and don't let fear overtake you. And I'm sure you will all do just fine. Marianne?
Sir?
He looks right at her, puts a hand on her shoulder. I'm very proud of you. And for what you're about to do.
Trying to make me cry again.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were crying.
She just gives him a hug. Reaching for Icy, who will come over in joy.
Yeah, he hugs her, gives her a kiss on the top of the head. You've got this. I know for a fact you do. You got a leader in there, and a combat leader nonetheless. Okay?
Whoever these clowns are, we will take them down. And hopefully add to the reputation of the headhunters. Instead of detracting from it.
Julius chuckles. Don't worry about that on your mission. Just focus on getting back alive, okay?
Will do, sir. As Icy's picked up Elizabeth, hugging her. Oh, just rubbing her helmet.
Elizabeth hugging Icy back really tightly. I love you, sissy, okay?
I love you too. I'll sit in the Jurassic Park machine to keep it warm. That sounds awesome. Can I have a hug? Yes.
Thank you. Just don't beat the top score, okay? That's me and Benny's, alright?
I don't think I can without cheating. She lets them go. And I won't cheat, I promise.
She chuckles. You stay safe out there, okay, sissy?
Will do. Come here. Grabbing lad.
While she's doing that, Julius gives Rick a handshake and then hugs Soul and Colt as Laz hugs Icy.
Be a-okay, sir. Cold smiling at Julius.
I have all the faith in you too. Just You're their eyes in the sky. Well, that's Las and Oz, but you know what I mean. You're their watchman, okay?
Understood. I promise to steal a kill or two from somebody.
Oh, just like your mother, aren't you?
He chuckles.
Tell her I'm gonna steal. I'm gonna tell her now. I'm gonna steal one of her kills one of these days.
If you do get it on tape.
Oh, I will try my best. Oh, that'd be so funny. He pats them both on the head. Walks over, gives Oz a handshake, and then looks at Sam. And puts his arms out for a hug.
She hugs him back. Icy's let go of Laz, comes over to Soul. Oh!
Soul gives Icy a hug.
I will teach you Arnaki when you get back.
Really?
She nods. Oh, Arnaki, huh? Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I'm gonna scare everyone.
You and Memory Ann both. She'll let go and come over to Memory Ann and tell her the same thing. Arnaki, she says aloud.
Julius starts to laugh as he gives Icy a thumbs up.
They're gonna learn Arnaki. If you were a spellcaster gesturing to Ricky, I'd teach you Arnaki too. Though your father wouldn't appreciate it probably.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, ma'am, but thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem. Come here, handsome. I just touched your butt, so it shouldn't be too much of a stretch to get a hug.
No, not at all, Auntie. He gives her a hug. We're gonna be okay out there, Auntie, okay?
Yes, you will. Arnaki. She'll blink at Memory Ann and then Soul. Memory Ann, I can't wait.
Soul actually tries to make her eye lazy, like on her own.
You're doing it! She looks over at... I told your father the day you were born, in that hospital room holding you, you were going to be something special. Did I not?
You did, and
Look at her eye, Julius!
he looks at it. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's a lazy eye.
Honey, please, can you stop?
She stops. Sorry, I just sort of got lost in it almost.
That's what Arnaki does to you. You'll become Arnaki. Time to drink. She walks into the office.
Julius just clicks his tongue. He walks over, gives Lass a hug. I love you, sweetie. I love you too, Dad. Does the same to Elizabeth and to Benny.
We're gonna be fine.
I'm sure you will. Keep a good eye on him, okay?
And when we get back, maybe you could help us get some side work somehow, because Mr. Wiseau's is... We need more money. Sir!
Sure, of course. There's probably a job or two you can do up in the town. That you can do for money, bartending if you're above 21. Working at the supermarket. I can find something for you.
Oh god. Dragging Laz over here. This way, everybody's on the elevator. Ricky getting on. Benny mixing drinks. I'd like a vodka orange juice, please. He gives you rum and coke.
Or you just ask for a screwdriver and he gives you a screwdriver.
Oh, here you go. He pulls it up from behind the bar.
That would be pretty funny.
Ruins the person's day. He'll get on the elevator saluting Julie.
Julius gives them all a thumbs up. Stay safe out there, please.
Yes, sir. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure I'm the one who gets shot instead of them.
Please, no.
Julius laughs. I would rather that not happen, Ricky. If none of you can get shot, that'd be perfect.
Pointing at Julius. I like that idea. Nobody gets shot. Bad guys die.
It's a good plan. Just teasing. Trying to lighten the mood, because... Oh boy, it's... tearful.
Yes.
Yeah, family goodbyes will do that to you. You has one last look on all of them. Alright. Like I said, stay safe. Be Squadron out.
They go up the elevator. Icy sits down at the desk, opens a beer. Ah. You realize I can heal the damage this does. So, technically speaking, we could do coke. Like 10 lines. Just to see what it's like. And then snap of a finger, it's like we never did it.
Dude, what is it with you and Coke? Like, really?
I don't know. I wanted to try it when I was young, and lately I've been thinking about it.
You've been saying this kind of stuff since we've met.
And
It, we're not gonna get you cocaine, Icy.
I can heal the damage. Think about the possibilities. It's like we never took it. We could go on the bender of benders. Nobody's ever gonna know. Not mom, not dad. They can go to Cancun. We can do benders. Think about it. Speedball, meth. We could do whatever we wanted.
Nicole, as what I like to think is a good big brother, I cannot let you do any of that stuff.
Excuse me for trying to have fun. She starts laughing.
Well, we can have fun other ways. We don't have to do hard drugs.
Fine.
Here, I'll tell you what. We can have fun this way. Hand me a beer.
Here you go.
You ever shotgun a beer, kiddo?
I don't think so.
Alright, here. He takes out his knife, pops a hole in the side of one, put it up to your mouth, then crack it open, tilt your head, and drink it that way. It goes very fast, so you have to be good at chugging, okay?
She'll chug it effortlessly.
There you go. Hey, you just shotgunned your first beer.
Letting out a burp. Now you see, this could be followed by lines of cocaine and a Cocoa Puff.
No, well, okay. What the hell is a Cocoa Puff?
You take a cigarette, you put cocaine in the tip of the cigarette, and then smoke it.
Oh, dear God, Nicole.
How do you not know this stuff?
Well, I come from Gallia, Nicole, and then
They probably had crazy good drugs there, unregulated.
You know what? No, I know 100% they had crazy good drugs there.
I mean, there were centaur donkeys. That place was fucked.
Dude, I guarantee you, what our equivalent would be of marijuana was crazy.
Pipeweed. We could do so much. She's guiding Julius back to the teleporter, to the triple office, because that's where they're going, as they come here and Sasha's just drinking and smoking still. Methamphetamines, Julius?
Wait, so you'll do all this stuff but not smoke menthol cigarettes?
They're disgusting. We could do morphine, painkillers. She walks this way. Xanax.
Okay.
You can even crush them up and sniff them for a better high. So I've been told.
I'm sure you haven't researched this at all, or
Well,
done any of this.
So I've been told. Banksy won't let me do it. I have nobody to do it with. Pequod won't do it. Maybe she'll do it. Look at her. She's shit-faced.
Julius is standing next to her. The most I'm willing to do with you is get high on marijuana, okay? That's like my limit.
What are you, 4?
Oh, really? What? Says the one who's younger than me.
Since when do 4-year-olds do weed? I see. Oh, maybe she's not that plastered.
Should we be having this conversation in front of her?
Going to the door.
Hello.
Ash likes drugs.
I've done a few. You don't want to do them.
Nobody does. She just throws up her arms. It's like, you can get... Whatever. We could do the purest cocaine possible. That would kill us, and I can heal it before. But anyway, hi Ash. She just smiled.
Hello, Icy. Julius?
Ash, what's up?
Actually here to talk to... And he's gonna look at Sasha.
Oh, I'll sober her up for you. She'll snap her fingers and... Thanks! For ruining my buzz. Well, we have major buzzkill here, so gesturing to Julius coming.
Thought that was my job.
No, that's been taken over by the Colonel.
I'm sorry I won't let you do pure snow, Nicole.
Takes the bottle and just starts looking at it.
Well, I appreciate her sobering you up, ma'am, because this is important news.
Shoot! She'll put out her cigarette.
I found him.
Which one?
The bounty hunter.
Oh, did you? Okay, what? Give us the details.
Uh, Found him on a small planet. I believe it was KHT-019. He was in a small bar there. The bar was run by another former MaxTech employee. He admitted that he was formerly of Epsilon Squad. Abandoned them right after Crise. Never really believed in it, was just in it for the money. We had a conversation, and we came to an agreement. He doesn't know much about the people with the Halcyon ship, but he has worked for our good friend Ripper, or, as he called him, Constance. Apparently, if we look up that name, we should find a big bounty on his head.
She starts immediately typing on her computer. Huh. Okay.
Been paid a lot. Never met the higher-ups for whoever they are in person, and he says our friend here never claimed to be SIS in front of him. They'd meet on backwater, pirate stations, you know, the dive bars of the universe. They organized this together. He said he has some information on them and he would give it to me, but I had to offer something in return. I need you to erase the bounty on Kaz's head.
Icy looks at, or Sasha looks at Icy, then Julius, then back at Ash. Just your flat-out opinion on him. What do you think?
He's not like the other Max Tech soldiers, ma'am. Well, I walked in to see that he had done a bounty for some old man to get rid of people harassing him. He seems more of a gray character than anything, ma'am. I'd say he's your not average bounty hunter, but a man whom is motivated by money but has his own code. I think I can trust him.
Icy. Erased, in my opinion. Sasha, Julius.
Erase it.
Erasing.
Thank you, ma'am. I've been given coordinates to meet him at, so I'll have to haul ass, but I believe I've got more than enough time to make it there.
Constance. I mean, there's a lot of bounties with the name Constance.
How many?
I'm looking at a list now. I mean, we don't have a complete list of every frontier colony out there, but I will definitely have Towns compile it for you whenever he gets back from the Moog.
Will do. It may narrow it down, but our friend said that he here was wanted for multiple murders.
That would track with what Memrian and Soul said. I see, looking at the picture.
It makes sense as well, and he confirmed that he as well thought this man was an amateur. But we've got that, and I just don't know. I will meet him, I'll report you everything I know, but I suppose that's it for reporting to you, ma'am.
Bounty lifted, but watch your back around him. See, yeah.
Will do, ma'am. I'll do my best to be prepared, although I think, element of surprise or not, I'd struggle to take him, ma'am.
Maybe so. If you want any upgrades for your equipment, just ask.
Will do. I'll get to thinking. I mean,
Take one of the railguns. Stop up at the armory. Grab one of the railguns. That'll punch through that armor. It's dated anyway.
Yes, ma'am. Will do. And what are you smoking?
Menthol lights. You want one?
I smoke quite a bit, but I cannot stomach menthols.
They're disgusting.
Yes, they are. Why are you smoking and drinking?
I don't know, Ash. Our kids are going into a war zone. Some of them spellcasters, and these people skinned spellcasters alive.
No, I understand that, but I have complete faith in them. He's gonna look at Julius. You've helped train them. I trust Bash and Okia. They've been training with Delta, and according to I believe it was Sergeant Satterley, even Carter and Ricky are shooting at Delta standards. They're more ready than, well, not to seem insulting or anything, but I'd say they're more ready than I was when I went into my first deployment.
They are. I just can't help but worry. And feel responsible, at least for Colt and Sam on my end.
I understand that. Trust me, I'm as high as I think of them, I'm terrified. But we've got work to do, right? So just got to have trust in our kids and the people around them.
Sasha nods, icy, and Coke. Right, Julius?
He just pinches the bridge of his nose.
No hard drugs. Discussion's over. Oh.
Probably for the best. You could try marijuana. That might help calm you down.
Boring. She takes one of the cigarettes and just sniffs it. Ugh.
Have you ever done marijuana, Icy?
What the fuck do you think I did while you dipshits left me at Lorelei?
Fair enough.
I've never had cocaine, but I can tell you opium and opiates in general are something you should avoid. That much I do know.
Gallia probably had the line to good, unregulated shit.
Unregulated? Yes. Good? I don't know what the opium I tried was laced with, but I was I was seeing other universes, let's put it that way.
Sign me up.
You don't want to see that, because you also see your worst nightmares come to life.
Oh, she's twisting the bottle in her hand. Sasha, how's Saris, Ash?
She's doing as well as she can be, ma'am, but I actually...
She's doing better, though, now that Rick's coming home.
She's doing wonderfully.
Good, thank God.
That actually brings me to the last thing I need to ask of you.
Anything you want.
If Saris were to want to be reinstated to help fight what we're fighting, what we're looking at, him, would you be willing to do that, ma'am?
Absolutely. I see. About time. Get her a machine gun. Ah!
I knew that's what the answer would be, and I'm sure she did as well, but she just wanted to hear you answer it from a source that wasn't her.
Whenever she wants, tell her to come up anytime. We always tell her, but she's... I understand she's busy. Maybe now that Ricky comes home on the weekends, she could, put him in charge of the shop for a few hours. I think he's more than capable of that, if he's capable of going and fighting and potentially dying.
I think so as well, ma'am. I will let her know, and were she to be reinstated, I would make the request she be put under my command, ma'am.
Yeah. Done and dusted. I see. Absolutely. Sake sucks. Setting the bottle down.
Yes, it does. I think I've still got some very strong alcohol back at home. If you really want it, I can send it up for you.
We got tons at Rainfall Lane. I'm tired of alcohol. I want the good shit. Sasha, nobody's getting good shit here.
We're not getting you hard drugs, Nicole.
Fine. She'll just smoke one of Sasha's cigarettes and gag.
If you really want the good shit, I'd recommend getting crossfaded. Strong alcohol and strong marijuana. Very nice combination if you really want to relax.
Typing it down on her wrist.
Why are you doing that, Ash? I mean, oh God.
Yeah, he's not the one that ditched her for the weekend, so there's that, right? I mean, she's looking at her cigarette.
God damn it, dude.
It's, at the very least, this will get her what she wants without hard drugs. So, it's the best outcome, isn't it?
I agree. Blech. Gagging at the shitty cigarette. Sasha will... Asha... she just starts laughing. It's like old times.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Oh, gods.
Just watch your back around the bounty. I don't care if he's the one Max Tech guy with some morals. Watch your back around him. But if we can utilize him in the future, we'll pay. Let him know.
I will make sure to, ma'am. And don't worry, if he tries anything, I'll use the railgun and blow his head off.
Buck and JD have some prepped.
Yes, ma'am. I'll retrieve it from them at once. And when I find anything out, you will be the first to know. And if, God's forbid, anything goes wrong, I don't care if I'm with him. Call me and let me know, please.
I will. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But I believe I should let you three get to, looks at the sake, looks at the cigarettes, unwinding. I will, get to meeting him.
Good work, Ash.
Thank you, ma'am. And, thank you for getting Towns on finding out what we can about Constance.
No problem. No problem at all.
He's gonna salute, turn heel, and walk towards the door.
Ash leaving. Icy, you see, he gets it. Crossfade. I hadn't even heard of that. Crossfade, Coke, and vodka. Oh.
Like I said, maybe marijuana, but not coke.
She just sighs. Whatever. Teleports the bottle away.
Julius stands up. Okay. Since we're all sort of stressed right now, I do think maybe having a drink would be beneficial. Is there anything specific either of you want?
Sasha, take me to the lane. It's that or I'm gonna sit alone all weekend, because dipshit left me. Dipshit who is working. Shut up.
Yeah, of course, we'll take you to the lane. Not a problem.
Take me to the fabled Rainfall Lane. If you get me drunk enough, maybe I'll even give Mr. Wiseau a hug.
Julius looks at Icy. That I gotta see that.
I'd love to see it, but I gotta avoid the bomb dad voice thing. But I will accompany you down.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we can bring you down, Sasha.
And they will start making their way down as a very sad scene unfolding here in the kitchen. JJ's just sitting with the dog. What's he doing, though?
JJ has his face buried into the ribcage chest area of the dog, and he's not doing anything except for breathing and petting it every so often.
Hunk has Hale. She's covered up. I gotta move. But Hunk's just staring at Hale.
Davine is staring at her hands, every so often looking at Hale and then starting to tear up, looking back at her hands.
Bad news comes all at once, in waves, really. Ugh. Meow.
Yeah, that is true. It's never just a sprinkle, it's always a rainstorm.
Well, she'll be home soon, and we'll get to talk to her. Her and Julius gotta be getting off sometime. They can't just sit there and be depressed about the kids, so...
Yeah, we'll talk to her and have a nice little conversation and get things solved.
Banksy, how do you want the shrimp? Like, well done? Hunk, oh, I don't feel like eating. I don't think I deserve to eat.
He needs to eat. Well done would be just fine, Banksy. Thank you.
Got it. Shrimp is a favorite in Cancun. Banksy, oh god. Blaze just mumbling to himself. He didn't really mean to say it in a mean way. He's mumbling to himself, pacing back and forth. Oh god, Cancun. I hate that place. I truly hate that place. It's the one place I've been that I hate the most.
Davine just nods and starts to rub one side of her temple as she's holding Integra.
If there was any one place I could wish out of existence, but take all the people out of Cancun so they don't get hurt, it would be Cancun.
That would be a very nice wish to make right now.
You know, I knew something. It was like we were there, and I was like, had this like weird, like nagging. It's called guilt. Pequod squeezing Hunk's shoulder.
Oh, God.
It'll make you do things like drink, then get yelled at for drinking too much. Hunk, oh.
We're bad parents, aren't we?
I don't think so. I just think you should have listened, that's all.
She nods, looks at him.
She is pleased. Gestures over to Davine. I think she would have been okay with waiting a few minutes or hours or whatever it was. Just, well, I didn't want her to walk away. That's the thing. Suletta, and it all rolls back to you. Gesturing with her hand towards Davine.
Yes, it is my fault. I know. It is my fault in the end of it all.
Light sobbing over here. Little punks. He's got pictures. Little fucking punks just going through pictures of the kid. Everybody's having a bad day. Even got a baby picture of JJ. Look at him, he's so depressed over there. He was so happy in this picture.
When he hears that, JJ lets in a huge inhale and an exhale. And Davine just covers her face and starts to cry.
Hale levitating, some food off the table, eating it. Oh god.
Davine shakes her head. It's... Oh god. I really hope she gets here soon. I really want to talk to her.
Boom. Coming through the teleporter, Nightfall nodding, saying hello. Sasha, I don't smell Mr. Wiseau. I smell shrimp, I think. Mr.
Yeah.
Wiseau has that, like, musk to him, you know?
Yeah, like the YSL mask, right?
Yeah, it's like really shitty cologne.
Oh my god, I thought I was the only one who would smell it.
Some old school cologne brand, Town says. I had to look it up out of curiosity. I see he starts laughing. Know your enemy, huh? Well, maybe put some corrosive acid in cologne. Julius!
Julius picks a couple times. Okay. Wow. He just shakes his head. I hope you don't do that to Mr. Wiseau.
If I wanted to, I could have. I'm working to be better. Slowly.
And I'm sure he's very thankful for that.
And that shrimp smells fucking good.
You can always come in and get some.
Oh, most definitely. I have to talk to Nightfall. Go see what's going on. I'm sure they need you. They're sad about children leaving and stuff. She comes.
Julius sighs, rubs the back of his neck. Alright. I'll see you in there.
Sure. She waves.
Alright, come on, Sasha.
Sure.
And he'll start making his way in there. He walks in, sees the entire scene happening, looks over at Scar. Oh my god, Scar is crying.
Holy crap. Looks over at Scar. Hug, hey, Sasha's here. I got ditched for the weekend by Towns. He's working. Pequod putting her arms out to Julia.
Julius walks over to her and gives her a hug.
She hugs Julius back, burying her head in his chest. Blaze and I will make sure there is some type of fabulous meal prepared for the Ranger General. She'll sit down here. Tal, good to see you, darling. Smiling. Sasha, we can make her a steak. She's fond of steaks, Bigsy. Yeah, on it.
Julius just looks at all of them and leans down to Pequod. So, everything seems to be going about as well as we expected.
It's a category Cancun, plus a deployment.
Ah, Jesus Christ.
Look at him, Julius. Yeah. Holding a picture of Carter.
That's upsetting me. Like, that makes me depressed.
I know! And on her chest.
I have never once seen that man cry, and seeing that man cry right now, oh Jesus, he has to look away. That is pretty. Oh my God, he tossed the beer away. He tossed the beer into the trash can just to hold the pictures better.
Blaze picking up the beer, throwing it in the trash can because Scar just threw it in this direction. Oh, how are you holding up, JJ? Sasha speaks up.
JJ doesn't respond other than like a hand that goes up and does like a so sign.
Yeah, it's not good. Where's Nicole, Julia?
She said she had to go talk to Nightfall.
Good, she'll be here. Alright. Yeah. She's coming, right? He points at the table.
Julius just looks at Hunk. I don't know.
Well, then will she come through the gymnasium, right?
Yeah, we came through the teleporter in the gymnasium.
She likes them medium rare, so make sure as Banksy gets teleported away, you... What?
Well, that answers our
Oof.
question.
Fuck!
Julius just whistles a bit. She said she wanted to avoid a dad/mom voicing.
And locking her down will be impossible. Congratulations! Let's go to Cancun.
Yeah, might as well celebrate. I'll even get some party poppers.
Gesturing for the seat so she can sit on Julius's lap.
Julius sits down.
Not like I tried to tell you, your son tried to tell you,
Yep.
your sister tried to tell you, your other son tried to tell you. Fuck, I even think Elizabeth tried. She was a complete dipwad growing up.
Yeah, a bit of a dunce, that one.
Dunce! Thank you, Julius. Even I fucking tried, but nobody listens to fucking me. I guess I'll cook the steak. Just looking down at the grill.
Pequod and Julius can hear just like the slightest sob come out of JJ.
I have allowed you to deface me so many times from movies. The least you could have done was listen to me. Please, let's just go. Reach out to her. All you have to do, pick up the phone, call her. You know, Lorelai will let her go. But no, nobody listens to Tal. We'll make him Sergeant Avery J. Johnson for the video game, but nobody listens to Tal. Oh, fuck.
Davin stares down at the table. You should have listened to all of you.
I've never actually cooked a steak. He's just staring down at the meat.
Julius watching Blaze, shaking his head, and now he's gonna burn the steak, and it's gonna. This is all shit.
Oh well, at least I get to hold the cute baby. She'll pick up Integra. If she was born, she would have told you. Meow. He tried to tell you.
Okay, I sort of forgive him on Mr. Snuffles. None of us other than Soletta understands him.
I tried to tell him, but nobody listens to me. Flipping the shrimp.
You know what? I'm sure if some of our any of our kids were around, they would have told you too. Davine just nods to herself. I'm sure they would have.
The goons making a slight appearance, coming in. What talking about? Looking around the room.
We're talking about how those two shouldn't have just left for Cancun without Nicole.
Big idiots. Puts his hand up to his head. Wah, 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 wah. Try tell you. No, listen. Think I, stooge. Wah, wah, wah. Now you pay price. Back to film show. Jerk. He leaves, pointing at Hunk. Samuel points his finger and beeps. Just a long, loud, ear-piercing beep. Wags his finger at Davine like she's a little girl and walks out.
Wakado, Davine, I am ashamed of both of you.
Christ! Ashamed of me, okay?
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. As he walks out.
I am ashamed of me, okay?
I'm ashamed of me. She just starts to cry again into Hunk's shoulder.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh no.
Oh God. Oh God, what about to be direct on me?
We don't want to just know. We want to go back home for the weekend. This is home. But I want to go visit some of the extended family. Do you need anything else? We want a long weekend. Is that alright? Yes! Take it! Go! Thank you kindly. As they actually leave. You are so fucking lucky. They'll get you. I'll make sure of it.
Oh my God.
Enjoy it while it lasts. I will make sure they get you. They tried to tell you. Meow.
Yes, I know. Everyone tried to tell us and we didn't listen. She just starts to cry again, covering her eyes. As JJ just shakes his head, and Julius and Pequod can hear him muffled in the dog's chest. Everyone tried to fucking tell them, but they wouldn't listen to fucking anyone.
I just wanted, she wanted to go. Wanted to get her there. Didn't want to walk away. I had the dream of the walking away thing, and yeah.
Honey, she looks at Hunk.
I take full responsibility. I'm just saying what happened. Pequod groaned.
I take full responsibility. If that's the reason why, I take full responsibility.
Pequod shaking her head at Davy and then Hunk, reaching over to JJ's shoulder. You're okay?
Yeah, just... He lifts his head up so he can talk to her. She can see his eyes are like red, half-lidded in a very lazy-looking way. Yeah, just fine.
Like your dad said, we'll get you out there. Right, Julie?
Yeah, I can... Trust me, I can find a way for the proctor of the ODM Academy to get down there. Onto the moat. Don't worry about it.
The only thing that could make this worse, actually, factually, is if they were deployed to Cancun. I'm just saying.
That... I think I would just nuke Cancun at that point.
Emergency evacuation. Get everybody out and just get it off. What was it that shit bird used to say? Taking pieces off the board. And Julius. She bites Julius's chin.
Exactly. Just take Cancun off the board. Blame it on the UIR. You know, and we could do that. It's feasible.
The autist Zane struck first.
And then have you or Sasha or any of us give like a huge speech about how we're gonna get the UIR for this and that their days are numbered and probably better the public's opinion on us.
Pequod sighs. Yeah. You know, I hate Cancun.
Yeah, so do I.
Is it like a Rainfall family trait now that we just hate Cancun? Meow.
I would personally say so. And JJ looks at Pequod. I didn't even go there that time, and I hate it.
Won't be taking Sam there on a date.
Nope, not once.
Smart boy.
He chuckles, gives her a thumbs up, and then puts his head back into the dog.
Hunk will hug Davy and holding her tightly as the poor children have made it. It is burning hot. This is the absolute most soldiers' equipment they've ever seen. Sergeant Satterley's walking around. He's fixing some things up, prepping some gear, getting a lay of the place. Oh my god, it's miserable here.
Jesus, I thought it was hot in Australia.
We were wrong?
Carter breathing in heavily. Is the sunlight closer here or something?
Sure fucking feels that way. She's looking up into the, the little, hillside, we'll say here, with Colt. They have their weapons. Colt's just staring up there.
Son, feels like there's two of them.
Or 10. He's just looking up at the sky. Sergeant Satterley, Laz, honey, Oz, over here. Now, please.
Yes, sir. She'll, run over there.
Alright, darling, so, These, he pulls out 2 badges, Nighthawk Pilot's badges. You've earned them.
Les takes it, looks at it. Thank you, sir. It's an honor.
Problem? You've earned them. You picked up that Verdi a lot quicker than most pilots that were attached to us. So, Tier 1 pilots, you're Spec Force pilots. That means you get Spec Force treatment. Boys, as they start uncovering, there's large tarps with gear under them. You two, pick how you customize this bird. Your weapon systems, whatever you want. Railgun, Gatling laser, grenade launchers, you name it. Autocannons.
Oz thinks that he can legitimately see Laz's eyes start to sparkle like a deep purple.
And you have some knowledge in aircraft maintenance, right, Oz? Oz, sir, I can do anything she requests. Good boy. He smiles and nods his head.
Laz just staring at all the weaponry, then up at the Verdi. Oh, I'm gonna trick that baby out.
He'll come up behind Laz, arm on her, hands on her hips. Whatever you want, take your time, think it over. They've given us a lot of fucking options. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'll think it over. Please do tell me if there's anything you won't be able to do. But, oh, I definitely want a Gatling laser.
I might not be good at operating the weapon systems, but I can perform maintenance and install them.
That is very handsome. I must say, very handsome.
Don't make your mind up now, as Oz kisses her on the side of the neck. Don't make your mind up now, think about what you want. Get it on there, get the bird all ready to go. You got time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Your lodgings are right down there. Private lodgings. We're trying to set everybody up with, like, private stuff, since you guys seem to be so, affectionate, which is fine, but it's a scramble right now, as Colt has turned to Soul. Do you mind if... Just stay here, okay, honey?
Of course.
I'll be right back, as Sam cocks her fucking LMG and then go up into the hillside. Benny, already time to fight?
Oh, God. He'll get up and get into a fighting stance.
No, I don't think so. I hope not. She's watching where they went off.
They would have warned us if they saw enemy forces encroaching.
One loud sniper shot goes off, followed by a series of quick LMG shots and the loudest squealing pig sound ever.
Carter, covers his ears. Jesus Christ!
Another loud sniper shot, putting the pig out of its misery. Oh! Well, I guess they're hungry. I am. She puts her arms up.
I could eat.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going for some pork right now.
As they are coming down the hillside with a large wild hog. That was going on as Sergeant said, like, what the fuck? He jumped at the sound of the pig and all the gunshots. Oh, he's looking over at the hillside.
That is a gigantic pig.
Got it for you, baby.
She smirks at him. You just know how to give the best gifts, don't you?
Sam pulling out a knife. And I know how to clean one of these, thanks to the frontier training.
Soul step out of the way for her, gesture for her to go ahead.
She'll kneel down and start... Colt knows how to. Vaguely, we'll say, too. Pulling out his knife. Back up, Elizabeth. I don't want to get blood on you.
Yes, ma'am. She takes a step back.
Benny, awesome. Watching them just start... it won't be like Uncle Scar's lamb roast, that was amazing, but... Next best thing we can get out here. She shrugs.
Man, I'll eat anything right about now.
There will be enough for everybody. This thing is huge. She's looking down at it. Memory Ann, and I can always make us ice water. That will melt.
Yeah, it'll melt, but... Just drink it quickly. Any ice water she makes.
No, I'm gonna do that. Trust me, man.
All right, you two. Now this is your bay for the bird. This is where you come work on it. Your bird's stored here. Make sure those Nighthawk badges are displayed somewhere on your jumpsuits. You deserve them. You earned them. Let's let's go see what they're doing down there with the pig.
Yes, sir. She.
I will carry you.
Thank you, good sir.
They'll pick her up, take her down. Oh my god. Lunch. Or dinner, whatever time it is in this horrendous place.
Yeah, these two are badasses. They got us something nice to eat.
Blood spurting up into the sky. Kinda looks like Carter's ass earlier today.
Carter starts to laugh. God damn it, I think that's how it felt, too.
I'll go easier next time.
Yeah, that was a bit much, I gotta say.
I got carried away. I was enjoying myself.
No, yeah, understood. Just maybe not to the point of bleeding, please.
Oh, little bloods. Okay. She pulls it out. Oh god, she brought it. Cold, looking at it?
Oh,
Soul looks at the stick. Isn't that your mom's?
No, it was in Mom's classroom. She said that's her favorite, because Davine got it for her. Remember? Looks down at Elizabeth.
Yeah, that's a gift that my mom got for Auntie Suletta.
Oh. Just staring at it still with blood. It's dried blood, but yeah.
Oh god.
This might cause problems back at home, but you know what? We're too far away to care, Carter.
Yes, goddess, I agree.
You are fucking efficient. She's almost finished cleaning it. That large creature. Taught by the best.
Laz looks at the boar. Wow, it might just... You said lunch or dinner? It might be lunch and dinner. There's a lot of meat on that thing.
Colt has made a makeshift spit. We'll have to manually turn it. It'll be rough, but I'll do it.
I'll take a shift doing it if you want, man.
We'll have to take turns every 5 minutes in this fucking heat. He's already covered in sweat.
I'll help out just to, lessen everyone else's load.
Colt gesturing for Soul to come over. Setting up the spit.
She'll walk over.
Oz will sit down with Laz here. It's not too bad, guys. You just fucking sweat your genitalia off and it'll be fine.
We'll get used to it, right? That's what people say. You get used to the heat.
The AC in your lodgings work. So, I mean, let's say it like this. It's gonna do the best it can. Which is better than out here, but not much. Colt, oh.
Knowing my luck, we'll wake up in like 2 days and the AC will have gone out, sir.
God, I hope not. I'm glad I wear this armor. Built-in air conditioning.
Yeah, that's what Mom said.
Yes.
You go.
Yes, that sounds nice right about now.
Yeah. That's why Mom and Dad said pick something like what Dad does so you get that kind of armor.
Well, Elizabeth knows that luxury, and if it gets too overbearing, Soul, you can always jump in the scout sniper armor. Cool, that's true. You put it on, wear it, cool off.
Yeah, that would be quite amazing. For now, I can just do this. And she'll cast a gust of wind and...
Oh, you are such a goddess.
Well, thank you very much, my love.
That is very nice. Putting Laz on his lap.
Yeah, that feels a lot better. Oh, hopefully we're used to it a bit by the time we're fighting.
Hopefully. Memory Ann just says looking at Carter, but she's smacking the ruler on her hand. Open hand.
Carter pumps his eyebrows at her one time. Later, Mew Mew, yeah?
Sit, Carter. Patting her lap.
Oh, yes, goddess, as he sits down.
So, how tough are the guys we're going to fight, sir?
Not sure yet. We're waiting on briefing from, Colt's father, actually.
Really? Oh, that's gonna be sick.
Yeah, we'll get our briefing on that in the coming days, and then... honestly, I don't know what the next step is, because like you guys, I'm a grunt. So, we'll figure it out when we figure it out.
Do what we're told, kick some ass, go home. That's about the plan, right?
Uh-huh. He's just watching Memory and wave the ruler around. Maybe we could just set that down as Sam will take it from her and put it away. Oh.
Carter chuckles. She'll give it back to us later, I think.
Yes, she'll get it back later.
Thank you very much, Sam.
No problem. Colts. Putting the pig on the makeshift spit. Alright, we'll take turns, 10-minute intervals. Ugh.
Will do, I'll go next.
You get first dibs, honey. Looks at
Ooh. Well, thank you very much. I can't wait.
And we, as he leans in and kisses her, will cut on that.